Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this What If story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by 𝐒𝐮𝐬 on Wattpad. Now let's start. The Infinity Hero, the 24-year-old blonde doctor, sighed as he sat down in his chair. He explained to Izuku's mother that they were unsure about his condition. Izuku's eyes brimmed with tears as he listened. His mother struggled to find her voice, her eyes glistening with worry. The doctor continued, revealing that Izuku had a double-jointed pinky toe, unlike others who developed quirks. He noted that this was unusual, as those with quirks had evolved to no longer need it. A tear rolled down Izuku's cheek, prompting the doctor to comfort him. He pointed to an X-ray displayed on the board, showing both of Izuku's hands. The doctor described how strange stones seemed to be attached to Izuku's bones, each containing a dormant power. They believed this could be Izuku's quirk, but they couldn't confirm it yet. For now, he would be classified as undefined. The doctor leaned closer, speaking softly, instilling hope in Izuku. He expressed his belief that Izuku would develop a quirk and become a great hero. Izuku's eyes sparkled with excitement as he absorbed the doctor's words. A week later, Izuku found himself in a tense situation. His friend, 𝐾𝐿, stood before him, menacingly confronting a new kid who lacked a quirk. 𝐾𝐿 taunted Izuku, questioning how he could possibly stand up to him without a developed quirk. With a determined stance, Izuku stepped in front of the new kid, feeling an instinctive surge of courage. As 𝐾𝐿 approached, Izuku's heart raced. He recalled 𝐾𝐿's typical fighting style, preparing himself for the inevitable confrontation. 𝐾𝐿 launched himself forward, aiming a left hook at Izuku's side. In a moment of instinct, Izuku grabbed 𝐾𝐿's arm, feeling a strange energy surge through him. His hands began to glow with a light purple aura, and he felt a powerful transformation occurring within. 𝐾𝐿, surprised by the sudden change, stepped back. The purple orb that had formed in Izuku's hands pulsed with energy. 𝐾𝐿, blinded by anger, charged at Izuku again. As Izuku activated his quirk, the purple aura enveloped him, radiating strength. He struck 𝐾𝐿 with a powerful blow, sending him crashing into a nearby tree. The glow around Izuku faded, leaving the orb resting quietly in his hand. 𝐾𝐿 slowly slid down the tree, and the new kid expressed his gratitude before running away. Overwhelmed with joy, Izuku realized he had finally developed a quirk. Exhausted, he collapsed to the ground, his surroundings fading to black as he lost consciousness. When he awoke, alarms blared around him, and he found himself surrounded by concerned faces. An ambulance rushed by, and he checked his hands, relieved to see the 2 purple orbs still present. A smile spread across his face as he realized it was all real. A voice called out to him, confirming he was awake. The man explained that they needed to test his new quirk and asked if that was okay. Izuku nodded eagerly, excitement bubbling within him. The man assured him that his mother would arrive soon and led him to the doctor's office. As they entered, Izuku's mother appeared, disbelief etched on her face. He raised his right hand to reveal the glowing purple orb, and his mother rushed to him, embracing him tightly. The quirk doctor soon arrived, ready to assess Izuku's abilities. They conducted various tests, including X-rays and reflex checks, as Izuku's anticipation grew. When he returned to his mother, the doctor greeted him with enthusiasm, noting how quickly he had developed a quirk. The doctor exchanged glances with Izuku's mother, who anxiously awaited the news. The doctor smiled reassuringly, ready to share what he had discovered about Izuku's unique quirk. Izuku possessed a remarkable quirk, and with proper training, he could learn to control it effectively. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 felt a wave of relief wash over her. The doctor, glancing at his clipboard filled with notes, turned his attention back to 𝐒𝐮𝐬 and expressed curiosity about what made Izuku's quirk so intriguing. The explanation of Izuku's quirk was complex. While many individuals had simple quirks, such as controlling nature or water, Izuku's was different. It began as a complicated ability, but as he grew accustomed to it, it would become easier for him to manage. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 sighed, urging the doctor to elaborate. The doctor approached 4-year-old Izuku and asked to see his hand. Izuku willingly extended his hand for inspection. The doctor explained that Izuku had the power of the infinities within him: space, time, power, mind, reality, and soul, all contained in small stones that were actually formed from his bones. As Izuku grew stronger, more stones would appear on his hands, totaling 6. He was blessed with the power aspect of the infinity, each stone possessing its own unique strength. However, the most powerful would be the last to manifest. The doctor handed 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽 a clipboard detailing Izuku's quirk. As she skimmed the information, she noted the following. The power orb purple allowed Izuku to access and manipulate all forms of energy, enhancing his physical strength and durability. It could also amplify the power of other stones. However, overuse could lead to his bones shattering and his skin turning a light purple, accompanied by smoke. The mind orb yellow enhanced mental abilities and allowed access to the thoughts and dreams of others. When fully realized, it could connect with all minds simultaneously. Overuse could cause intense pain and temporary shutdown of bodily functions. The time orb green enabled him to see into the past and future, manipulate time, and even trap beings in loops. Excessive use could lead to uncontrollable nerve impulses and temporary immobility. The reality orb red allowed him to fulfill wishes that defied scientific laws and create the impossible. Overuse resulted in temporary blurry vision and difficulty hearing, along with painful muscle contractions. The space orb blue granted the ability to exist in any location, teleport, and manipulate distances. Overuse made breathing difficult and could lead to a lack of oxygen. The soul orb orange allowed control over living and dead souls, with the potential to govern all life in the universe. Overuse caused intense pain and swelling in the brain. The doctor expressed that in his 10 years of experience, he had never encountered a quirk as fascinating as Izuku's. Izuku's eyes sparkled with excitement, filled with dreams of becoming like his hero, All Might. He clutched the paper detailing his quirk. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽, puzzled, questioned how the doctor had gathered so much information on a quirk he had never seen before. The doctor explained that they had conducted tests and simulations to understand the powers, documenting the results meticulously. He then revealed that since Izuku's quirk was so unique, he had the opportunity to name it. Izuku, deep in thought, contemplated the power within him and finally declared that he would call it the Infinity Quirk. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽 felt relieved knowing that Izuku's quirk would ease her worries during his childhood, unlike in the anime. The chapter concluded with a sense of anticipation for the journey ahead, hinting at the many adventures and challenges that awaited Izuku as he learned to 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻 his extraordinary abilities. After this chapter, they should be better and become more streamlined. 11 years later, Izuku had worked hard to strengthen himself ever since discovering his new quirk at the age of 4. He began learning meditation and took up martial arts. By the time he turned 6, he had grown a bit taller, and his mother encouraged him to start serious training, including quirk training, physical training, and muscle training. At 8, he had developed muscles that rivaled 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽's. 2 new stones appeared in his hands, reality and space. By 9, he was engaged in more intense training, regularly visiting the gym. Despite his efforts, he still faced skepticism, with 𝐾𝐿 leading the charge, taunting him daily. Life continued on, and Izuku learned to ignore the negativity. Now, at 15, he had mastered his quirk, and a new stone had emerged, the Time Stone. Since acquiring it, he had intensified his workouts, pushing himself harder and longer. His body was well-defined, showcasing a slight 8-pack, and he had become incredibly strong and fast. 11 years had passed since he was 4, and he had been training diligently. As he approached the end of middle school, 𝐼𝐻 loomed on the horizon, and he knew he still had much to learn. 10 months until Izuku woke up with a start at 6 in the morning. He jumped from his bed and quickly changed into his running gear, excited about his training progress. He grabbed his signature red high-top sneakers and rushed out of his room, spotting his mother making tea. He informed her that he was heading out for a run and would be back in about an hour, assuring her he had his phone. His mother responded with love, and he dashed out of the apartment, racing through the halls. Once outside, he took a moment to appreciate the appealing scenery. The sun was rising over the town, and he followed his usual running route. After about 10 minutes, he arrived at a beach that had fallen into disarray. He reminisced about how appealing it used to be and felt a pang of sadness. Lost in thought, an old man approached him, commenting on the beach's former beauty. Izuku agreed, and the man lamented the lack of determination among people to clean it up. As the man walked away, Izuku pondered the old man's words and decided he could do something about it. He texted his mom to let her know he would be late and began the task of cleaning the beach. His body protested, already sore from previous workouts, but he pushed through the discomfort. After a challenging effort, he managed to drag a large refrigerator away from the beach, feeling a rush of adrenaline as he surveyed the pile of trash he had cleared. Though his body ached and bruises dotted his skin, he felt a sense of pride in contributing to the community. It was the closest he could get to being a hero before trying out for you. He knew there was still much work to be done. Izuku made his way home slowly, allowing his tired muscles to rest. The sun was now shining brightly, urging people to start their day. He returned to his apartment, fumbling with his keys before unlocking the door. His mother greeted him warmly, letting him know she had made breakfast, which was waiting for him on the counter. He told her he would take a shower and get dressed before heading to the kitchen. After a quick shower that soothed his sore body, he dried off and dressed before rushing to eat. As he ate, he couldn't shake thoughts of the beach from his mind. It had become a dumping ground, and he promised himself he would finish cleaning it up before you. With that determination in mind, he checked his phone and then collapsed onto his bed, exhausted. His mother gently woke him up, and he groggily got out of bed. Remembering how late it was, he reheated the breakfast she had made for him the day before. Cleaning the beach had drained his energy, and he felt guilty for worrying her. After quickly finishing his meal, he dashed off to school, eager for the day to end. The beach remained on his mind, and he longed to continue his cleanup efforts, feeling fulfilled by the idea of helping his community. His thoughts were interrupted when 𝐾𝐿 stormed past him, angrily telling him to watch out. Izuku straightened up, dusted off his uniform, and continued on his way, determined to stay focused on his goals. The school day had ended, and as Izuku was about to leave, an unknown force stopped him. 𝐾𝐿, with a sly grin, confronted him, asking where he thought he was going. Izuku just wanted to get to the beach quickly and was not in the mood for 𝐾𝐿's antics. He replied that he was going home, wondering where else he would go. 𝐾𝐿's intense stare bore into him as he growled and grabbed Izuku by his shirt, warning him about his growing ego. He reminded Izuku that while his quirk was strong, he wouldn't stand a chance against him if he didn't keep his head straight. After releasing him, 𝐾𝐿 walked away, his lackeys laughing as they followed him. It was a quick encounter, quicker than usual. Putting his suspicions aside, Izuku made his way out of the school, eager to return home. He jogged toward the beach, pleased with his timing. Upon arriving, he looked at the piles of trash that lay scattered before him. He knew the task wouldn't be easy, but he had until around 7 o'clock before his mom would start to worry, giving him a solid 4 hours to work. With that thought in mind, he got to work, sticking to his plan of tackling the larger items first. As his muscles began to tire, he would SW to smaller pieces that still posed a challenge. About an hour into his efforts, a giant explosion lit up the city, leaving a massive cloud of smoke in its wake. Concerned, Izuku decided to investigate, sensing that something was amiss. His instincts as a hero kicked in as he sprinted toward the explosion, worried that a villain might be causing chaos. As he reached the street view of the large smoldering cloud, he spotted a crowd of civilians gathered in a small alleyway. Pushing through the crowd, he reached the front and saw that the smoke was emanating from multiple fires. A group of heroes stood by, seemingly paralyzed, as a sludge villain held a boy about his age hostage. Izuku was bewildered. How could the heroes do nothing while someone was in danger? Though it was too far to see who was trapped, he felt an urgent need to act. Without hesitation, he sprinted toward the villain. The small group of heroes gasped in shock at his sudden action. He reached the sludge villain and began to sift through the thick slime, desperately trying to reach the struggling boy. The villain taunted him, claiming he was weak and that he couldn't stop him. A large, slimy fist swung toward Izuku, but he dodged and continued his search. After what felt like an eternity, he finally felt the flesh of another human. Grabbing the arm, he pulled the boy toward him, and a smoky-haired kid fell out of the slime, gasping for air. It was 𝐾𝐿. 𝐾𝐿 lay on the ground, struggling to regain consciousness. Izuku's heart raced as he continued searching, but the smoke was thick, and he was losing oxygen. Without thinking, he activated his power stone, hoping to end this quickly. His right arm glowed a bright purple, illuminating the alley. The villain retaliated with a fist, but Izuku was ready. He threw his fist at the villain, penetrating the slimy body. As he opened his hand inside, the villain glowed purple, and with a swift retraction, he exploded into tiny pieces, leaving behind light purple smoke and dark ash. A purple haze emitted from Izuku's right arm after the intense encounter. He turned to see the crowd of civilians and heroes staring at him in shock. The heroes quickly moved to clean up the mess, containing the sludge villain and handing him over to the authorities. 𝗟𝗟 approached Izuku, still in disbelief, and asked what had just happened. Izuku explained that it was part of his quirk before excusing himself to check on 𝐾𝐿, knowing he would likely face his wrath the next day. As he walked back to the beach, he mimicked 𝐾𝐿's voice, joking about his ego and how it would need to be deflated. The sun was lowering in the sky, casting long shadows across the city. When he finally reached the beach, he noticed a frail man standing in the middle of his progress. Cleaning meant progress, after all. The man turned around, having heard Izuku's footsteps on the creaky wood. He greeted Izuku, expressing admiration for his actions earlier that day and hinting at a promising future. Izuku, confused, asked who he was. The man responded with a transformation, revealing a bulky and strong figure. Izuku's eyes widened in disbelief as he recognized him. It was All Might. All Might boomed with enthusiasm, asking for Izuku's name. After a moment of shock, Izuku introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya. All Might praised his efforts on the beach and expressed a longing to train him, offering to take him under his wing. All Might expressed his enthusiasm for training by stating that he saw great potential in me as a hero and encouraged us to begin cleaning the beach together. The idea of being under All Might's guidance filled me with excitement. I stepped out of my thoughts and joined him on the beach. All Might explained our training regimen, which included morning workouts to enhance my body, quirk, and muscles, followed by school, and then returning to the beach for cleanup until 8 p.m. I embraced this new schedule and dedicated myself to working on the beach every day for the next 10 months leading up to the entrance exam. Over the last 4 months, I made significant progress with my infinity quirk while continuing to clean the beach. I often added extra training sessions, and my body had already become well-defined from the training I had done prior to meeting All Might. At school, most students respected me, largely due to my quirk, but it felt rewarding to have friends who genuinely engaged with me. However, focusing on my studies was challenging, as I often felt exhausted, with aching muscles that made it difficult to concentrate. After 9 months of intense training, I could finally say I was ready. I had cleaned the beach throughout the summer, and in just 1 month, I would take the entrance exam. All Might had asked me to meet him at the beach for additional training, but what transpired would change my life forever. When I called out to All Might, he turned to face me with a smile. I expressed my eagerness to start training, but he paused me, explaining that he wanted to discuss his quirk. My mind raced with possibilities, wondering about the nature of his incredible strength and speed. All Might began to share the story of his quirk, One for All, detailing how it had been passed down to him and how he was searching for a successor. He told me that he had recognized my heroic spirit from the moment we met and asked if I would accept the responsibility of becoming his successor and obtaining One for All. My heart raced at the thought. I already had a quirk, but the idea of becoming All Might's successor was overwhelming. He reassured me that gaining One for All would not hinder my current quirk. In fact, it might help me manage it better. After a moment of contemplation, I decided to accept his offer. All Might smiled and informed me that to earn his quirk, I needed to eat a small piece of his hair, which he held out to me. I was taken aback, unsure of how this would work, but I could see he was serious. After a deep breath, I took the hair and consumed it, but at first, nothing seemed to happen. Suddenly, I felt a surge of energy as the gems in my hand began to glow, and a vibrant light coursed through my veins. I was astonished by the display of power within me. All Might observed the transformation and noted that my quirk had fused with One for All, something he hadn't anticipated. He emphasized the importance of training as the 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐦𝐸 entrance exam was approaching, and I needed to learn to 𝐻RNSS One for All without injuring myself. He estimated that I could manage about 7% of One for All's power. I was amazed and confused, trying to comprehend the strength of this quirk. All Might instructed me to focus solely on One for All and to spread that power throughout my body. As I concentrated, I felt a rush of energy envelop me, and I was filled with warmth and strength. All Might encouraged me to incorporate my other quirk, and as I did, the energy around me shifted colors, reflecting the different powers I was using. He then asked me to revert back to just One for All. With a swift motion, I complied, and All Might transformed into his muscular form. With a commanding voice, he challenged me to strike him using One for All. I felt a mix of excitement and apprehension, knowing how fast he was. I needed to recognize his movement patterns to land a hit. All Might laughed at my enthusiasm and set a timer for 5 minutes. As he dashed around me, I struggled to keep up with his speed. I swung at him several times but missed. Each time I missed, he would counter, and I had to refocus my energy. I devised a plan, intentionally missing my strikes to create openings. When he attempted to dodge, I quickly moved behind him, preparing to strike at his back. Izuku was just about to make contact with All Might when he suddenly vanished. All Might's booming voice echoed, reminding him that time was up. Izuku lowered his head in disappointment. All Might transformed from his muscular form to his leaner self, expressing how difficult it was to maintain his heroic appearance. However, he encouraged Izuku not to be disheartened, assuring him they still had a month to train. Izuku lifted his head, feeling a renewed sense of determination. He was eager to get back to training, knowing he needed to grow stronger for 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐸. They trained diligently every day in preparation for the 𝐒𝐮 entrance exam. Even after their sessions, Izuku continued to train at home, pushing himself to become the best hero he could be. He wanted to achieve greatness with a smile. His quirk training was challenging, as he tested his limits to see how much of One for All he could handle. He learned to manage the backlash from using his quirk, making it easier to cope with the strain. The month of training was tough on his body, but it was nothing compared to the grueling experience of cleaning the beach. Now, he felt ready and confident for 𝐒𝐮. On the day of the 𝐒𝐮 entrance exam, Izuku's mother called out to him, urging him to eat breakfast before heading out. He quickly dressed and rushed to the kitchen, where a plate of food and a glass of orange juice awaited him. He devoured his breakfast and nearly dashed out the door. His mother stopped him, expressing her love and concern for his safety. Izuku smiled and reassured her, promising to be careful before leaving home. As he stepped outside, the beauty of the changing seasons captivated him. With summer fading, the vibrant mix of green, yellow, and hints of red painted the landscape. Cherry blossoms danced in the wind as he ran along the path, making his way to 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐸 without using his quirk. He skillfully navigated through the bustling crowd. Upon arriving at the 𝐒𝐮 campus, he slowed his pace. Near the entrance, he noticed 𝗶𝐿 bump into a girl with chestnut-colored hair. She stumbled, and without thinking, Izuku used his quirk to prevent her from falling. A blue aura enveloped her as she braced for impact. He gently placed her feet back on the ground, apologizing for using his quirk without permission, explaining that he thought it would be bad luck for her to fall on her first day. The girl looked at him, surprised. Just then, 𝗶𝐿 appeared, demanding to know what Izuku was doing there. Izuku stepped back in shock but then stood his ground, declaring his ambition to become the greatest hero. 𝗶𝐿 scoffed and walked away, leaving the girl staring at Izuku in astonishment. He quickly apologized for the encounter and promised to see her inside. The girl called out to him, introducing herself as 𝐿𝐴𝐻. She thanked him for stopping her fall, admitting she had been clumsy. Izuku reassured her that it was no trouble at all, mentioning that 𝐒𝐿 had unintentionally caused the situation. They exchanged smiles and promised to meet again inside. As Izuku entered the school, he contemplated whether to tell 𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐼 that Deku was a nickname 𝐒𝐿 used to bully him, but decided to let it be for now. He walked into the room for the written part of the exam, which he found easy, answering most questions correctly. After the written exam, they were instructed to head to the auditorium for the physical exam. Upon entering, a teacher took the stage, and Izuku recognized him as Present Mike. He worked to hide his excitement, not wanting to embarrass himself in front of his peers. Present Mike began explaining the grading system and the different types of robots they would encounter. During the explanation, a boy raised his hand, questioning why only 3 robots were discussed when the pamphlet mentioned 4. Present Mike clarified that the 4th robot was worth no points and advised everyone to avoid it. The boy apologized for interrupting, and Present Mike dismissed the concern, leading everyone outside to the simulated city. Izuku quickly boarded his bus and settled into a seat. The ride was short, and they arrived at a large entrance area. As everyone disembarked, Izuku noticed 𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐼 standing in the midst of a crowd. Gathering his courage, he prepared to approach her. But my body wasn't moving forward. A hand gripped my shoulder, preventing me from advancing. I looked back to see the man who was stopping me. He mentioned that the girl seemed focused and that I shouldn't distract her. I felt a surge of frustration. It was unfair to judge someone's intentions. I recalled meeting her before the test, when she had asked me to talk to her if I saw her again. After I spoke, his grip loosened, and I turned to walk toward the brunette. I called out to 𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐼, and she quickly turned around, her face lighting up with joy. She expressed her happiness that we were in the same testing city, her bubbly personality shining through. A booming voice asked if we were all ready, but no one responded. The gates to the city opened slowly, and seizing my chance, I charged up one for all and leaped over the crowd into the simulated city. The voice commanded the other students to follow me, emphasizing that real heroes didn't need countdowns, and soon, a group of kids chased after me, eager to earn points. I quickly spotted my first robot and activated one for all at 8%, delivering a powerful punch. I continued this process on various robots, racking up points until I reached with a surge of confidence. I used one for all to leap onto a tall building, observing the other contestants as they utilized their quirks on the robots, all striving to pass the test. As I began to relax, a sudden explosion shattered the calm, and 2 tall buildings crumbled to the ground. I instinctively took a defensive stance, bracing for the worst. A massive 11-story robot emerged from the debris, causing chaos in its wake. The 0-pointer had arrived. Students around me screamed and fled, but one figure caught my attention. 𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐼, trapped beneath a pile of rubble, her expression one of pure terror. Without hesitation, I jumped down from my perch, landing heavily on the ground. The impact shook the earth, and I realized I would need every ounce of strength to confront this robot. I charged at the giant 0-pointer, activating one for all at 100%. A light purple aura enveloped me as I harnessed my power midair. I reached the robot and delivered a powerful uppercut to its head. The spectators watched in awe as I took down the massive robot in a single blow. For a moment, I seemed to defy gravity, but soon I began to plummet back to the ground. My arm throbbed with pain, glowing purple from the impact, while my legs felt the strain of my jump. I struggled to think of a way to land safely as I descended rapidly. My mind raced with possibilities, and I settled on a plan that had to work. I activated my power stone to mitigate the damage from my fall. The effort was painful, but it was my only option. My body glowed purple, and then I hit the ground with a tremendous force, creating a crater. The impact was jarring, and pain radiated through my back and head. Looking up, I saw 𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐼 approaching, having tried to stop my fall but missing. She crawled over to me, her legs clearly injured. Concern filled her eyes as she called my name, tears threatening to spill. I stammered her name, my body ablaze with pain. I could hardly feel my legs or arm due to the severity of my injuries. 𝐼𝐼𝐼 asked if I was okay, her voice trembling. She hugged me tightly, her worry palpable. "But why did you do that for me?" she asked, tears streaming down her face. I was about to respond when I noticed something falling from the sky. The head of the zero-pointer robot was hurtling toward us. I focused, using my space stone to halt its descent. Adrenaline surged through me, allowing me to sit up. I urged 𝐒𝐿 to move, but she insisted on helping. Despite her efforts, she couldn't lift us out of the way in time. I was losing control of my quirk and felt the weight of the robot head slipping from my grasp. A few students rushed to assist us. A boy with engines in his legs lifted 𝐒𝐿, preparing to help me next. I urged him to take her to safety, insisting I could manage on my own. My muscles screamed in protest as I struggled to keep the head aloft. As the strain intensified, I gasped for air, the drawback of my quirk hitting hard. The boy tried to move me, but I released my hold on the robot head, letting it fall. The blue aura vanished, and the head plummeted toward us. In a desperate move, I pushed myself off the ground, propelling 𝐒𝐿 and the boy forward just in time. But I couldn't escape. The heavy metal smashed into my abdomen, crushing me beneath its weight. Pain surged through my body, and I cried out as my already injured legs were further harmed. My muscles felt like they were on fire from the exertion. 𝐒𝐿 crawled back to me, tears flowing freely. "Why?" she asked, her voice filled with anguish as darkness began to close in around me. My world faded to black. 𝐒𝐿 walked home slowly from the entrance exam, feeling a mix of disappointment and gratitude. Although she performed well, it was the green-haired boy, Izuku, who had truly saved her, not just from falling but from a life-threatening situation. He rushed in without hesitation, embodying the essence of a hero. He pushed himself beyond his limits to protect her. As she strolled from street corner to street corner, memories of Izuku's brave actions replayed in her mind. A particular phrase he had said resonated with her: the name's Izuku Midoriya. She pondered the meaning behind the nickname Deku. Pulling out her phone, she searched for its definition, discovering that it meant useless, a term often used as an insult. Her heart sank as she realized she had been calling the kind boy who saved her useless. She felt a wave of regret wash over her, worrying that she might never see him again. Determined to make amends, she resolved to tell Izuku the true meaning of Deku the next time they met. She couldn't help but wonder about his childhood, especially after witnessing how cruelly others treated him. Meanwhile, Izuku slowly rose from the hospital bed, his body still bruised but his spirit unbroken. The journey home was a struggle, and he felt frustrated by his slow pace, knowing his mother would be worried. As he knocked on the front door, he was relieved to hear his mother's voice. She expressed her concern, having worried about him for hours. Izuku explained that he had to receive treatment from the nurse after using his quirk to help someone. His mother listened intently, her worry evident as she asked for details. He shared the story of his actions, and she marveled at his commitment to the hero path, even at the risk of his own well-being. Suddenly, his mother rushed into his room with an envelope from you. Izuku's heart raced as he took it from her, feeling a mix of excitement and anxiety. As he opened it, a hologram of 𝐒𝐮𝐬 appeared, greeting him with enthusiasm. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 informed him that he had passed the written test with flying colors, but the physical exam had some unusual elements. Izuku's heart sank slightly at the mention of weird, but he was soon reassured when 𝐒𝐮𝐬 announced his impressive score of 125 villain points. He felt a wave of relief wash over him, only to be surprised by the addition of hero points for saving 𝐒𝐿. With a total score of 200, 𝐒𝐮𝐬 welcomed him to you. And Izuku felt a surge of joy, remembering all the times he had been told he couldn't succeed. 𝐒𝐮𝐬's announcement that he would be a new teacher at 𝐒𝐮𝐬 filled Izuku with excitement. He set aside his thoughts and focused on training for his new journey. The day finally arrived for Izuku to start at 𝐒𝐮𝐬. He walked onto the campus, pride swelling in his chest as he gazed at the tall glass building. Entering, he passed by numerous classrooms until he reached the door of Class 1A. It was enormous, making him wonder if giants attended this school. Taking a deep breath, he prepared to step into his future. As he opened the door, he was met with chaos. The same boy he had saved during the entrance exam was scolding another student for putting his feet on a desk. Izuku knew that trying to reprimand this student, known as 𝐾𝐿, was a risky move. 𝐾𝐿 shot back with a sharp retort, and the other student, 𝐻𝐬, gasped in disbelief at the exchange. 𝐻𝐬 introduced himself, extending a hand, but 𝐾𝐿 brushed him off with a smirk. Just as 𝐻𝐬 was about to respond, he noticed Izuku standing at the doorway, staring in surprise. 𝐻𝐬 recognized me from the entrance exam and expressed his pleasure in meeting me. He apologized for his earlier outburst at the gates of the physical portion of the test, admitting it was his fault for judging too quickly. He introduced himself as 𝐻𝐬 and extended his hand for a shake, which I accepted with a firm grip. I reassured him not to worry about what had happened during the entrance exam, introducing myself as Izuku Midoriya. 𝐻𝐬 recalled how heroic I had been, mentioning how I had saved him and another girl twice. Just then, 𝐾𝐿 approached with a growl, prompting 𝐻𝐬 to ask if he knew me. I explained that we had attended the same school, and 𝐻𝐬 nodded, curious about my name. I clarified that while my name was indeed Izuku Midoriya, 𝐾𝐿 called me Deku. Before I could elaborate, a small brunette girl approached us with excitement. 𝗟𝗏 exclaimed how thrilled she was that we were in the same class. I stuttered a greeting, and she continued to praise my performance during the entrance exam, calling it epic. I felt my cheeks flush as I tried to hide my embarrassment. 𝗟𝗏 then mentioned she had discovered the meaning of Deku and questioned how I could let someone call me that. I hesitated, unsure of how to share my childhood experiences, and decided to downplay it. I told her I had gotten used to it and that it no longer bothered me. She gasped, then thought for a moment before declaring that she liked the name, saying it had a motivational vibe. My blush deepened as I enthusiastically agreed that Deku was a fitting name. Suddenly, a cold voice interrupted us, warning that if we were there to make friends, we should leave. The atmosphere shifted as everyone fell silent, awaiting our teacher. Mr. Izuawa entered the classroom, looking exhausted, and introduced himself as our homeroom teacher. He handed out gym clothes and instructed us to change and meet him outside. Once outside, Mr. Izuawa explained that we would be conducting quirk testing. Confused murmurs spread through the group, prompting him to call on me directly. He asked for my record ball throw from middle school, and I answered that it was 70 meters. He tossed me a ball and instructed me to use my quirk. I hesitated, contemplating which aspect of my quirk to utilize. I could use one for all for brute strength, but I could only access 15% of its power. Alternatively, I could use the space stone to make the ball float indefinitely. Deciding on the latter, I activated one for all at 15%, feeling my body glow with energy. When I threw the ball, a gust of wind followed, and I used the space stone to keep it floating until it reached the edge of space. My classmates watched in awe as I stood there, regaining my breath after the exertion. Mr. Izuawa acknowledged my impressive score, and the class erupted in excitement. He then outlined that there would be 5 different tests where we could use our quirks, warning us that the last place finisher would face expulsion. The seriousness of his words motivated everyone to compete fiercely. The first test was a 50-meter sprint, where I secured first place using one for all. 𝐾𝐿 and 𝐻𝐬 also performed well. Next was the grip test, where I achieved a remarkable score of I could hear whispers from the girls, but I focused on the tasks at hand. For the sidestep test, I utilized the time stone to slow my movements, appearing as a blur to my classmates. The standing long jump followed, and I barely managed to win, combining the space stone with one for all to gain an edge. Finally, we returned to the ball throw, and no one came close to my score until 𝗟𝗏 took her turn. Using her zero-gravity quirk, she sent the ball soaring into space, achieving an infinite score just like mine. 𝗟𝗏 excitedly approached me, thrilled about our matching scores. My face turned red as I stumbled over my words, congratulating her on her performance. She thanked me, insisting I had done even better. 𝗟𝗏 began to recount how well Izuku had performed that day, her fist pumping in the air with excitement. Mr. Izuawa returned with the scores for everyone, listing them off one by one. Izuku Midoriya topped the list, followed by Katsuki 𝐒𝐿𝐬, Shoto Todoroki, 𝐻𝐬, 𝐵𝐵𝐻𝐸, Ichiro Kirishima, Momo Yaozu, 𝐶U Azui, Ochako 𝗟𝗏, 𝐴𝐵𝐻𝗸, 𝐼zuAurora, 𝗪𝗏𝐿, 𝐾𝐞𝐭𝐚𝐢𝐥𝐬, Mina Ashido, Rokido Sato, Denki Kaminari, 𝐒𝐮𝐩𝐬, Koji Koda, Toru Hagakure, and finally, Minoru Mineta, who was last and began to cry in distress. He wailed that he didn't want to leave, prompting Mr. Izuawa to respond in his usual monotone, assuring the class that no one was getting expelled. It was merely a way to encourage them to give their best effort. The class gasped collectively, except for Izuku, Bakugo, Todoroki, and Yaoyorozu. Uraraka complained about the unfairness of the situation, but Mr. Izuawa reminded them that life and being a hero often came with unfair challenges. He instructed them to return to class and pick up the syllabus from his desk. As they left the field, a shared thought crossed their minds. This was going to be a long year. After class, Mr. Izuawa announced that it was time for hero training. Suddenly, All Might's booming voice filled the room, announcing his arrival. The students erupted in excitement, especially Kirishima and Kaminari, who noted All Might was in his Silver Age costume. All Might informed the class that they had all submitted costume requests, and cases with numbers appeared from the wall. He instructed everyone to find their hero suits and meet him at Hero Training Site Beta. Izuku rushed to find his suit, eager to see it. Once he had it, he quickly changed in the locker room, emerging in his hero suit, which resembled his first suit from the anime but featured small holes in the gloves to showcase the Infinity Stones. The rest of the class soon followed, all dressed in their hero suits. All Might praised everyone for looking great in their new outfits. Uraraka complimented Izuku's suit, admitting she should have been more specific about her own size. Izuku's face turned bright red as he stammered that she looked good, causing Uraraka to blush even deeper. All Might then explained the rules for the heroes versus villains training exercise. The villain team would hide a fake bomb somewhere in the building, while the heroes would need to find it or capture the villains with tape. Izuku felt a mix of excitement and anxiety when he learned he would be on the hero team alongside Uraraka, while Bakugo would lead the villains. As the training began, All Might's voice boomed over the speaker, signaling the start of the exercise. Izuku and Uraraka rushed into the building, aware of the challenges that lay ahead. Izuku warned Uraraka to be cautious, knowing Bakugo would likely confront them alone. Suddenly, Bakugo's voice echoed as he called out to Izuku, using his quirk to create an explosion. Izuku dodged, narrowly avoiding the blast that left a crater in the floor. Bakugo continued to attack, but Izuku skillfully evaded each strike. Bakugo growled in frustration, demanding Izuku to stay still. Izuku retorted that he wasn't useless and that Bakugo couldn't stop him. Uraraka watched in awe as Izuku stood his ground against someone who had once intimidated him. Izuku urged Uraraka to find the objective while he handled Bakugo. With a grin, Bakugo challenged Izuku to come at him. Izuku activated One for All, preparing to defend himself against Bakugo's onslaught. As Bakugo charged, Izuku managed to dodge most of his attacks while landing a few hits of his own. Bakugo's anger grew, making him more erratic and aggressive. Meanwhile, in the waiting room, Azui wondered how Izuku could dodge Bakugo so effortlessly, while Mina and Siro expressed their admiration for Izuku's cool demeanor. Kirishima agreed, noting how manly Izuku looked. Izuku decided to draw Bakugo's anger further, knowing that the angrier Bakugo became, the easier it would be to defeat him. As Bakugo yelled for him to come back, Izuku spotted him in a nearby hallway, ready to take advantage of Bakugo's rage. With determination, Izuku prepared for the next phase of their battle, confident that he could overcome the challenge ahead. Izuku could easily rely on his brute strength to end this. Uraraka, having searched for the objective and gotten lost, found Izuku and whispered to him, asking if he had a plan. Izuku glanced around the corner at Bakugo, who was visibly furious, and confirmed that he did have a plan. With a nod from Uraraka, Izuku activated One for All at 15% and stepped out from their hiding spot, with Uraraka following closely behind. Bakugo shouted for Izuku to come and fight him, and Izuku responded with a confident smile, ready for the challenge. Bakugo growled, steam escaping from his ears, as Izuku and Uraraka charged at him. Bakugo attempted to unleash an explosion, but Izuku deftly sidestepped and struck Bakugo with his power stone, sending him crashing into the wall. Izuku took a step back, urging 𝗟𝗟 to stay away from 𝗏𝗏𝐻, but it was too late. 𝗏𝗏𝐻 stood up, tugging on the pin of the grenades strapped to his arms. 𝗏𝗏𝐻 shouted that if they could dodge his other attacks, they should be able to dodge this one. All Might's voice boomed over the loudspeaker, warning 𝗏𝗏𝐻 that he could seriously injure someone. 𝗏𝗏𝐻 dismissed All Might's concerns, insisting that if Izuku was so good at dodging, he should be able to avoid this attack. With that, 𝗏𝗏𝐻 pulled the pin from his grenade. All Might's voice echoed in concern from the waiting room as the entire class, including Todoroki, watched the screen in fear for Izuku. They urged him to get out of the way, their voices filled with worry. Todoroki, in a calm tone, encouraged Izuku to finish the fight. Acting quickly, Izuku activated his time stone, slowing time just enough to save 𝗟𝗟 from the blast. He sprinted down the hallway with one for all, but his stamina was waning, and he felt his quirk deactivate. Frustration surged within him as he realized he had overexerted himself. The explosion from 𝗏𝗏𝐻's grenades surged toward him, and despite his efforts, it pushed him into the corner, causing his head to collide with the wall. He was propelled 3 hallways down, his back scorched and his suit in tatters. Bruises and cuts marred his face, and he felt the consequences of pushing his limits as his legs buckled beneath him. Soon, he began to shake uncontrollably, a side effect of overusing the time stone. All Might's voice, usually filled with confidence, now carried a tone of deep concern as he observed Izuku's condition. The class was in shock, unable to comprehend how Izuku had managed to save 𝗟𝗟. They urged him to get back up, fearing 𝗏𝗏𝐻 would take advantage of his weakened state. As 𝗟𝗟 watched, she realized the extent of Izuku's injuries and panicked at the sight of him shaking. She understood that this was a backlash from his quirk, and she desperately tried to help him. Meanwhile, 𝗏𝗏𝐻 approached her menacingly, explosions crackling in his hands. 𝗟𝗟 noticed something unusual about 𝗏𝗏𝐻. He had the capture tape that All Might had provided. 𝗏𝗏𝐻 was incredulous, shouting about how Izuku had managed to get the tape on him. The class was equally baffled, questioning how Izuku had accomplished such a feat while saving 𝗟𝗟. Izuku lay still, but then All Might announced that 𝗏𝗏𝐻 was out of the fight, though his voice hinted at worry. 𝗏𝗏𝐻, refusing to accept defeat, aimed an explosion at 𝗟𝗟, but in a surprising turn, Izuku, despite his injuries, moved to protect her. The class erupted in disbelief, astonished that Izuku was still conscious and fighting. They marveled at his resilience, questioning how he could still stand after everything he had endured. 𝗏𝗏𝐻, now nervous, shouted at Izuku to give up, but Izuku remained silent. In a flash, he teleported next to 𝗏𝗏𝐻, surrounded by a surge of blue lightning that shifted to green and then purple. 𝗏𝗏𝐻 flinched back, but he attempted to retaliate with an explosion. Izuku dodged effortlessly and began to unleash a flurry of punches, each one calculated and precise, targeting 𝗏𝗏𝐻's weak spots. The class watched in awe as Izuku's strikes landed with remarkable speed and accuracy, leaving them to wonder if he was even human. Each blow was a testament to his determination and skill, proving that he was not just a fighter, but a strategist in the heat of battle. Young Midoriya truly was the perfect successor, All Might thought from the waiting room. Deku pulled his arm back for a final hit on 𝗏𝗏𝐻, landing it with a small gust of wind. 𝗏𝗏𝐻 was sent flying into a wall. Deku stood still for a moment before starting to fall. Rushing over, I caught him just in time, his body going limp in my arms. His costume was in tatters, ripped and burnt, completely ruined. I needed to find 𝗟𝗏, and Deku was still down. How did he push past his limits to save me? I had to focus. How would Deku handle this? I got it. 𝗟𝗏, in a rather poor villain impersonation, called out for the heroes, expressing his impatience. I laid Deku down on the steps leading to the 5th floor, realizing this was where the bomb was located. Putting my plan into action, I snuck around 𝗟𝗏's line of sight and crept up behind him. I carefully moved, ensuring I made no noise, and used my quirk to make him float. As 𝗟𝗏 floated to the ceiling, he called out, surprised to find me. I giggled at his villain voice while making my way to the bomb. I jumped onto it and hugged it tightly. All Might's voice boomed through the loudspeaker, declaring the hero team the winners. I pumped my fist in the air, exhilarated by my success. I had done this for Deku. I couldn't believe I had actually pulled it off. Afterward, I returned to the waiting room using my anti-gravity quirk to bring Deku with me. All Might took him to Recovery Girl and soon returned to check on the rest of the class. By the time he was back, Ida and 𝐼𝐼𝐸 had arrived. "Okay class, nice job." All Might beamed, giving a thumbs up. He asked the class who they thought was the MVP of the round. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 quickly raised her hand. Yes, young 𝐒𝐮𝐬. What do you think?" All Might prompted. "Well, Midoriya handled 𝐒𝐵𝐸 exceptionally well, using 𝐵𝐸's rage against him. 𝐵𝐸 resorted to destroying the arena and creating a huge explosion to defeat Midoriya, who used his quirk perfectly, saved 𝗟𝗟𝐼𝐸, and without anyone noticing, managed to put the capture tape on him. Even though Midoriya overused his quirk, he still stopped 𝐵𝐸 without causing environmental damage and saved 𝗟𝗟𝐼𝐸 a second time. While 𝗟𝗟𝐼𝐸 had the idea to finish the round, Midoriya was the true MVP, 𝐒𝐮𝐬 explained, covering every detail. "Wow. That was incredible. Perfectly said, young 𝐒𝐮𝐬." All Might praised. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 bowed and smiled. "Is everyone good with what 𝐒𝐮𝐬 said?" "Figured. I'll need to tell young Midoriya about his accomplishment when he wakes up. Now, let's start the second round." All Might announced. The subsequent rounds continued as in the anime, with 𝐵𝐸 still upset about not being the strongest in the class. "Alright, with the final round over, go ahead back to the locker rooms to change." All Might instructed, glancing at his watch. "Oh shoot, I have to go. Goodbye everyone," he exclaimed as he hurried away. Is it just me, or did All Might seem pressed for time? Kaminari wondered aloud. "He probably has hero work to attend to," 𝐒𝐮𝐬 replied. Everyone shrugged off the comment and headed to the locker rooms to change. "Is everything okay, 𝗟𝗟𝐼𝐸?" 𝐒𝐮𝐬 asked, concern evident in her tone. "Yeah, you seem down. You should feel good since your team won." Mina encouraged with a smile. I nodded, though my heart felt heavy. I really should, but what Deku did. It was my fault he got hurt. If it weren't for me, he could have finished the round without getting injured. He even pushed himself beyond his limits to save me twice, I admitted, lowering my head. First of all, doesn't Deku mean useless? Isn't that an insult? 𝐒𝐮𝐬 questioned. I know it is, but it gives me a "you can do it" kind of vibe. I asked Deku, and he allowed it, I explained. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 nodded in understanding. Second, don't dwell on it like that. Midoriya saved you knowing you could easily finish the round. If he hadn't, you both would have won. From what I know about Midoriya, he risks his life to save others, she reassured. The other girls nodded in agreement. Yeah, all I know about him is how much he loves to save people, Jiro added. I guess you're right. I should check on him, I decided. After changing, I walked to the nurse's office to see Deku. As I approached, I heard a voice from inside. I moved closer to the door to listen. I'm sorry, young Midoriya. I should have stepped in and stopped the fight. You wouldn't have had to push yourself so hard, and you wouldn't be hurt like this. Please wake up so I can tell you this, a low, sorrowful voice said. Curiosity got the better of me, and I opened the door. A man with long blonde hair and sunken eyes sat beside Deku. Who are you? That's surprised. I'm Izuku's. The man paused to gather his thoughts. Uncle. He's my uncle, he finally said, his voice low. Both of us turned to see a very tired Deku looking at us. I'll be back, young Midoriya. I'll let you two have some time alone, the man said as he exited the room. Feeling a blush creep onto my cheeks at being alone with Deku, I walked over to his bedside. Hey Deku, I said softly. Without hesitation, Deku looked at me. Are you okay, 𝗟𝗟𝐸𝐸? You don't seem well, he observed. I flinched at his concern. I'm sorry, I replied. For what? Deku asked, clearly confused. Well, if I hadn't messed up, you wouldn't have had to overuse your quirk. Also, the speaker felt responsible for Deku's injuries, expressing deep remorse for the pain and suffering he had caused. A shaky finger pressed against the speaker's lips, as Deku reached out to signal for silence. His arm trembled noticeably, revealing his struggle. The speaker, with tears welling in their eyes, inquired about the cause of Deku's shaking, already knowing the answer. Deku explained that overusing his time quirk led to seizures, rendering his body immobile as his nerves failed to send signals. He shared that exhaustion from maintaining his quirk was the reason for his recent fainting spell, accompanied by a faint smile. Overwhelmed with emotion, the speaker wrapped their arms around Deku and began to cry, unable to contain their feelings. They had only just met, yet it pained them to see him in such a vulnerable state, lying unconscious due to their mistake. The speaker feared that this would not be the last time Deku would sacrifice his well-being for others. Deku reassured the speaker, insisting that they had done nothing wrong and that he could have warned them earlier. The speaker continued to cry, lost in their thoughts about the events that had transpired. After a while, the speaker composed themselves and returned to class. Izuku's perspective shifted as he found himself in the nurse's office following the intense training battle with 𝐂𝐂𝐲. When he awoke, 𝐿𝐼𝐼𝐼 entered the room, and they exchanged a few words before she left for class. Shortly after, 𝐿𝐼𝐼 came in, apologizing for his actions during the fight. Izuku accepted the apology, and soon after, he was released from the nurse's office. As he walked back to class, he wore a sling on his right arm, with bandages covering his burnt back and scattered cuts on his legs and face. Dust and sweat clung to him, a testament to the battle he had endured. Upon entering the classroom, he was immediately surrounded by classmates eager to ask questions about the fight and his quirk. Amidst the excitement, Izuku realized he needed to find 𝐂𝐂𝐲, who was missing. 𝐿𝐼𝐼 informed the class that 𝐂𝐂𝐲 had gone outside, prompting Izuku to excuse himself and head out. As he called out to 𝐂𝐂𝐲, he was met with an angry outburst. 𝐂𝐂𝐲 shouted at him, expressing his frustration over the loss and accusing Izuku of rubbing it in. Izuku, with his head down, clarified that he had come to congratulate 𝐂𝐂𝐲, not to gloat. 𝐂𝐂𝐲's anger softened as he revealed his feelings of inadequacy, questioning why Izuku had always tried to save him. Izuku reassured him that he had always admired 𝐂𝐂𝐲 and never saw him as weak. This revelation caused 𝐂𝐂𝐲 to reflect on their past, and he began to let his guard down. After a heartfelt exchange, 𝐂𝐂𝐲 apologized for his past behavior and extended his hand in friendship. Izuku smiled and accepted the gesture, solidifying their bond. They parted ways, and the classmates observed the transformation in their relationship with curiosity. 𝐿𝐼𝐼 remarked on how surprising it was to see 𝐂𝐂𝐲's change of heart, and the class speculated about their childhood friendship. Meanwhile, Todoroki contemplated his own rivalry with Izuku, determined to prove himself. 𝐿𝐼𝐼 appeared next to Izuku, inquiring about their conversation. Izuku explained that he had praised 𝐂𝐂𝐲 for his performance in the fight. 𝐿𝐼𝐼 expressed hope that the confrontation had helped 𝐂𝐂𝐲's temper. Weeks passed, and Izuku, 𝐿𝐼𝐼, and Iida walked to lunch together. Their friendship had grown stronger, and the media's interest in 𝐿𝐼𝐼 had increased due to 𝐿𝐼𝐼's presence as a teacher. 𝐿𝐼𝐼 congratulated Izuku on becoming class representative, which made him blush with humility. He questioned why anyone would vote for him, but both 𝐿𝐼𝐼 and Iida affirmed his qualifications. With gratitude, Izuku thanked them, and they quickly made their way to the lunchroom, excited for the day ahead. Izuku solved the problem by using his Mind Stone. Izuawa greeted the class with a bored expression. The class responded in unison, acknowledging him. He then requested the class president and vice president to come to the front. Izuku and Yaoyorozu stood up and walked forward. Izuku asked Izuawa if he could designate someone as class president. Izuawa, indifferent, told him to just pick someone. Izuku scanned the class and decided on Iida. He announced that he wanted Iida to be the new class president. Some classmates whispered their approval, and Iida expressed his gratitude, promising not to let Izuku down. Izuawa then informed the class that they would be going somewhere for training, prompting a flurry of whispers as the students speculated about their destination. Izuawa silenced them, instructing everyone to change into their hero suits and board the bus. As the class dispersed, 𝐿𝐼𝐼 noticed that Izuku wasn't in his hero suit. He explained that his suit had been ruined in a previous encounter and that he was waiting for a new one. 𝐿𝐼𝐼 nodded in understanding. Ida took charge of seating on the bus but quickly realized the seating arrangement was not as he had planned. Frustrated, he lamented the situation as the class boarded. During the ride, 𝐒𝐮𝐬 asked Izuku about his quirk. He explained that each of the glowing stones represented a different quirk, all connected as one. Kirishima expressed curiosity, prompting Izuku to elaborate on his quirk and its drawbacks. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 complimented Izuku on his unique ability, and he thanked her in return. Kirishima, feeling less confident about his own quirk, was reassured by Izuku, who emphasized the value of his defensive abilities. Izuaurora announced their arrival, instructing everyone to exit the bus. As they stepped out, they were greeted by a large dome that housed various disaster simulations. Izuaurora introduced the 𝐒𝐮𝐩𝐸, and 𝗟𝗃, a hero known for their black hole quirk, explained the training exercises they would be undertaking. Izuaurora inquired about 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐷's absence, and 𝗟𝗃 indicated that 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐷 had exceeded his time limit. Izuaurora, maintaining his cold demeanor, directed the class to start with the landslide zone. However, as they prepared to move, a black portal opened in the lobby, and villains began to emerge. Izuaurora quickly ordered 𝗟𝗃 to escort the students to safety while he confronted the villains. Izuku felt compelled to help Izuaurora, despite his protests. Izuaurora, with a hint of a smile, encouraged Izuku to assist 𝗟𝗃, acknowledging that their class needed his leadership. As they made their way to the exit, a large figure emerged, blocking their path. The villain, shrouded in shadows, revealed that their group was seeking 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐷 and demanded to know his whereabouts. Bakugo, filled with defiance, shouted back, asserting 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐷's strength. The villain dismissed them, and as chaos ensued, Izuku found himself teleported away, falling towards the shipwreck zone. Using One for All, he adjusted his trajectory and landed safely on a ship. Moments later, 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐸 emerged from the water, carrying Mayonetta with her tongue. Mayonetta, panicking, exclaimed that they were all going to die, while Izuku tried to calm him down. They needed to think this through. Midoriya stood there, contemplating a plan when an idea began to form in his mind. He turned to 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐸, who looked confused, and asked about her quirk and the range of her tongue. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐸 explained that her quirk was frog-related, allowing her to perform various frog-like abilities, including swimming quickly and extending her tongue up to 30 feet. She also mentioned her ability to regurgitate her stomach, though that seemed less relevant at the moment. Midoriya felt a surge of inspiration. He outlined his plan. He would leap off the boat and use a purple object to create a shockwave in the water, forming a whirlpool that would pull the villains in. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐸 would need to catch him midair with her tongue, taking Mayonetta along with her. He would then use a blue stone to bind the villains together, and Mayonetta would use his sticky ball to secure them. With the plan set, Midoriya activated One for All at 15% and the Power Stone, launching himself into the air with incredible force. He increased One for All to 100%, propelling the Power Stone to full speed. He focused all his energy into his finger, which glowed with a vibrant purple hue. With a decisive flick, he sent a pulse of energy into the water, creating a massive whirlpool that drew the villains in. As pain shot through his finger, he heard the villains question who he was. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐸 quickly swooped in, catching him with her tongue. Midoriya urged Mayonetta to use his quirk and throw his sticky ball into the whirlpool, which he did in a panic, successfully binding the villains together. Once they landed safely, Midoriya was breathing heavily, gripping his finger. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐸 expressed concern for his well-being, but he reassured her that he was fine. He insisted they head to the center of the 𝐒𝐮𝐩 to check on Mr. Izuaurora and confront the warp villain. Mayonetta, visibly shaken, protested vehemently, fearing for their safety. Midoriya, however, was determined to help everyone and insisted they check on Mr. Izuaurora. 𝐒𝐮𝐸𝐸, understanding Midoriya's resolve, agreed to go with him. She grabbed both him and Mayonetta, swimming through the water toward the main area where Mr. Izuaurora had gone. Upon arrival, they surveyed the scene, and what they saw filled them with dread. Mr. Izuaurora lay motionless on the ground, pinned by a large bird-like creature, his body marred with cuts and bruises. Mayonetta gasped in fear, trembling at the sight. Midoriya covered his mouth, struggling to suppress his ragged breath, while 𝐒𝐮𝐸𝐸 stood frozen, her eyes wide with terror. They exchanged a glance, silently questioning what to do next. 𝐒𝐮𝐲 seemed ready to act but needed support, and Midoriya understood her unspoken plea. Suddenly, a man with hands covering his body appeared, threatening them with violence. 𝐒𝐮𝐲 was in danger of being grabbed, and Midoriya knew he had to act quickly. He activated One for All at 15% along with his power and space stones to create a force to push the man away. However, the bird-like creature absorbed the impact without flinching, revealing its strength. Realizing the creature was designed to counter powerful heroes, Midoriya maintained his quirk at 15% and activated his Mind Stone to anticipate the creature's attacks. He saw the punches coming, right, left, uppercut. With 𝐒𝐮𝐲 and 𝐼𝐼𝐻𝐷 in his arms, he leaped out of the water and landed next to Mr. Izuawa. He instructed 𝐒𝐮𝐲 and 𝐼𝐻𝐷 to take Mr. Izuawa to safety near the exit, assuring them he could handle the creature. Despite their worried expressions, Mr. Izuawa managed to encourage 𝐒𝐮𝐲 to trust Midoriya. She hesitated but ultimately agreed, wishing him safety as she and 𝐼𝐻𝐷 prepared to leave. With determination, Midoriya turned to face the creature, ready to confront the challenge ahead. He silently urged his Mind Stone to guide him through the impending battle. Got it. The protagonist activated One for All at 15%, adrenaline coursing through their veins, fueled by a deep anger. The wind around them swirled slightly faster than usual, granting an extra boost of energy. They expressed their determination, drawing a line when it came to their school and friends, their intense emotions shocking everyone around. With their bodies surrounded by yellow and purple lightning, their hand glowed with the same colors. The man covered in hands laughed, commanding a creature known as 𝐼𝐻𝐻𝐿 to attack. The 𝐼𝐻𝐻𝐿 charged, and the protagonist dodged its right hook, delivering a hit of their own. However, the 𝐼𝐻𝐻𝐿 showed no signs of damage, leaving the protagonist puzzled about its resilience. As they engaged in a fast-paced battle, the protagonist struggled to keep up, losing stamina quickly. They felt the heat rising in their face, realizing they had nearly overused their Mind Stone. With the need to conserve energy, they switched strategies, but the 𝐼𝐻𝐻𝐿 landed a significant blow, sending them crashing into a wall. Hearing a familiar voice calling out to them reignited their energy. A surge of something powerful flowed through their body, and the Soul Stone appeared in their hand. As they stood up, their arms swirled with vibrant colors, a mix of pain and power coursing through them. Their body activated all the stones simultaneously, and a whirlwind of colored lightning surrounded them, shaking the ground. The protagonist recalled a warning about Berserk mode, where they could unleash their quirk at full power for a limited time. They knew they had to finish the battle quickly. Teleporting next to the 𝐼𝐻𝐻𝐿, they unleashed a flurry of rapid punches, pushing it back as a purple glow began to surround the creature. Realizing the 𝐼𝐻𝐻𝐿 could no longer absorb hits, the protagonist prepared for a final strike. Their arm, glowing and bulging with energy, was ready to unleash the full force of the Infinity Stones. The light was blinding, causing their classmates to shield their eyes. With a final surge of energy, they shouted a powerful declaration, launching their arm forward with immense force. The impact was overwhelming, and the 𝐼𝐻𝐻𝐿 vanished, leaving behind only questions about its fate. However, the protagonist paid a heavy price for their victory. Their right arm was severely injured, covered in burns and cuts, and they collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed by pain. As they lay there, their classmates watched in horror, witnessing the aftermath of the battle. The hand villain approached, grinning, but 𝐒𝐿𝐵𝐿 stepped in to protect the fallen hero, refusing to let anyone harm them. Kirishima joined 𝐒𝐿𝐵𝐿, determined to stand against the threat, vowing to protect their friend at all costs. 𝐒𝐿𝐵𝐿 shouted in frustration, his anger palpable. A man with a sinister smile charged at him, but before he could reach 𝐒𝐿𝐵𝐿, he was struck in the shoulder by a shot. Confused, 𝐒𝐿𝐵𝐿 watched as the villain was hit again in the other shoulder. The man yelled for 𝐼zuAurora, urging him to create a portal, and in an instant, they vanished. All Might whispered an apology to Midoriya, feeling the weight of the situation. After the incident at the USJ, only one student had been injured, Deku. All Might rushed him to the hospital, and 𝐼zuAurora followed closely behind, anxious to check on him. As she approached Deku's hospital room, a doctor emerged and addressed her. "Are you here to visit Izuku he asked, his voice slightly strained. Yes, I am. Can I see him? She replied, worry evident in her tone. The doctor sighed and gestured for her to follow him. He led her to the main lobby, where their entire class waited, filled with concern. 𝐼zuAurora. Is Midoriya okay? They all asked in unison. She took a deep breath, feeling the weight of their collective anxiety. The doctor looked at the group. I assume you're all here for Izuku, he said, and they nodded in unison. I'll share the news with you all at once. He might not make it. Gasps filled the room, and some fell silent. He sustained severe injuries that would make any pro-hero retreat, yet he pushed through the pain to confront those villains. At this point, it's a 50-50 chance of survival. His right arm is severely damaged, and even if he recovers, he may face permanent limitations, the doctor explained. 𝐼zuAurora felt overwhelmed. She wanted to scream, to escape the crushing reality, but instead, tears streamed down her face. She felt worthless for not being able to help Deku when he needed it most. I'll leave you to your thoughts, the doctor said softly as he walked away. Days passed, and 𝐼zuAurora visited Deku every day, her heart heavy with worry. She spoke to him, her voice trembling with emotion. She expressed her fears about their class standing by while he risked everything to protect them. She couldn't bear the thought of losing him. Deku lay in a coma, his arm healing but still marked by scars. She rested her head on his chest, longing for him to wake up. Suddenly, a weak voice called out her name. Startled, she lifted her head to see Deku struggling to speak. Hey, how are you? He managed, his words slurred. Overwhelmed with relief, she embraced him tightly. Deku, she whispered, her heart racing. Deku, I was so worried about you. Do you know how scared we all were? I thought you might not wake up. She exclaimed, tears in her eyes. To her surprise, Deku returned the hug. Don't blame yourself, 𝐼zuAurora. I do this because I can't bear to see others hurt. I would rather take the pain myself than let anyone else suffer, especially you, he reassured her, his sincerity striking her deeply. As they pulled away, both blushed, caught in a moment of vulnerability. I'm sorry, she said quietly, feeling shy. For what? He asked, still blushing. For losing my temper. Can't afford to lose you, she admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. Deku's face turned a deeper shade of red. It's okay, 𝐼zuAurora. Plus, I told you not to blame yourself, he said with a goofy grin that lightened her heart. Meanwhile, a sinister figure seethed with anger, furious at the disruption caused by Deku. He raged at the misty man beside him, demanding to know their next move. Calm down. The 𝐒𝐮𝐽 has a plan for revenge, the misty man replied. Curiosity piqued, the figure pressed for details. The television flickered to life, revealing a man who had gathered intelligence on all the students from the USJ incident, particularly focusing on Izuku Midoriya. His quirk is too powerful to defeat him physically, but I know how to break him mentally, the man said, holding up a file with detailed information. The figure grinned, understanding the plan. What's the one thing he values most? Ah, I see, he replied, a malicious smile spreading across his face. We should pay the Midoriya residents a little visit. 𝐒𝐮𝐽 waited anxiously for her son to awaken, her heart heavy with worry since the incident. The doorbell rang, and she rushed to answer it, hoping it was Izuku. Peering through the peephole, she saw a young man in a blue hoodie covering most of his face. Hello, she asked cautiously. Yes. My parents are out, and I was hoping I could stay here for a moment, he replied, his voice shaky. The man approached, his deep and ragged voice cutting through the air. He explained that he didn't have his apartment keys and his parents would be home soon. Not wanting to be rude, I agreed to let him in, inviting him to make himself comfortable until they arrived. As he stepped inside, I moved ahead of him, but suddenly found myself pushed to the ground. The man leaped on top of me, pulling off his hood to reveal a sinister grin. He greeted me by name, and I felt a chill run down my spine. Confused and frightened, I asked who he was and how he knew me. He casually mentioned that he and my son had a little meeting, and my heart sank. This was the man Izuku had faced at the USJ. With a twisted sense of pride, he revealed his quirk, disintegration and demonstrated it by placing his fingers on my chest and neck. I felt a surge of panic and desperately requested to leave a note for Izuku. The villain considered my plea, then agreed, finding the idea of a note from a deceased mother to be particularly cruel. He lifted me by my neck, guiding me to paper and a pen. I quickly wrote my note, while he penned one of his own. Then he pushed me back down, and I felt a terrifying sensation as he used his quirk, the world around me fading away. His voice echoed in my ears as he taunted me, urging me to accept my fate. I felt an overwhelming sense of despair as he continued his gruesome work. With a finality that left me breathless, he declared his job done and called for his companion to leave. Izuku's perspective shifted as he stumbled home, feeling disoriented and uneasy. His body was still healing, and using his quirk felt unsafe. 𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐻 had rushed him out of the hospital, and now, late at night, he felt an ominous weight in the air. Arriving at his apartment, he knocked on the door, expecting his mother's warm embrace. When there was no response, he decided to use his key. As he opened the door, a wave of horror washed over him. His mother lay on the floor, lifeless, with a scene that shattered his heart. Blood stained the carpet, and he fell to the ground, overwhelmed by grief. The pain was unbearable, a deep ache that eclipsed any physical suffering he had ever known. He wished he could trade places with her, wishing he had been there to protect her. After a few moments, he noticed 2 notes on the counter. With trembling hands, he picked up the first one, written by his mother. Her words expressed love and gratitude, urging him to continue his journey as a hero. The tears flowed freely as he read her heartfelt goodbye. The second note, however, filled him with rage. It was from the villain, taunting him and revealing the motive behind his mother's death. The League of Villains had made their move, and he felt a fire ignite within him. This man had made a grave mistake by targeting his family. Meanwhile, 𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐻 woke up feeling a strange sense of joy, unaware of the darkness that had unfolded. She found a note from her parents and prepared for the day, eager to see her friends. As she made her way to school, her cheerful demeanor was abruptly overshadowed by an overwhelming sense of sadness. Upon entering the classroom, she spotted Deku sitting at his desk, his head down and his aura heavy with despair. Determined to lift his spirits, she approached him, hoping to bring back the light that seemed to have vanished from his eyes. "Hey Deku," 𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐻 said, beaming with positivity. "Hey 𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐻," he replied, his voice lacking its usual excitement. 𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐻 noticed something was off. Deku's expression was one of shock, and a few tears threatened to spill as he looked away. "What's wrong, Deku?" she asked, concern creeping into her voice. That was the wrong question to ask. Deku's face fell further, and he stammered, "It's nothing," while staring out the window. 𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐻 wanted to step closer to comfort him, but she hesitated, sensing his heavy mood. Instead, she quietly walked back to her seat. As more students filed in, the atmosphere lightened with chatter. Most would have been excited to see Deku back, but he remained withdrawn. 𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐻 tried to engage in conversation, but her thoughts kept drifting back to Deku. Her mind raced, trying to comprehend why he was so sad. What could have happened? "So, 𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐻, you noticed Midoriya's sudden change in emotion, huh?" Yaoyorozu remarked. "Yeah. I tried to talk to him, but he almost cried." "Whatever it is, it must be really bad," 𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐻 replied, her worry evident. "I agree. We shouldn't pry into personal matters," Izui added, and 𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐻 smiled at the support. "Class is starting soon anyway," Yaoyorozu said with a sigh as Izuawa entered the room. "Midoriya, you're in my class, so pay attention. Why aren't you focused today?" "You're usually very attentive," Mr. Izuawa said coldly. "Sorry," Izuku mumbled, looking utterly defeated. "What's wrong?" "You don't look well," Mr. Izuawa pressed. "It's nothing," Izuku repeated, his voice heavy with sadness. "I would ask more, but you don't seem in the mood to talk. Just pay attention," Mr. Izuawa instructed. Classes ended for the day, and as everyone packed up, 𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐻 decided to walk home with Deku. She hurriedly gathered her things and caught up to him. "Hey Deku," she said, trying to lift his spirits. "Hey 𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐻," he responded, a hint of emotion creeping into his voice. You haven't seemed like yourself today. If anything's wrong, you can tell me. We're friends, right? She asked, a little sad at the thought that he might not see her as one. Deku seemed startled, stepping back slightly. Of course we're friends. It's just a heavy topic I couldn't discuss at school, he admitted. 𝐼𝐼 placed her hand on his shoulder, encouraging him to share. Then, unexpectedly, Deku hugged her tightly, and she let out a small gasp. The suddenness of it caught her off guard, and she felt her cheeks flush. This is bad. What happened to make you this sad? She asked gently. That question seemed to tighten his grip. A villain killed my mom. Deku exclaimed, his voice trembling. 𝐼𝐼 was taken aback. Someone had taken Deku's mother from him. She remembered how he spoke of her kindness. She was his only support, especially after his father left. 𝐼𝐼 wrapped her arms around Deku, understanding the weight of his loss. They walked home in silence, the tension palpable, but she felt helpless to ease his pain. When they reached the point where they would part ways, she felt something tighten around her. Thank you so much, 𝐼𝐼. Thank you for actually caring, Deku said, tears glistening in his eyes. 𝐼𝐼 blushed again, but a thought struck her. Wait, do you have anyone else at home besides you? She asked. Deku shook his head silently. The realization hit her hard. He would be alone tonight. What if I stayed with you until you felt better? I don't want anything bad to happen to you. Plus, you'll have someone to share your feelings with, she suggested, her excitement bubbling over at the idea of being with Deku. Deku sniffled, clearly surprised. Why you would really do that? He asked, uncertainty in his voice. Of course, I want to help, she replied cheerfully. Deku wrapped her in another warm embrace. Thank you, thank you, thank you, he whispered. 𝐼𝐼 felt her heart swell as she hugged him back. No problem, Deku. After packing up her things, 𝐼𝐼 informed her parents about Deku's situation. They were supportive and trusted him, having heard stories of his bravery. They wanted her to return the favor. She arrived at Deku's apartment complex and made her way to his room. 214, she found his room and knocked on the door. Hey 𝐼𝐼. Deku exclaimed, his tone brighter than before. He looked better. Hey Deku, she replied, her spirits lifting. Come on in. I have a room set up for you, he said, leading her inside. The space was roomy and felt welcoming. This used to be my room, but I spruced it up for you, Deku explained as she entered the room, which was mostly empty. Did you eat yet? It's 5, I could make something quick, he offered. 𝐼𝐼's stomach growled and she blushed. Why, I'll have something to eat, she admitted. Okay, Deku said, closing the door behind her. He seemed genuinely happy, almost too happy. She sensed he was trying to mask his inner turmoil. It was a smart decision, but also a risky one. She shrugged off the thought and began unpacking her neatly folded clothes from her luggage. 30 minutes later, everything was set up, her room was clean, and it felt more like her old one. Maybe this wouldn't be so bad. Izuku announced that dinner was ready before leaving the room. She followed him into the kitchen to see what he had prepared. He had made katsudon, his favorite dish. Taking a bite, she felt as if she had entered a culinary paradise. She expressed her delight, surprised at his cooking skills. He seemed equally astonished that she enjoyed it. After they finished their meal, he took their plates to wash them. She offered to help, but he insisted that she should focus on getting comfortable in the house instead. Afterward, she returned to her room, flopping down onto her bed and reaching for her phone. Realizing she hadn't connected to the Wi-Fi, she hopped off her bed and walked into the living room. She found Deku comfortably seated on the couch, engrossed in a show. She asked him for the Wi-Fi password, and he quickly turned to provide it. After entering the password, she thanked him with a smile, and he returned the gesture before resuming his show. She sensed he was trying to hide his emotions from her, likely not wanting her to worry about him. Deciding to join him, she walked over and sat beside him on the couch. He jumped slightly at her presence but soon accepted her company. As the evening wore on, she yawned and wished him good night. He returned the sentiment as she stood up to stretch. Curious about where he would sleep, she learned he planned to stay on the couch. He explained that he didn't want to intrude on her privacy by using the other room, which she realized belonged to his mother. Feeling a pang of guilt for taking his room, she said good night once more and left him to turn off the lights and the TV, wrapping himself in a blanket. She felt bad for intruding but noticed he seemed happier. Once in her bedroom, she prepared for bed, but sleep eluded her. No matter how hard she tried, her body refused to relax. Checking the clock, she saw it was 12. Deciding to get some water, she hoped that walking around might tire her out. As she stood up and stretched, she used her quirk to lighten her footsteps, ensuring she wouldn't disturb Deku. However, as she approached the kitchen, she heard small whimpers coming from the couch. Looking over, she saw Deku sleeping fitfully, tears streaming down his face as he murmured in distress. Concerned, she approached him and tried to wake him, but his reaction was alarming. His face twisted in fear as he shifted away from her touch. In a panic, she called his name, shaking him gently. He cried out in his sleep, clearly terrified. She felt tears welling in her eyes as she continued to call for him. Slowly, he began to wake, his eyes fluttering open to find her in front of him. He seemed confused at first, but she reassured him that she was there. He smiled at her, albeit through tears, and she felt a wave of relief wash over her. After a moment, he hugged her tightly, thanking her for caring about him. She felt her cheeks heat up, momentarily speechless. Realizing what he had done, he pulled away, blushing profusely and apologizing. In a playful tone, she asked if she could sleep with him, causing him to blush even more as he stammered in surprise. He quickly assured her that she could, making space for her on the couch. She happily settled against him, feeling cozy and content. As she drifted off to sleep, she found it surprisingly comfortable resting on Deku. The next morning, she woke up to him greeting her with a shy good morning, his face still red from sleep. Excitedly, she returned his greeting, and he asked if she was hungry. Nodding, she watched as he offered to make breakfast while she got ready. She agreed, rushing to her room to grab her school clothes. In the shower, she let her thoughts wander, the warm water soothing her. A particular thought crossed her mind. Did she love Deku? A blush crept across her face as she internally denied it, realizing she was likely lying to herself. This was a realization she had never confronted before. Somehow, it had never crossed her mind. That was why she felt compelled to stay with Deku when his mother passed away. It was a way to connect with him on a deeper level. Her cheeks flushed as she confronted her feelings. There was a knock at the door. Deku's voice came from the other side, announcing that breakfast was ready. She responded quickly, and after hearing his footsteps retreat, she finished her shower, dried off, and dressed in her school clothes. Once she left the bathroom, she headed to the kitchen to enjoy the breakfast Deku had prepared. Entering the living room, she saw Deku slowly eating his meal. She greeted him cheerfully and rushed to the table to dig into the eggs, bacon, and orange juice he had made. Deku looked up from his plate and returned her greeting with a slightly cheerful tone. She savored every bite, expressing her delight at the delicious meal as she finished the last of her eggs. Deku smiled genuinely at her compliment and then turned away to grab his backpack. He picked up her backpack, which was beside his, and handed it to her, reminding her not to forget it. She accepted it happily, slinging it over her shoulder while glancing at the clock to ensure they wouldn't be late. She suggested they hurry as she reached for the door. Suddenly, Deku called out to her, offering to use his quirk. Moments later, a green light swirled around him, shifting to blue, and a small rift in the air began to open, expanding until it was taller and wider than she was. After he deactivated his quirk, he gasped for air, and she rushed to his side, concerned. He gave her a thumbs up, though he continued to breathe heavily. Thankfully, he stopped gasping within a few seconds, now just catching his breath. Together, they stepped through the portal and found themselves at the front gates of 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐦𝐸. Deku smiled at her, still catching his breath, and remarked that this was much better than running. She agreed enthusiastically, and he urged her to follow him to class. As they made their way to the classroom, Deku opened the door first, only to be met by a swarm of classmates eager to know what had happened the previous day. The question caught him off guard, and his face paled. She whispered to herself, realizing he would have to share the news about his mother. Deku hesitated before speaking, revealing that a villain had taken his mother's life after he left the hospital. The room fell silent, and everyone gasped at the revelation. In his mind, Deku felt the weight of their gazes. When one classmate asked why he hadn't fought back, he explained that it was too late, she was already gone. He had even attempted to go back in time, but it was beyond his reach. The silence that followed was heavy, and 𝐒𝐮𝐬 expressed her sympathy, to which Deku responded that he would be okay, emphasizing the importance of moving forward. He mentioned that 𝗟𝗟𝐼 had offered to live with him, which caught everyone's attention. Mina shot 𝗟𝗟𝐼 a sly look, and 𝗟𝗟𝐼 turned beet red. Just then, Mr. Izuawa entered the room and commanded everyone to settle down, announcing that despite the recent villain attack, they would not cancel the upcoming sports festival. The class's tension shifted to excitement as they realized they would have a chance to showcase their quirks. Mr. Izuawa informed them they would have a week off to train for the festival, and with that, he dismissed the class. 𝗟𝗟𝐼 approached Deku, brimming with enthusiasm about the event and her hopes of impressing heroes with her quirk. He smiled back, equally excited, and suggested they head home to train. As they tried to leave, they found themselves blocked by a wall of students. Kirishima inquired about the situation, and Deku explained that they were likely trying to gauge the competition after their recent encounter with a villain. A blonde-haired student pushed through the crowd, sarcastically expressing disbelief at meeting them and claiming their class was overrated. Bakugo pushed past him, demanding space, while others murmured about how stuck up their class seemed. Deku interjected, reminding them that one rude student didn't represent everyone in their class. Gradually, the other students began to reconsider their assumptions, realizing that Deku was the one who had taken down most of the villains. The crowd slowly dispersed, leaving only the blonde-haired student, who still insisted that their class was not as impressive as they thought. Class 1B would prevail, leaving Class 1A behind, the blonde-haired boy declared as he walked away from the classroom. A smile crept onto my face as I responded with a sarcastic grin, wishing him good luck in return. After school, 𝗟𝗟𝐼 and I were walking home. We had been let out early to prepare for the upcoming sports festival, and I knew exactly how I would train. I needed to improve my agility and speed. I was fast, but to keep up with everyone else, I needed to be even faster. 𝗟𝗟𝐼 turned to me with a hopeful expression and asked if I could train her. I was surprised by her request but eager to help. It felt like the right thing to do. I agreed, curious about what she wanted to focus on. Looking me in the eyes, 𝗟𝗟𝐼 explained that while her quirk was designed for rescue, she needed to improve her fighting skills to keep up with the class. I smiled, assuring her that I could help with her fighting training, but I wouldn't go easy on her. She grinned back, saying she wouldn't want it any other way. Once we reached my apartment, I quickly changed into my training clothes and grabbed an energy bar, knowing I would need the energy for the long and challenging week ahead. 𝗟𝗟𝐼 also donned her training gear, ready to train together. She asked where we would be training, and I opened the front door with a smile, telling her it was a surprise. After a short trek, we arrived at our training destination. 𝗟𝗟𝐼 looked at the sign, puzzled. The 𝗂𝐾𝐿 beach. Wasn't this place a trash dump? I couldn't help but smile, explaining that it used to be but was now quite clean. Her surprise grew when I revealed that it had taken 9 months to clean the beach. 𝗟𝗟𝐼 gave me a suspicious look, asking if I knew who had cleaned it. I proudly revealed that it was me, Izuku Midoriya. Her astonishment was evident as she processed the information. I explained that it took sheer determination and hope to become a hero, and I hadn't even used my quirk during the process. She smiled, acknowledging that it sounded like something I would do. With a chuckle, I suggested we start training. I asked 𝗟𝗟𝐼 what type of fighting she wanted to begin with. After a moment of thought, she suggested MMA. I agreed and explained that it involved a mix of hand and foot techniques along with strategy. I guided her into a relaxed pose, adjusting her limbs to help her find her fighting stance. As I positioned her arms and legs, I noticed a hint of warmth on her cheeks. I shook off my own blush and continued, ensuring her stance was solid. I encouraged her to remember this position, as it would open up various options during a fight. Once we established her stance, I prepared to teach her a few moves. I got into a defensive position, and although 𝗟𝗟𝐼 hesitated, she moved forward. I reassured her that I could handle the hits, activating my quirk to lessen the impact. She agreed, albeit hesitantly. We began our training, focusing on punches first. 𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐿 was enthusiastic, and we worked hard together. By the end of the first day, she had memorized her fighting stance and learned several basic moves. I gradually incorporated her quirk into the training, helping her gain an edge. She was learning quickly, though there was still much for her to master. After our training session, 𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐿 headed home to shower and rest, but I was far from done. I still had more training to complete. I went to a local gym, pushing myself to new limits with various exercises. I switched between punching bags, pull-ups, push-ups, quirk training and leg workouts. My body protested, sore and exhausted, but I pressed on. Returning to the beach, I focused on training my quirk, testing my limits and timing as I worked to improve further. I also discovered that the soul stone is the strongest. The drawback is intense, and it has many uses. I could possibly even use it to help 𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐿 with her training. There are so many applications for my entire quirk. 𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐿 and I trained right after we were let out from school, from 8 o'clock to 11. Then I went to the gym from 11 o'clock to 5. Finally, I returned to the beach from 5 o'clock to 9. It was a productive training day. I got in plenty of practice and learned more about my quirk. I finally made it home around 9:15 and saw 𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐿 watching TV on the She cheered my name as I entered the room, expressing her concern about my long absence. I simply replied that I had been training. 𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐿 gave me a puzzled look, noting that 10 hours of training was quite a lot. I managed a tired smile and explained that I needed to train harder to become stronger. She smiled back but insisted that I needed to take a shower, pointing out how sweaty I was. I quickly hopped into the hot shower and cleaned up. The water dripped down my body and onto the cold tiled floor. After a bit, I got out, dressed for bed, and left the bathroom wearing basketball shorts. As I entered the living room, 𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐿 sensed my presence and mentioned that she was getting tired and might go to bed soon. I noticed her face turn a shade of red as she looked away from me. Concerned, I rushed toward her, asking if she was okay. In response, she let out a small sound of surprise and looked away again, appearing even more flustered. I glanced down at myself and realized I had forgotten to put on a shirt. Embarrassed, I rushed out of the room to grab one from the laundry room before returning to apologize. 𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐿 sighed, admitting she had overreacted. I reassured her that I was tired from the day and was going to sleep soon. She reminded me not to overwork myself again, expressing her worry. I smiled, assuring her that I usually didn't push past my limits. Then she asked if she could sleep on the couch with me, her words coming out in a rush. After a moment of realization, I blushed and agreed, opening up the blanket for her. 𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐿 crawled over and settled in, hugging me tightly and resting her face against my neck. I felt my cheeks heat up, but I eventually wrapped my arms around her and gently rubbed her head. She cooed at my soft movements, and I felt a sense of warmth and comfort. She suggested we should do this every night, and I smiled, agreeing wholeheartedly. Soon after, we both drifted off to sleep. The next day, 𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐿 spent the entire day with me, eager to learn and train more. She was progressing quickly, effortlessly getting into her fighting stance and grasping the basics of hand-to-hand combat. I knew I would soon need to teach her about blocking. The day went well, the gym wasn't as crowded, and we returned home around 8. 𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐿 stayed close to ensure I didn't overexert myself. After taking turns in the shower and getting dressed for the night, I felt the need to confront something important. I walked down the hallway in the apartment and found my mother's room. I had avoided it since the event, unable to bring myself to enter. But today had to be the day. I couldn't continue living like this. My hand trembled on the doorknob as I slowly opened the door. The door creaked open, revealing a perfectly clean room. My eyes watered at the sight of the pictures adorning the walls. Memories flooded back, and I fell to the ground, overwhelmed by emotion. 𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐿 heard the commotion and rushed to my side, asking what had happened. She looked around and realized the significance of the room. My cries halted as I hugged her tightly, thanking her for being there. She was surprised, not realizing her presence meant so much to me. I explained that she reminded me of my mother with her constant positivity and support. 𝐼𝐼 was taken aback, sharing that she had wanted to repay me for my support during the entrance exam. As we stood there, our faces inched closer, the air thick with anticipation. When our lips finally met, a wave of warmth surged through me. After a moment, we pulled away, and I confessed my feelings for her, expressing how important she had become to me since my mother's passing. 𝐼𝐼 smiled through her tears, revealing that she felt the same way. She expressed her happiness about the impact he had on her with a shaky smile. He gently rubbed his thumb along her chin, lifting her face to meet his gaze, and kissed her once more. A sweet sense of passion enveloped him, and he cherished the moment. After pulling away, he suggested they go to bed and cuddle as a couple, his face turning a deeper shade of red. 𝐼𝐼 nodded, her cheeks flushed. They entered his mother's bedroom and settled into the cozy bed. He wrapped his arms around 𝐼𝐼, pulling her close under the covers. He held her tightly, resting his face in her hair while she nestled into the crook of his neck, holding onto his back. He leaned back slightly and kissed her forehead, expressing his love for her. She smiled in return, affirming her feelings for him. As night fell, it enveloped them like a comforting blanket, a peaceful darkness that felt warm and safe. It was a comforting feeling to have someone special to cuddle with, easing the burdens of the day. Izuku's eyes flew open as he sat up, glancing at the clock which read 6. He started to get up but paused when he noticed 𝐼𝐼 sleeping peacefully beside him. He decided not to wake her, thinking it best to train alone that day. He quietly crawled out of bed and made his way to the closet, recalling that this was his mother's old room. He needed to grab his training clothes from the laundry room without disturbing the sleeping brunette, who was now his girlfriend. He opened the laundry room door as quietly as possible and was relieved when it closed without a sound. After changing into his training clothes and having a quick breakfast of 2 hard-boiled eggs, he was ready to train. He ran to the beach to get his adrenaline pumping, ensuring he stretched properly to avoid injury. For the past few days, his mind had been consumed with thoughts of defeating the 𝗏𝗏 at the USJ. He had unleashed the full power of One for All, and the 𝗏𝗏 had disintegrated before his eyes. He recalled the blinding flash that followed and the legends he had studied about a mad titan who sought to balance the universe by eliminating half of all life. The titan's quest for the 6 infinity stones and the infamous snap that followed had intrigued him. He wondered what he could achieve if he harnessed the power of all 6 stones simultaneously. Activating One for All to 15%, he summoned the Power Stone, transforming the green lightning into purple. As he added the Space Stone, a swirl of blue and purple lightning enveloped him. He attempted to incorporate the Reality Stone but realized his body was too strained with the other 2 stones. Lowering the power of One for All to 10%, he successfully added the Reality and Time stones, creating a dazzling display of colors and a whirlwind of energy around him. Lowering the power again to 5%, he activated all 6 infinity stones. They glowed brightly in his hand, and the force around him intensified, filling him with a rush of power. He tested his abilities, running and using his quirk with newfound strength. He named this special move Infinite Cowling, feeling a surge of pride. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice calling out to him. He turned to see 𝐼𝐼 near the parking lot, her expression a mix of surprise and concern as she shielded her face from the flying debris. He beamed at her, excited to share his achievement. She expressed her happiness for him, and they spent the next 4 hours training her fighting skills. He encouraged her to keep her elbows bent for more power, and she diligently followed his advice. 𝐼𝐼 was improving, and he felt a sense of accomplishment with his new special move. Everything seemed to be falling into place. The day of the sports festival arrived, and Mr. Izuawa addressed the students, reminding them to be respectful as they prepared for the event. Excitement buzzed in the air as they made their way to the locker rooms for their pre-game preparations. The girls headed to their room, while the boys went to theirs. As he tied his shoes and stretched, he felt ready for the challenge ahead. Suddenly, a cold voice called out to him. He turned to find Todoroki standing before him, ready to face the day. I shifted in the chair I was sitting in and faced him. Todoroki expressed his belief that he was the strongest in the class and challenged Midoriya. He felt the need to prove to his father that he could surpass the top-tier students without relying on his father's quirk, and it all began with defeating Midoriya. Midoriya stood up to face Todoroki, their faces mere inches apart. He sensed that something was troubling Todoroki, something he couldn't discuss. Midoriya was fine with that and acknowledged that he could use his quirk to uncover the truth. However, he accepted the challenge, driven by his longing to prove himself as a hero. He pointed out that it seemed foolish to hold back on using his full quirk when everyone else would be giving their all. Despite recognizing that something was amiss, he chose not to judge and accepted the challenge. Bakugo, filled with energy, let off a few explosions in his palm, declaring that he would prove both Todoroki and Midoriya wrong. He was determined to win and show everyone his supreme strength. The atmosphere in the locker room became charged with excitement as everyone rallied around the idea of a showdown among the strongest students. Kaminari remarked on the intensity of the situation, while Kirishima encouraged everyone to give their best, expressing his support for Midoriya. The locker room erupted with cheers, except for Todoroki and Bakugo, who turned and left. As the classes filed out of the locker rooms, the excitement grew. Students from various classes gathered around a podium, eager to witness the first-year prospects compete. Present Mike welcomed the crowd to the 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐃𝐞𝐭𝐚𝐢𝐥𝐬 festival and announced that the judge for the first years would be none other than pro hero Midnight. The crowd cheered enthusiastically, especially the boys, for Midnight. Midnight addressed the students, asking if they were excited, and the response was a resounding yes. She then called upon Izuku Midoriya to speak on behalf of the first years. Surprised, Midoriya took the stage, feeling the weight of the moment. He took a deep breath and began his speech, dedicating his performance to his mother, who had tragically passed away due to a villain. He expressed his determination to showcase the fighting spirit and resolve of the first years, vowing to give it his all and urging everyone to do the same. Midnight thanked him and allowed him to return to the crowd, where Kirishima praised his speech, and the class cheered in support. Midoriya felt a surge of pride and excitement, ready to show the strength of Class 1. Midnight then announced the first event, spinning a wheel to determine the challenge. It landed on a trap race, which involved navigating through 3 different trap areas. The students made their way to the starting point, where Present Mike rallied them with enthusiasm. As the race began, Midoriya activated One for All and surged ahead, leaving the others behind. Todoroki struggled to keep up, and a blast of ice swept across the ground, but Midoriya leaped over it, maintaining his momentum. He encountered a group of robots from the entrance exam and used One for All at 15% to clear his path. Spotting a large piece of metal that resembled a sled, he decided to take it with him. Suddenly, the ground trembled as 3 0-point robots emerged. With a grin, Midoriya activated the time stone, freezing time for 10 seconds. He charged up One for All and the Power Stone, swiftly maneuvering past the robots as sparks flew around him. When time resumed, he was already more than 50 meters ahead. Present Mike announced Midoriya's early lead, and the air grew cold as Todoroki glided past the frozen robots, a cold breath escaping his lips as he acknowledged Midoriya. Midoriya focused on the race, determined to reach the finish line. As the second part of the race began, Present Mike instructed the students to navigate across large chasms. Midoriya assessed the obstacles and activated his powers, jumping onto one of the ropes. He propelled himself into the air, using the Power Stone to enhance his jump and the Space Stone to lighten his weight, soaring high and speeding past the second obstacle. I could see Todoroki across the large chasm, gritting his teeth. A cheeky smile crossed my face as I turned away. Just as I was about to walk off, explosions erupted in the distance. It was 𝐾𝐞𝐭𝐚𝐢𝐥𝐬 calling out my name. I turned back, leaving the others behind. Present Mike announced the next challenge, instructing us to navigate a minefield without using our quirks. Once we made it past all the mines, we could unleash our powers. I groaned at the thought of having to do this without my quirk. As I prepared to cross, an idea struck me. I had kept a piece of metal on my back for emergencies, and this was the moment to put it to use. I began digging up the mines nearby, piling them together. Just as I was about to leap onto the pile, I noticed Todoroki and 𝐾𝐞𝐿 battling for second place. With a devilish grin, I jumped onto the pile of mines, sending both Todoroki and 𝐾𝐿 flying back. I soared through the air like a paper airplane, exhilaration rushing through me as the wind whipped past my face. However, I soon began to lose altitude and felt a surge of panic. Thinking quickly, I slammed the piece of metal down onto the mines below me. The impact propelled me further across the field. The crowd gasped in shock. Even the pro heroes were taken aback by my clever maneuver. He is so smart. How did he know to do that? I barely made it to the end, skidding past the remaining mines. Dusting myself off, I glanced back to see Todoroki and 𝐾𝐿 cautiously making their way through, bumping into each other along the way. With a surge of determination, I activated One for All at 15% and sprinted the rest of the distance. I did it. I came in first. The announcer declared my victory, and the crowd erupted into cheers, whistling and shouting my name. A huge smile spread across my face as I caught my breath. I walked over to a table filled with fruits and water bottles, eagerly chugging down water and grabbing a banana. 𝐾𝐿, who had come in second, stormed over, clearly frustrated. He shouted about my cheap move before marching off. I stood there, enjoying my banana while watching him go. Todoroki slid into the finish line, looking shocked. He walked away, deep in thought, his expression revealing a hint of sadness. The winners of the first event gathered in a large group, waiting for the next round. Midnight greeted us enthusiastically, spinning a wheel to determine our next challenge. The wheel finally landed on cavalry battle. Midnight explained the rules. We would form teams of up to 5 people, each person holding one member above them. Points would be awarded based on our previous rankings, with first place earning a staggering 1 million points. Everyone looked at me with eager expressions, all wanting a shot at those points. I felt the pressure mounting. As the timer started, I hurried to find teammates. My first choice was 𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐼. I approached her, asking if she would join my team. She seemed hesitant, questioning why I would want her when I had so many points. I reassured her, explaining that her anti-gravity quirk was exactly what I needed for my plan. I reminded her that she was never useless and that she was always important to me. Surprised by my sincerity, she agreed to join. Next, we encountered 𝐒𝐿, a support class student eager to showcase her inventions. I was intrigued by her creations, particularly a jetpack and rocket boots. I welcomed her to the team, and she cheered in excitement. With 𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐼 and 𝐼𝐻𝐸 on board, we continued searching for a defensive player. I approached 𝗏𝗏, explaining that I needed him to take on the front line. He smiled, pleased with the role I suggested for him. Just then, 𝗏𝗏𝗏 from Class 1B approached, eager to join a team. I quickly assessed his quirk, which allowed him to harden his skin into metal for defense. Satisfied with his abilities, I welcomed him to our group. With our team assembled, we were ready to take on the challenge ahead. His quirk was perfect for their system. The plan was for Izuku to be at the front with 𝗏𝗏𝗏, forming part of the defensive front. The determination to win was palpable. The group was all set. 𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐼 had rocket boots, and Izuku had a jetpack. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 needed to conserve his strength, as he had limits on his quirk. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 had already summoned Dark Shadow, while 𝗏𝗏𝗏 was equipped with another set of rocket boots. Izuku instructed his team to wait for his signal when the time came. They nodded in agreement. The other teams resembled hungry sharks, their eyes fixed on Izuku as if he were the prey. Their attempts to intimidate him would not succeed. He was focused on victory, and nothing would deter him. Midnight announced that they had 10 minutes to score as many points as possible. The countdown began, and all the groups turned their attention to Izuku. As the countdown reached 0, the teams charged at him with fierce determination. Chaos erupted as people collided, some stumbling over one another. Izuku's team remained poised, waiting for his command. A rival team was closing in, just 50 meters away. Izuku held his ground, signaling for patience. When a team approached, their leader reached out for Izuku's headband. In a moment of urgency, Izuku shouted for action. 𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐼 had made them all lightweight, allowing them to take to the skies effortlessly. He activated the time stone, freezing everything around them. 𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐼 was surprised, asking what he had done. Izuku explained that they needed to move quickly while time was frozen. With determination, he activated his jetpack, and they soared into the air. 𝐼𝐼𝐷 and 𝐼𝐻𝐸 used their rocket boots, while �Tokoyami sent Dark Shadow to snatch the rival team's headband. As time resumed, confusion spread among the ground teams. The leader of the team they had stolen from shouted in disbelief. Dark Shadow delivered the headband to Izuku, who celebrated their success. The atmosphere shifted as the other teams turned their aggression on one another. The plan had worked perfectly, and Izuku's team held on tightly as they began to descend. They landed safely and quickly moved away from the chaos, but a streak of ice shot past them, signaling Todoroki's presence. The two groups faced each other, tension thick in the air. Todoroki's intense gaze was locked on Izuku, who mirrored the intensity. Without warning, Todoroki unleashed another blast of ice toward Izuku's team. Izuku dodged the attack and began to run, but Todoroki continued to hurl ice in their direction, forcing them to stop. Yaoyorozu created a harpoon to prevent their escape, and Izuku felt the weight of the situation. He realized that if they tried to fly, they would be vulnerable. They would have to confront Todoroki's team directly. Todoroki, growing impatient, launched another pillar of ice, pushing Izuku to act. In a split second, Izuku activated the Reality Stone, transforming the ice into concrete. The pillar solidified, trapping Todoroki's arm. Seizing the opportunity, Izuku made his escape, activating his jetpack while his team followed suit. Yaoyorozu fired the harpoon, but Izuku used the space stone to redirect it harmlessly into the ground. They soared over the ice wall and landed safely, navigating through the arena while avoiding other teams. Another ice pillar shot past them, and Izuku glanced back to see Todoroki's group pursuing them. His eyes burned with determination. As they regrouped, Todoroki displayed his injuries, signaling Kaminari to attack. Kaminari unleashed a bolt of electricity, but Tetsutetsu absorbed the hit without flinching, much to Kaminari's shock. With only 5 minutes remaining, Present Mic's voice echoed through the arena. Todoroki's frustration was evident as he strategized with his team, whispering about overwhelming Izuku's group with a barrage of attacks. Izuku, charged with energy, prepared for the next move. He knew Todoroki's quirk was both defensive and offensive, capable of turning the tide of battle. As Todoroki charged, Izuku's team instinctively retreated, ready to evade the impending attack. In a flash, Todoroki launched a row of ice, but Izuku's team skillfully dodged to the side. However, Todoroki anticipated their movements and blocked their escape route with more ice. Izuku found himself cornered, searching for a way out. His jetpack sputtered, and he realized Kaminari's electricity had caused the malfunction. As Todoroki's team advanced, Izuku felt the pressure mounting. He could use his quirk to escape, but he wanted to prove himself without relying on it. Todoroki smirked at Izuku's predicament and charged forward, ready to engage in battle. Izuku was caught by surprise at the sudden advancement and tried to think of a strategy. He urged his team to stay still and prepare for what was coming. His teammates were visibly anxious, questioning his command. Tetsutetsu expressed his disbelief, while Izuku reassured them with a confident grin, reminding them of his tactical skills. Tokoyami supported him, emphasizing Izuku's intelligence, and 𝐼𝐼𝐷 added her encouragement with a thumbs up. Todoroki observed Izuku's team hesitating and thought that Izuku had accepted defeat. He felt a sense of superiority as his team gained ground. The coveted 1 million point headband was within reach, and he envisioned victory without relying on his father's quirk. In an instant, Izuku pulled back his arm, purple lightning swirling around him as he unleashed the full power of One for All combined with the Power Stone. Todoroki, taken by surprise, activated his fire quirk in defense, but the force of Izuku's attack sent him and his team reeling. Todoroki was propelled through the air, his teammates hitting the ground hard and sustaining injuries. Panic set in as he realized that hitting the ground would lead to disqualification. Spotting Yaoyorozu below, he aimed for her, trying to soften his landing as he made contact. Izuku's arm was severely injured, and his teammates were astonished by the display of power. Suddenly, a furious 𝐼𝐵𝐸 soared through the air, explosions trailing behind him, ready to confront Izuku, who was defenseless with his injured arm. Present Mick's voice echoed through the arena, announcing the end of the round. Bakugo, overwhelmed by emotion, fell to the ground, expressing his frustration and anger at losing to Izuku. He vented his feelings, making hurtful comments about Izuku's past, before storming off, leaving Kirishima to express concern over Bakugo's harsh words. Izuku lowered his head, feeling the weight of Bakugo's words, when a gentle hand rested on his shoulder. 𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐼 comforted him, assuring him that his mother would be proud. Izuku smiled at her, expressing his gratitude and affection. As the results were announced, Izuku's group claimed first place, followed by Todoroki's group in second and Bakugo's in third. Todoroki approached Izuku with a serious demeanor, requesting a private conversation. 𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐼, sensing the tension, urged Izuku to speak with Todoroki, and he agreed, feeling a sense of unease. Todoroki confronted Izuku, reiterating his determination to prove himself without relying on his father's quirk. He revealed the painful truth about his family's history with quirk marriages, explaining how his mother was forced into a relationship for the sake of producing powerful offspring. Izuku listened intently, empathizing with Todoroki's struggles and expressing his longing to help him. He reassured Todoroki that his fire quirk was his own and that he had the power to choose how to use it. Despite Izuku's supportive words, Todoroki remained skeptical, stating that a single conversation wouldn't change his outlook. He was determined to prove himself in the upcoming matches, vowing to defeat Izuku using his mother's quirk, not his father's. As Todoroki walked away, Izuku reflected on their conversation, recognizing the complexities of Todoroki's situation and the weight of their rivalry. Do you guys have a bond with each other in any way? Are you All Might's secret child? If so, that gives me a better reason to defeat you, Todoroki said in a cold voice. Izuku's body tensed at Todoroki's question. He shook his head, and Todoroki sighed. Whatever, Todoroki said as he finally left the scene. Izuku sighed deeply and set off on a journey to find some lunch. Welcome back, first-year students. We have made the bracket for you and… Excuse me, I would like to be dropped from the tournament, Ojiro said, cutting off Midnight. I also would like to be dropped, another student added. Midnight had a puzzled look on her face. Why would you want to drop out? This is one of the biggest moments in your life. Midnight exclaimed in shock. Ojiro wore a serious expression. Well, during the cavalry battle, I don't even remember doing anything. I don't remember joining a team. I don't remember winning. I think I was being controlled by an outside source, someone's quirk. So I'd rather have dignity than participate without doing anything, Ojiro explained. The other student who wanted to drop out nodded in agreement. It's the same for him as me. Midnight scratched her chin in confusion. Well, we did have 18 people in the bracket. I guess losing 2 would make this easier. And as you said, dignity is more important. You two have been eliminated from competing. Midnight announced. After a few seconds, the screen behind her shifted to show the new and improved bracket. Izuku vs. Shinso Todoroki vs. 𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐼 Tetsu vs. Kirishima 𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐼 vs. Kaminari vs. 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐼𝐼 Tokoyami vs. Yaoyoro Zamina vs. Aoyama Katsuki vs. Ochako in that order. Now that we have the bracket ready, take a 5-minute break to relax your bodies, Midnight said. All the students dispersed, but a strong arm grabbed Izuku's arm as they were trying to leave. Hello, he asked. The person behind him revealed themselves to be Ojiro. Ojiro, what do you need? Izuku inquired. Ojiro looked worried. Look, Midoriya. The person you are facing has a strange quirk. He has a mind control quirk. If you talk to him or answer his questions, he can take over your mind. Watch out, Ojiro warned in a hurried voice. Izuku nodded and left to go to the waiting room. This fight might be more difficult than he anticipated. In a third-person perspective, the announcer's voice boomed. Welcome back to the 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐦𝐸 Sports Festival. The first round matchup is Izuku Midoriya vs. Hitoshi Shinso. Present Mike shouted. Izuku walked up to the arena in the middle of the stadium, as did Shinso. Now we want a fair fight. If things go too far, 𝐼𝐮𝐷𝐼𝐼 will create a wall to stop you. Understood? Fight. Midnight declared. Wow, you are so lucky to have a quirk like that. Imagine having a quirk so powerful, 𝗀𝐻𝐽 said with a smile on his face. Izuku smiled back. I know. I am very lucky, he replied with a big grin. 𝗀𝐻𝐽 grinned widely, having set his trap perfectly. Now, be a good little hero and walk out of the arena, 𝗀𝐻𝐽 instructed with a grin. Izuku stood still, his body surrounded by streaks of yellow lightning. Well, I guess you can't use your quirk, Izuku said with a grin. 𝗀𝐻𝐽 was shocked. How? What happened to my quirk? He asked, clearly confused. The grin on Izuku's face widened at the question. Well, I have a power called mind. I can use it to enter people's minds and talk telepathically. What I did was control myself. You can't take over someone's mind that is already taken, Izuku explained, holding back a laugh. Now, 𝗀𝐻𝐽, he continued as 𝗀𝐻𝐽's entire body turned yellow. Why don't you walk out of the arena like the hero you are? Make it quick. 𝗀𝐻𝐽 began to turn around, walking toward the out-of-bounds area. What's even happening? Izuku was able to control 𝗀𝐻𝐽's mind. Present Mike asked over the speakers. I'll tell you. 𝗀𝐻𝐽 tried to use his quirk on Izuku, who used his quirk to already control his mind. 𝗀𝐻𝐽 was unable to control Izuku because Izuku was already being controlled. Izuku then used his quirk to make 𝗀𝐻𝐽's brain want to walk out of the arena as if it were his idea. He isn't using a brain control quirk, he is making 𝗀𝐻𝐽's brain fight against itself, IzuAurora explained. He had detailed what Izuku was doing with precision. Even Izuku was impressed with his explanation. Step after step, 𝗀𝐻𝐽 moved closer to the out-of-bounds area. Hitoshi 𝗀𝐻𝐽 is out. The winner is Izuku Midoriya. Midnight announced. The yellow aura around 𝗀𝐻𝐽 disappeared. God damn it, 𝗀𝐻𝐽 muttered, tears in his eyes. Izuku's entire face turned yellow, but not enough to hinder his function. He had barely survived the round any longer, and he would have passed out from overusing his quirk. Izuku slowly hobbled over to the emotionally affected 𝗀𝐻𝐽. Hey, I know you lost, but look, a quirk like yours would be amazing for a hero. The way you can control people's minds is incredible, especially since villains are often talkative. You would have an amazing quirk for the future, and it seems the people in the stands agree with me, Izuku pointed out to a group of people sitting nearby. A mind control quirk. How does it work? One asked. Well, however it works, it would be very effective against villains, another added. Yeah, I agree, a third chimed in. He has a very good quirk. It was unfortunate that he had to fight one of the strongest kids here, someone else remarked. 𝗀𝐻𝐽 listened in awe as the businessman discussed how useful his quirk was. I'm sorry I took you out in a humiliating way. I just didn't want to lose. But it seems like you gained a lot of recognition after losing. So good luck on your journey. That quirk of yours is amazing, Izuku said with a smile. 𝗀𝐻𝐽 started to tear up at the encouragement. Thank you, Midoriya. I will use this as a teaching moment. I hope to see you later, 𝗀𝐻𝐽 replied with a smile before walking away to talk to his friends. Izuku walked toward the waiting room to head back to the stands. He was excited to see how his classmates would fare against each other. As he wandered into the large arena, he realized he was lost. Hello. Midoriya, a strong voice called out to him. Izuku quickly turned around to see the person speaking. Do you know where my young Shoto is? I need to see him before his match, 𝗟𝗶𝐻 said in a deep voice. A strange, unbridled rage surged through Izuku's veins. He couldn't see the number 2 hero the same way after what Todoroki had told him. Izuku remained calm as he explained that he didn't know where Todoroki was, suggesting that 𝗟𝗶𝐻 should leave him alone for now. 𝗟𝗶𝐻 was clearly frustrated and demanded to know where his son was. Izuku felt a growl of irritation rise within him as he confronted 𝗟𝗏𝐻 about his past actions. He spoke the truth, stating that Todoroki didn't want to feel like a mere toy or be under the control of the number 2 hero. He urged 𝗟𝗏𝐻 to accept his defeat, reminding him of All Might's strength and pointing out the questionable choices he had made in the past, including his treatment of Todoroki and his mother. Izuku explained that Todoroki saw 𝗟𝗏𝐻 as an abusive father who had pushed him beyond his limits and had caused pain in his life. He suggested that if 𝗟𝗏𝐻 truly wanted to mend things with Todoroki, He needed to change his approach. As Izuku was about to leave, 𝗟𝐷 caught him off guard, expressing doubt about whether he had been a good father. He thanked Izuku and set off to find Shoto, appearing calm yet saddened. Izuku felt a sense of accomplishment, believing he had planted a seed of change in 𝗟𝐷 for Todoroki's sake. The scene shifted to the sports festival, where Present Mic enthusiastically announced the first-round match between Shoto Todoroki and 𝗪𝗪. As the two competitors took the stage, they began to stretch. Izuku had made it back to the stands and found a seat next to 𝗟𝗏, who praised his earlier performance. Despite feeling embarrassed, Izuku shrugged off the compliment. As the match began, 𝗪𝗪 launched a line of tape at Todoroki, who remained still, surprising everyone in the arena. The tape wrapped around Todoroki, and 𝗪𝗪 attempted to swing him out of bounds. The crowd gasped as Todoroki, at the last moment, created a massive glacier of ice that covered half the arena. 𝗟𝗏, nervous, asked Izuku if that was his next opponent, to which he responded with determination. Midnight, taken aback by Todoroki's display of power, announced that 𝗪𝗪 had been knocked out of bounds and Todoroki was the winner. Todoroki approached 𝗪𝗪, who was shivering from the cold. Izuku noticed a change in Todoroki's demeanor, sensing a hint of despair. He wrestled with his longing to help Todoroki while needing to focus on his own match. As the rounds progressed, various matches unfolded, with Mina defeating 𝐼𝐬 and Tokoyami besting Yaoyorozu. Kirishima and Tetsutetsu faced off in a slow battle, both using their skin-hardening quirks until they exhausted themselves, resulting in a draw. The judges decided on an arm wrestling match, which Kirishima won. In the prep room before the next matches, Izuku, 𝗍𝗍, and 𝗟𝗏 were discussing 𝗟𝗏's upcoming fight against 𝗂kugo. 𝗍𝗍 tried to reassure her that 𝗂kugo wouldn't go as HRD on her as he would on a boy, but Izuku pointed out that 𝗂kugo treated everyone equally in terms of intensity. He encouraged 𝗟𝗏 to use her surroundings to her advantage and to devise a strategy that would frustrate 𝗂kugo, clouding his judgment. 𝗟𝗏's worry deepened, but Izuku's words seemed to inspire her. She expressed gratitude for his help and felt she had a plan forming. Izuku smiled, happy to assist his friends. "You got this," Izuku thought, giving a thumbs up. The loudspeaker blared, announcing the final contestants of the last round. Present Mic's voice echoed, urging the final battle of the first year's sports festival to commence. 𝗍𝗍 left the room to watch the fight, while 𝗟𝗏 gulped nervously and looked at Izuku. He approached her and offered a reassuring hug, telling her not to worry and that she would do fine. He believed in her. 𝗟𝗏, still anxious, managed a smile and thanked him. With a gentle kiss on her forehead, he started to leave. Izuku made it back to the stands just as the fight was about to begin. Present Mic's voice boomed again, introducing the competitors, Ochako 𝗟𝗏 versus Katsuki 𝗂kugo. As they walked up to the arena, 𝗂kugo wore a confident expression while 𝗟𝗏 appeared determined, though Izuku could sense her hidden fear. He reminded himself that she just needed to believe in herself. The match began, and 𝗂kugo held his ground, aware that 𝗟𝗏 needed to close the distance to use her quirk. 𝗟𝗏 charged forward, hands tilted to the side. 𝗂kugo propelled himself over her, creating a large explosion that sent her back. Though she managed to block most of the impact, another explosion hit her directly, causing her to skid across the concrete before shakily standing up, fire igniting in her eyes. 𝗂kugo growled, waiting for 𝗟𝗏 to make her move. She charged at him again, keeping her hands low. As she got close, 𝗂kugo unleashed an explosion aimed at her face. 𝗟𝗏 ducked and attempted to strike his leg to activate her quirk. 𝗂kugo used his own explosion to propel himself back, hitting her with a blast that sent her stumbling. Despite the pain, 𝗟𝗏 got back on her feet, ready for another round. She charged at 𝗂kugo once more, but he smirked and closed the distance, using his quirk to create another explosion that knocked her back. Time and again, 𝗟𝗏 charged, only to be met with more powerful blasts. The crowd began to turn against 𝗂kugo, urging him to end the match. Mr. Aizawa's voice cut through the noise, defending 𝗂kugo's strategy as a sign of respect for 𝗟𝗏's strength. As the fight dragged on, Izuku's worry for 𝗟𝗏 grew. He found it increasingly difficult to watch her take hit after hit, but he believed in her plan. 𝐼𝐼𝐻𝐽, seemingly unfazed, questioned 𝐒𝐼𝐼𝐻𝐽's determination. She responded with a fierce declaration of her motivations: to make her parents proud and to be a hero like Izuku. This revelation surprised him. He hadn't realized how much she looked up to him. 𝐼𝐻𝐽's initial annoyance at the mention of Izuku turned to confusion as he considered 𝐒𝐼𝐻𝐽's resolve. Suddenly, the arena was filled with flying debris, rocks, and concrete soaring through the air. Present Mix's astonishment echoed throughout the crowd, while Mr. Izuawa pointed out the obviousness of 𝐒𝐼𝐻𝐽's strategy. Yaoyorozu turned to Izuku, seeking his insight on the plan. He acknowledged its brilliance but felt a sense of foreboding about its execution. Izuku pointed to the arena, his expression serious. 𝐼𝐻𝐽 raised his palm to the sky, veins pulsing with energy. With a loud grunt, he unleashed a massive explosion that lit up the sky, reducing large chunks of concrete to tiny particles. Class 1A watched in awe, except for Izuku, who sighed. He explained that 𝐼𝐻𝐽's quirk relied on his sweat, which was composed of nitroglycerin, making his explosions increasingly powerful the more he exerted himself. 𝐒𝐼𝐻𝐽's strategy had been to use 𝐼𝐻𝐽's explosions to dismantle the arena and then utilize her own quirk to turn the debris into ammunition. However, Izuku warned that the longer they waited and the more 𝐼𝐻𝐽 used his quirk, the stronger he would become. The class exchanged worried glances, realizing the implications of Izuku's words. 𝐒𝐮𝐽 remarked that the more tired and sweaty 𝐼𝐻𝐽 was, the stronger he became, and Izuku nodded in agreement. 𝐒𝐼𝐻𝐽 was taken aback by 𝐼𝐻𝐽's overwhelming strength. She felt a wave of guilt wash over her as she thought about her parents, wishing she could have done better. She wanted to be like Deku, to help people and gain recognition from pro heroes. As she looked at 𝐼𝐻𝐽, she stumbled forward, overwhelmed by the pressure. Her face was streaked with sweat, dirt, and tears, and she eventually collapsed from the strain. The crowd gasped, watching the determined girl crawl toward 𝐼𝐻𝐽, desperate to emulate her hero. As she whispered Deku's name, she lost consciousness on the cold concrete. Izuku rushed to Recovery Girl's room after 𝐒𝐼𝐻𝐽's defeat, knowing he needed to check on her. As he hurried down the hallway, he crossed paths with 𝐼𝐻𝐽, who was looking for him. 𝐻𝐽 growled, accusing Izuku of giving 𝐒𝐼𝐻𝐽 a plan to fight him. Izuku responded calmly, pointing out that if 𝐻𝐽 had found the fight challenging, it was because 𝐒𝐼𝐻𝐽 had devised the strategy on her own. 𝐻𝐽, frustrated, left, muttering about how he had defeated her despite the annoyance of her plan. Upon entering Recovery Girl's room, Izuku found 𝐒𝐼𝐻𝐽 resting on a small cot. She greeted him with enthusiasm, though he sensed she was hiding something. When he asked how she was feeling, she insisted she was fine, raising her fist in a show of determination. However, her eyes betrayed her, glistening with unshed tears. Izuku expressed his concern, and 𝐒𝐼𝐻𝐽 reassured him that she would use this loss to improve herself. Without hesitation, he embraced her, reminding her that pretending to be okay wouldn't help. 𝐒𝐼𝐻𝐽 broke down, crying into his shoulder, expressing her longing to make her parents proud. Izuku comforted her, reminding her of her accomplishments and how proud her parents must be to see her use her quirk and advance in the competition. 𝐒𝐼𝐻𝐽 asked if he truly believed in her, and he wiped her tears away, affirming his sincerity. He explained that 𝐻𝐽 had assumed he was behind her plan because it had posed a challenge for him. 𝐒𝐼𝐻𝐽 smiled, feeling encouraged, and thanked Izuku. She then decided to call her parents, and he nodded in support. Just then, Recovery Girl hurried in, reminding Izuku that the next round was about to start. He stood up and gently kissed 𝐒𝐼𝐻𝐽 on the forehead before leaving the room. As he prepared for his match against Todoroki, Iida expressed concern about his readiness. Izuku assured him he was prepared, but questioned whether Todoroki was ready. 𝐒𝐼𝐻𝐽 entered the room, her confidence shining through as she cheered for him, making punching motions with her fists. Izuku felt a sense of gratitude for her support. Present Mix's voice boomed, announcing the start of the second round and calling the fighters to the arena. Izuku exchanged determined looks with his friends, who encouraged him to do his best. As he stepped into the arena, the noise of the crowd and the flashes of cameras surrounded him. He spotted Todoroki on the opposite side, his expression serious. The announcer introduced the match, and Midnight signaled for a fair fight, warning that 𝐒𝐮𝐱𝐽 would intervene if necessary. The moment the match began, Todoroki launched a pillar of ice at Izuku. Drawing on One for All at full power, Izuku shattered the ice, sustaining a minor injury but setting his plan into motion. The wind from his movements scattered shards of ice across the arena. He then adjusted his power to a comfortable level and activated the Power Stone, ready for the next phase of the battle. The purple lightning shone bright around Izuku as he leapt through the air toward Todoroki, delivering a powerful 20% smash. Todoroki quickly activated his ice quirk to prevent himself from going out of bounds, sliding across the arena. Izuku harnessed the Power Stone and One for All to strike the wall of ice. Todoroki fell as his ice broke, but he swiftly recovered by creating a small slide with his ice quirk. Izuku activated One for All at 10% and engaged his Mind Stone, preparing for Todoroki's next move. He anticipated that Todoroki would duck under his attack, aiming for his stomach, and then counter with ice while Izuku fell back. Izuku attempted to kick Todoroki, but he deftly dodged. Adding the Time Stone to his arsenal, green and yellow lightning surrounded Izuku as he froze time and dashed behind Todoroki. As time resumed, Todoroki swung at nothing but air. Izuku then deactivated the Mind Stone and activated the Power Stone at 20%, catching Todoroki off guard with a strike that sent him flying across the arena. Todoroki managed to stop himself with a wall of ice, but in retaliation he launched a massive wall of ice toward Izuku. Izuku powered up to 100% with One for All and flicked his finger, obliterating the wall of ice. The ice cracked and shattered, scattering across the arena while Todoroki remained encased in his ice. Izuku held his ground, waiting for Todoroki's next move. Todoroki sent another wall of ice at Izuku, who again used his finger to destroy it. However, he lost sight of Todoroki. Looking up, he saw Todoroki sliding on ice. Izuku jumped back as Todoroki encased his left arm in ice. While Izuku was still airborne, Todoroki covered his leg with ice. Izuku activated One for All at 100%, initially planning to focus it in his finger, but instead decided to channel it through his entire arm. He added the Power Stone to his arm and swiftly struck Todoroki before he could counter. A powerful gust of purple wind enveloped the arena, sending Todoroki hurtling back. The force shattered multiple walls of ice that had kept Todoroki in the safe zone. One last wall of ice barely contained him. Exhausted and in pain, Todoroki felt the freezing grip of ice creeping over his right side. He realized that the longer he relied on his ice quirk, the more his body would succumb to the cold. He needed to use his fire side to thaw himself. Izuku shouted to Todoroki, urging him to unleash his full potential. He emphasized that his quirk belonged to him, not his father, and that he had the power to decide how to use it. Todoroki looked taken aback, considering the possibility that Izuku was genuinely encouraging him. Memories of his mother flooded Todoroki's mind, each one warming his heart. One memory stood out, where she reassured him that his left side was his own and that he could choose how to wield it. As if a switch had been flipped in his mind, Todoroki activated his fire quirk. Izuku stepped back, mesmerized by the swirling flames that danced around Todoroki. In the stands, the second strongest hero watched in astonishment, reflecting on how he had tried for years to get Todoroki to use his fire side, while this young hero had accomplished it in a single day. Izuku grinned at the display, and Todoroki, now grinning back, acknowledged the unexpected support. Izuku activated One for All at 5% and began to combine each stone's power, his body radiating vibrant colors. A strong gust of wind swirled around him as Todoroki grinned, expressing his gratitude. The audience was captivated, knowing they were witnessing a legendary battle. Todoroki unleashed multiple walls of ice at Izuku, who leapt over them with the help of the Infinity Stones. As Todoroki fired a blast of flames, Izuku soared into the air, a streak of colors trailing behind him. He began to descend, ping his arm back, radiating immense power. Todoroki unleashed wave after wave of fire, but Izuku skillfully dodged each attack. When Todoroki attempted to finish him off with a massive wave of ice, Izuku struck the wall with all. the power he had gathered. The wall of ice shattered into countless pieces, and a brilliant flash illuminated the arena. As Izuku continued his descent, he readied his arm once more, the colors intensifying around him. In his excitement, he accidentally increased his power to 50%, creating an overwhelming energy that could blind anyone nearby. Todoroki activated both sides of his quirk, and a strange hissing sound filled the stadium. The tension escalated, prompting 𝐼𝐮𝐼𝐽 to shout for an immediate halt to the match, fearing serious injury. Midnight attempted to intervene, but the wind thwarted her efforts. 𝐼𝐮𝐼𝐽 managed to erect 3 large pillars to block Izuku's path. As Todoroki launched more ice at Izuku, he pushed his fire side forward, resulting in a massive explosion. Izuku realized his mistake, panicking as he recognized the potential consequences of his overexertion. Izuku pushed his arm forward, creating a loud bang that sent power radiating through the air. All 3 of 𝐼𝐮𝐼𝐽's pillars were destroyed by the force, and a massive cloud loomed over the stadium. The audience held on tightly to their seats, shielding their eyes from the brilliant light and the vibrant colors that filled the arena. As the light faded and the wind calmed, everyone sat on the edge of their seats, eagerly awaiting the outcome. When the dust began to settle, a green-haired boy emerged, his shirt torn and his arm hanging awkwardly in the air, clenched into a fist. The announcer's voice rang out, declaring Izuku Midoriya the victor. Izuku's battle cry echoed in his ears as he lowered his arm, overwhelmed with emotion. The crowd watched in awe, questioning whether this 15-year-old was even human. How could he endure such an explosion without losing consciousness or falling from the arena? Izuku's right arm was severely burned, the skin a chaotic mix of colors, indicating the extent of the damage. Pain coursed through him, but he pushed it aside as he hobbled over to the unconscious Todoroki. Using his uninjured left arm, he lifted Todoroki onto his shoulder and staggered toward the exit, his legs trembling beneath him. Eventually, exhaustion overcame him, and he collapsed onto the hard floor. When Izuku's eyes fluttered open, he was greeted by a bright light above him. Confused, he scanned the room until he spotted Recovery Girl standing nearby with a tray of medical equipment. She informed him that he had awakened just before surgery. All Might, seated in his non-muscular form, looked at him with concern, explaining that Izuku had pushed himself too far in the fight, resulting in serious damage to his arm that required surgery. A knock at the door interrupted them, and Recovery Girl went to answer. Ida, Uraraka, Mineta, and Kaminari stood outside, their expressions shifting to worry upon hearing about the surgery. Recovery Girl informed them that only one person could stay, and everyone turned their gaze to All Might, who was still seated. He looked back at them, puzzled by their attention. Recovery Girl then insisted that everyone leave for the surgery to proceed. As the door closed, Uraraka's voice echoed a wish for Izuku's safety. He mentally agreed, focusing on Recovery Girl as she prepared the laughing gas. As the mask was placed over his face, he felt himself drifting away, the last thing he saw being the needle poised to numb his pain. When he awoke, he found himself in a desolate landscape, surrounded by ash. A throbbing headache pulsed through him, and he noticed his right arm covered in bruises and cuts. Warm liquid trickled down his face, revealing a fresh wound on his cheek. Every joint in his legs felt stiff and painful, and his jeans were torn and ragged. As he sat up from the ash, he surveyed the grayish-black wasteland around him. The trees were lifeless, and a long gravel path stretched endlessly before him. A chill ran down his spine as a gust of wind swept across the path, rustling the dead leaves. Despite his hesitation, a familiar shout pierced the air, urging him to move forward. He began to walk down the path, propelled by a sense of urgency. Suddenly, a desperate scream for help echoed in the distance. Without thinking, he broke into a run, tears welling in his eyes as he searched for the source of the cries. Hours seemed to pass as he sprinted, the pleas for help driving him onward, yet the exit remained elusive. The sensation of running in place overwhelmed him, and he fought against the urge to collapse in despair. He couldn't give up, not when someone needed him. This felt like a fever dream, a nightmare he couldn't escape. Yet, deep down, he sensed something sinister lurking in the shadows, a presence that sent shivers down his spine. Not just a strange feeling that people get in a nightmare, but a sensation that I would experience in real life. Only one moment in my life made me feel like this, and I wanted to forget about it. Perhaps it was pandering, but I had a strong feeling I was right. My continued running led me nowhere. The screams grew louder, almost as if I was getting closer to their source, but I hesitated to feel hope after the long time I spent traversing this gray abyss. The further I went, the more sporadic my breathing became. My lungs felt like they might collapse, but I pressed on. My legs ached, my throat was dry and chapped, and my hope was dwindling. Then, I burst through the trees into an open field and halted to take in my surroundings. A large building loomed in the center of the field, feeling eerily familiar. I approached the main entrance and walked down a long hallway. The walls had doors at specific intervals, each marked with a metal plate and a number. A distant, rhythmic knocking echoed above me. I continued down the hallway, searching for a way to the next floor. At the end of the hallway, I spotted a plate next to a door that read, "Stairs." Beside it stood a large metal elevator. A strong gust of wind swept through the hallway, causing my hair to dance. A soft voice whispered in the wind, instructing me to go to floor 4. I dismissed the voice and pressed the button to call the elevator. With a chime, the elevator doors opened, and I stepped inside. I pressed the button for the 4th floor and awaited my ascent. The wind picked up again, and the soft voice returned, welcoming me to its domain. A shiver ran down my spine as I struggled to make sense of the voice. The continuous gray hue of everything around me began to dull my senses. It made the world feel sad, filled with despair, and empty, 3 feelings I had experienced all at once before. I hoped this dream wasn't about that. The elevator doors opened, revealing another long hallway. I stepped out cautiously and approached the nearest door, numbered. I sighed, realizing I had a long walk ahead of me. The numbers triggered a specific memory, the worst of all. This was my apartment door, identical in floor and number. I gulped, my hand trembling as I reached for the doorknob. My entire body froze as I stared blankly at the door. Taking a deep breath, I steeled myself and opened it. Inside, my mother lay on the ground. I was paralyzed, unable to move. The only problem was that she was alive. She turned to look at me, her eyes bloodshot and wet with tears, streaks marking her face. "Izuku," she managed to say before a large boot crushed her skull before my eyes, and I felt a wave of despair wash over me. My body collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down my face like that fateful night, though this was a different death. The door behind me slammed shut and locked. I looked up to see a tall man in a black tuxedo and black khaki breeds standing over me. His face was obscured by a black mask with tubes extending from it, and tempered glass concealed his features. "Who are you?" I managed to ask, more tears spilling from my eyes. "Your worst nightmare," he replied, and I sensed a sinister smile beneath the mask. He walked over to the gray kitchen and turned to me. "I created this entire domain for you with my quirks. It's almost an exact replica of our world, but it isn't. I only needed this one time, and it's now, for you." More tears fell as confusion enveloped my mind. "Why would you need me? You've already taken everything from me," I said, my voice low and filled with anger. The man laughed and raised his hand, a bubble of color appearing. I stood up and moved closer to it, seeing 𝐒𝐿 pacing in a white hallway. "This has to be a dream. A dream. My mind is conjuring this up because I'm still grieving for my mom. I should wake up soon," I said with a confused smile. "This is no dream. I assure you I am a real person. The only way I could reach you was while you were sleeping. But I assure you, this is no dream," he replied. More tears streamed down my face as I sensed the conversation was about to take a dark turn. He pointed at the bubble, specifically at 𝐒𝐿. "You say I took everything, but this girl clearly means something to you. I've been studying your movements since you defeated my prized Nomu at the USJ, and I noticed she is important to you, more than anyone else you know. You care for her and you love her, almost more than your mother." My expression twisted in anger and I growled, "You better not lay a finger on her." I stepped closer to the man, and the bubble vanished. What can you do about it? You can't even control your own quirk at its full potential. All Might really is a terrible teacher, he taunted, a smirk evident in his tone. My face went pale. How do you know about that? I asked. He laughed. He really doesn't like me. Hasn't he told you? I shook my head. Well, he needs to tell you. But back to the point. To accomplish my goal, I need your quirk, he stated. I narrowed my eyes. And what if I don't give you my quirk? I challenged. He laughed and snapped his fingers. Suddenly, I found myself in a devastated city district. Buildings lay in ruins, the ground cracked, and abandoned structures bore the scars of destruction. My friends lay lifeless on the ground, their bodies bruised and battered. All Might was sprawled on the ground in his non-muscular form. I'm sorry, young Midoriya, he said in a low tone. More tears flowed down my face. You have nothing to be sorry for. The man appeared in my vision, wearing a black metal gauntlet on his right hand. With your quirk, I can rule the world. With the snap of his fingers, the man claimed he could achieve any goal he desired. He explained that the universe had scattered the small stones in my hand for a reason, and trusting them to a teenager was a foolish decision. I wiped the tears from my face and looked up at him, asking what he could do with my quirk. As I glanced down at my hand, the vibrant colors of the stones faded away, only to reappear on his gauntlet. The man laughed maniacally and snapped his fingers. I turned to All Might, holding him tightly as he began to cough. He apologized, and in an instant his body turned to dust. Panic surged through me as I ran to endeavor, but he too disintegrated before my eyes. I raced from one person to another, but each vanished, leaving only dust in their wake. The last person I had left was 𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐼. I clung to her, desperate for reassurance. Tears streamed down my face onto her torn hero suit. 𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐼 began to cry as well, burying her head against my chest. She expressed her fear of dying, her voice trembling as she confessed that all she wanted was to help. I held her tightly, vowing that I wouldn't let her go. 𝐼𝐼𝐼's grip tightened as she admitted she didn't feel well. I looked down and saw her body starting to turn to dust. In a panic, I pleaded with her not to leave me, declaring my love for her. She looked worried and apologized softly before her entire form disintegrated. I was left hyperventilating, tears flowing freely as the mysterious man reappeared before me. The colors returned to my hand, signaling that my quirk was back. He explained that with my quirk, I could snap my fingers to make anything happen, and what he wanted was for the symbol of peace to perish. He needed me out of the way, but I was essential to keeping the stone's power intact. If I died, the stones would lose their strength, and the only way to preserve that power was to pass it on to a new host. He concluded that no matter what, I would live, lose my quirk, and watch my friends perish. Fury ignited within me as I vowed that his plans would never come to fruition. The man merely laughed, taunting me to remember to tell All Might that he was still alive. Suddenly, I awoke in a small room, lying on a cot. A weight rested on my chest, and I looked down to find 𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐼 peacefully sleeping there. Memories of the vision flooded my mind, and without thinking, I hugged her tightly. She stirred and opened her eyes, concerned for my well-being. I nodded, assuring her I was okay, but I needed to tell her something important. I expressed my love for her, pleading that she wouldn't leave me. She nodded and embraced me in return, and I glanced at the sleeping All Might, the words, "I'm alive," echoing in my mind. The booming voice of Present Mic announced that the next round would start in 5 minutes, urging everyone to stretch and relax. 𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐼 pulled away from our hug, excitedly reminding me that I would be fighting Iida in the next round. I smiled at her enthusiasm, feeling a sense of determination rise within me. Meanwhile, a voice crackled through a radio, reporting on the search for a dangerous individual. The hero had been tracking the man for weeks but had yet to find him. Suddenly, he believed he spotted the target and requested backup. He perched atop a building, observing the man with a black bag slung over his shoulder. Curiosity piqued, he wondered what could be inside. As he focused through his binoculars, a chill ran down his spine. He recognized a hero being thrown to the ground by the maniac, who then brandished a bloody sword. Realizing the danger, the hero sprang into action, determined to save the hero in peril. He landed in the alley with a thud, catching the attention of the man with the sword. The man smiled menacingly and suggested he leave, but the hero stood firm, declaring it was his duty to protect those in danger. The hero killer laughed, his gaze piercing and dark. He warned that he had given a fair warning. He continued, expressing disdain for heroes who sought fame and fortune through their victories. He noted that while Ida had the heart of a hero, his actions did not reflect that. The hero killer decided to let him off with a warning. Suddenly, a long sword pierced through Ida's back, leaving him feeling numb and unable to move his legs. The hero killer taunted him with a farewell, vanishing into the air. Ida felt a wave of regret wash over him as he thought about his younger brother. He wished he had been there for him, especially during the sports festival, hoping to see him win. He stumbled through the hallways of the arena, searching for Ida. Turning a corner, he spotted All Might in his non-muscular form alongside Recovery Girl. He approached them, asking if they knew where Ida was, as the next round was about to begin. All Might and Recovery Girl turned to him, clearly concerned. All Might requested that he come into a nearby room. Confused but compliant, he followed them inside. All Might asked if he knew who 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽 was, to which he nodded, recalling that 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽 was a pro-hero and Ida's older brother. All Might's expression grew serious as he asked if he knew about the hero killer. His heart sank at the mention of the hero killer, recalling reports of his appearances in Hosu. All Might revealed that 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽 had been found paralyzed, with injuries all over his body. He speculated that Ida had been informed of a family emergency and needed to leave immediately, suggesting that Ida might have to take a bye in the next round. With a heavy heart, he nodded, hoping that Ida would be okay. Meanwhile, Ida was on the phone with his mother, excited about reaching the semifinals. However, her sobbing quickly turned the conversation serious. She urged him to come home immediately, revealing that something had happened to his brother. Worried, Ida asked what had happened to 𝗀𝐃. His mother urged him to hurry, leaving him anxious and confused. He felt torn between his responsibilities at the sports festival and the urgent need to be with his brother. As he prepared to leave, 𝗟𝗟 reminded him that the next round was about to start. Ida forced a smile and explained that he needed to help 𝗀𝐃 on a mission related to a villain attack. He quickly departed, using his quirk to race out of the arena. He made his way to the train station, purchasing a ticket to Hosu. The train was departing soon, and he found a seat, allowing himself a moment to breathe and clear his mind as he watched the scenery pass by. Upon arriving in Hosu, he checked his phone and saw a text from his mother with the coordinates of a hospital. Concerned about what could have happened to 𝗀𝐃, he rushed to the hospital and approached the front desk, breathless from running. After receiving the room number, he hurried down the hallway, his heart racing with worry. Knocking on the door, he announced his arrival. When it opened, he was met with the sight of his mother, her eyes red from crying, with his father comforting her. They let him into the room, revealing the distressing scene he had feared. 𝗀𝐃 lay in a hospital bed, connected to various tubes, looking frail and unrecognizable. Ida approached, placing a hand on his brother's leg, tears streaming down his face. He spoke softly, sharing his hopes and regrets, expressing his sorrow for not being there and wishing he could help. Tears streamed down my face as I whispered a plea for everything to be okay. I turned to my parents, my voice trembling as I asked how this had happened. My dad lowered his head, expressing his frustration with the hero killer. He mentioned that 𝗀𝐃 was fortunate to be alive, as the hero killer typically left no survivors. It seemed 𝗀𝐃 had been spared with just a warning. My fists clenched at the mention of the hero killer. He would regret his decision. I was determined to confront him, and I wouldn't hesitate. Anger surged through me at the thought of him. I needed to distract myself, but I couldn't shake the feeling. There was one more thing I had to do. I grabbed the remote and turned on the television, switching to the channel broadcasting the sports festival. I silently urged Midoriya to win, believing in him for both myself and 𝗀𝐃. Izuku stood in the arena, facing his childhood tormentor. The intensity in 𝗏𝐿𝐽's eyes revealed his longing to prove his strength, to be acknowledged as the strongest. Izuku stood tall, knowing this fight was crucial for him. He had trained his entire life for this moment and couldn't afford to fail in front of millions. Midnight entered the stage, raising a flag as the crowd erupted with excitement. They had been anticipating this fight, aware of the rivalry and the determination both fighters held to defeat one another. Midnight locked eyes with both Izuku and 𝐾𝐿, calling for a fair fight and urging them to make it memorable. As the signal to start echoed, 𝐾𝐿 charged forward, using his quirk to propel himself. Izuku activated One for All at 15% and also rushed ahead. 𝐾𝐿 launched himself into the air, preparing to strike, but at the last moment, he used an explosion to propel himself backward as a feint. Izuku anticipated this strategy and dodged. Frustrated, 𝐾𝐿 charged again. Knowing he needed to take the offensive, Izuku braced himself, purple sparks dancing around him. 𝐾𝐿 approached with fierce intent, throwing a powerful right hook, but Izuku deftly dodged, countering with a series of punches. 𝐾𝐿 managed to push Izuku away for a moment, but Izuku quickly regained his stance, determined to continue. He combined his powers, charging at 𝐾𝐿. As 𝐾𝐿 attempted to leap over him, Izuku caught his leg midair and flung him down, using his quirk to send 𝐾𝐿 soaring. 𝐾𝐿 flew through the air, but as he descended, Izuku caught him again and threw him back to the ground. 𝐾𝐿 quickly rose, shaking off the dust, visibly furious. He charged at Izuku, who prepared for another feint. 𝐾𝐿 leaped, but Izuku dodged and struck back with 15% of his power. 𝐾𝐿 was sent back but quickly recovered, continuing his relentless assault. They exchanged blows, each hit weakening them further. The crowd watched in awe, captivated by their skill and determination. Izuku landed a punch that struck 𝐾𝐿's nose, causing him to recoil. 𝐾𝐿, now furious, charged at Izuku again. Both fighters were showing signs of wear, but neither was willing to back down. 𝐾𝐿 ducked under one of Izuku's punches and countered with a sudden explosion, catching Izuku off guard. Izuku stumbled back, unable to react as 𝐾𝐿 unleashed a series of explosions. He was sent skidding across the ground, his gym suit torn and his body marked with bruises and cuts. But he refused to give up. Pushing through the pain, Izuku activated all his powers at once, channeling 5% of One for All. 𝐾𝐿 soared into the air, preparing a massive explosion for his special move. The crowd buzzed with anticipation, sensing the immense power radiating from both fighters. Izuku felt the energy building within him, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. As 𝐾𝐿 danced around his whirlwind of explosions, Izuku grinned, slowing down time. He leaped through the air, leaving a trail of colors behind him, ready to unleash his own power in response. Everything around Izuku felt slowed down, as if time itself had paused for him. The crowd only saw a blur of colors as he leaped into the whirlwind of explosions created by 𝐾𝐿. Ochako's heart raced, she could hardly watch half of the match, and Izuku's daring move was enough to send her into a panic. 𝐾𝐿 shouted with intensity, ready to unleash a massive explosion, but before he could, he realized Izuku was no longer there. Then, a blinding flash of white engulfed the arena. The spectators were momentarily confused, surrounded by a kaleidoscope of colors: purple, blue, red, yellow, orange, and green. Had Izuku won? But it was unclear. As the light faded, smoke and fire filled the arena, revealing two silhouettes, one standing proudly, the other slumped against the padding. As the dust settled, the victor was revealed. Izuku stood tall in the center of the arena, his legs trembling slightly. He had not sustained any major injuries during the fight. Feeling confident in his mastery of One for All and his unique quirk, 𝐾𝐿 had certainly put up a formidable challenge. Izuku's shirt had been torn apart by the sheer force of the explosion and his own punch. He was taken to Recovery Girl, who tended to his minor cuts, bruises, and burns, similar to 𝐾𝐿's injuries. Afterward, Izuku hurried through the hallways of the arena to find the award podium. He stood proudly as it moved into position. All Might stood before the first, second, and third place winners of the first year 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐦𝐚𝐫𝐲 sports festival, beaming with pride. He felt a sense of pride for Izuku, whom he considered like a son. Izuku had triumphed in the sports festival with grace. All Might addressed the crowd, announcing the winners of the event. The audience cheered as he presented a bronze medal. Third place goes to young 𝐃𝐭𝐭𝐚𝐢. You have shown great perseverance in this competition and fought valiantly with your quirk. All Might praised, preparing to place the medal around 𝐃𝐭𝐭𝐚𝐢's neck. Before he could, Dark Shadow appeared, placing the medal on 𝐃𝐭𝐭𝐚𝐢 and giving a thumbs up. "Thanks, All Might." 𝐃𝐿𝐴𝐚𝐢 replied, and All Might smiled back. Next up is the second place winner of the sports festival, 𝐾𝐞𝐭𝐚𝐢𝐥𝐬. You demonstrated remarkable talent and strength throughout this tournament. Your strategic use of your quirk was impressive. All Might continued, but 𝐒𝐵𝐸𝐲 interrupted. "Just give me the medal already. It's frustrating enough that I lost to that nerd." 𝐒𝐵𝐸𝐲 exclaimed, snatching the silver medal from All Might's hand and stuffing it into his pocket. All Might's sweat dropped and moved on to the next contestant. And now, young Midoriya, the first place winner of this year's sports festival. All Might cheered, and the crowd erupted in applause for Izuku. He had never felt so appreciated in his life, and a single tear rolled down his cheek. From the beginning, you showcased incredible talent and strength. You shone through the competition and demonstrated perseverance through every challenge. Your quirk and determination to win were truly inspiring. I hope you go far in this world. All Might beamed as he placed the medal around Izuku's neck. Izuku bowed his head in gratitude, smiling brightly at All Might, who returned the gesture with a thumbs up. This is this year's first-year sports festival winners. All Might announced, and the crowd went wild. And now, before I leave, go beyond. Plus Ultra, the crowd roared in unison. Izuku stood on the pedestal, taking in the moment. He was ecstatic, reflecting on his growth and the journey that had brought him here. He had overcome doubts and challenges, and now he felt a profound sense of happiness. Outside the arena, Ochako approached Izuku, excitedly praising his performance against 𝐒𝐵𝐸𝐲. As they walked to the train station with Kirishima and Mina, Izuku expressed his gratitude for her support. Ochako blushed lightly at his compliment, unsure of her own performance. Kirishima chimed in, affirming her efforts against 𝐒𝐵𝐸𝐲, while Mina nodded in agreement. Ochako smiled, feeling encouraged. As they walked, a group of fans approached, excitedly recognizing Izuku as the sports festival winner. They praised his strength and quirk, overwhelming him with admiration. Izuku felt flustered but managed to express his appreciation, reminding them of his friend's contributions as well. After a brief exchange, Izuku hurriedly excused himself, eager to return home. As he entered his apartment, he grabbed the mail and noticed a small envelope. Inside was a check, likely his allowance from his father, marking the end of the month. He took a moment to appreciate the quiet before moving on with his day. I wondered what he was going to do about her. The check was in English. It stated, $5,000 to the Midoriya residence. Signed, Hitoshi Midoriya. A smile spread across my face as I placed the check on the counter beside me. Inside the envelope was a note, which I decided to read. The note began with a heartfelt greeting. Hitoshi expressed his condolences for my mother's passing and apologized for not being there for me during my childhood. He mentioned that, since my mother could no longer provide for us, he had nearly doubled the amount of money he would send each month. He shared his excitement about my participation in the 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐦𝐷 sports festival and expressed pride in my quirk. Hitoshi acknowledged the void my mother's death had left but reassured me that I had likely found someone special, referencing a girl named 𝐒𝐿. He concluded with words of love and encouragement. After reading the note, I returned it to the envelope and carried it into my bedroom, where Ochako was. She noticed me and asked what I had. I held up the check and explained that my father, a pro hero in America, sent us money to help support ourselves. While it was primarily child support, he also contributed to our future savings. Ochako's eyes widened in surprise when I revealed the amount. I smiled and placed the envelope in my drawer, handing her the check. I shared my aspiration to be like her father one day, wanting to give back to my parents for raising me on a tight budget. Ochako smiled and handed the check back to me, suggesting we could use it wisely. She hugged me tightly, reminding me that my father intended the money for our needs. I returned the embrace, feeling grateful for her support. We agreed that we didn't need to rush into decisions about the money, but it was good to know we had options. Ochako expressed her affection for me, and I reciprocated her feelings. After the 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐦𝐸 sports festival, 𝐒𝐮𝐬 granted us a day off to rest and recover. I woke up that morning to find Ochako peacefully sleeping beside me, looking adorable in her dream state. At 6:30 a.m., I got out of bed and grabbed some clothes from my dresser. After a quick shower and brushing my teeth, I started my day. I opened the fridge to assess our food supplies and noted we were low on eggs, bread, and bagels, while we had enough bacon but could always use more. I made a mental note of what we needed from the grocery store and quickly jotted down a shopping list. Once I finished the list, I began preparing a quick breakfast. I took the bacon, grabbed the eggs, and the loaf of bread. As I cooked, Ochako entered the kitchen. I greeted her with a kiss on the forehead, and she smiled, commenting on the delicious smell of the food. I handed her a hot cup of tea I had made. After breakfast, I mentioned my plan to go grocery shopping since we were running low on a few items. Ochako offered to join me, saying she needed some things too. I welcomed her company, happy to share the outing with her. As the toast popped up and the bacon finished cooking, I plated the food and served it to Ochako. I wrapped my arms around her waist from behind, resting my head on her shoulder. She giggled, enjoying the meal, and her eyes sparkled with delight as she tasted the eggs. I felt a sense of pride as she complimented my cooking. Later, Ochako reminded me about a conversation we had during the sports festival when I had seemed troubled. She asked if I could share what had happened. I hesitated, realizing I couldn't tell her about the vision I had. Instead, I decided to tell a small lie, hoping she would believe me. I described it as a very realistic nightmare involving a villain encounter that ended tragically. The last thing that was seen was Ochako crying over a body. It felt like a nightmare, and emotions needed to be released. What dripped down the face as Ochako studied the expression before smiling. It was just a dream, and she wanted to ensure everything was okay. With a smile, the decision was made to head to the food store, inviting Ochako to join. She looked at herself and blushed, realizing she needed to freshen up. After a brief wait, Ochako emerged from the bathroom, beaming with enthusiasm. They both headed to the front door, where a playful exchange of chivalry took place, leading to laughter as they stepped outside. Together, they walked slowly to the food store, navigating through bustling crowds. Whispers surrounded them, and it was clear they were recognized. They hurried through the busy streets and found a small park, a brief respite before reaching their destination. As they slowed down, the beauty of the park caught their attention. It was a lovely day, and spending it together brought smiles and warmth. Once they arrived at the local food store, the checkout clerk greeted them without looking up. The conversation began with a friendly inquiry about their day, and recognition sparked excitement in the clerk's voice. The joy of their recent achievements was shared, and Ochako felt a rush of pride as compliments flowed her way. After gathering their groceries, they returned to their apartment, placing the bags on the counter. A sense of relief washed over them as they enjoyed some time alone. Suggestions of watching TV arose, and as they settled onto the couch, Ochako found a comfortable spot against the other. The TV remote was grabbed, but soon the screen was turned off, and they focused on each other instead. As they relaxed together, the peaceful atmosphere enveloped them. With a playful exchange, they both succumbed to the comfort of the moment, drifting into a restful sleep. The day passed quietly, and they awoke the next morning to the start of school. In class, Mr. Izuawa announced that they would be choosing their hero names, but he wouldn't be assisting them. Midnight burst into the room with excitement, contrasting Izuawa's calm demeanor. The importance of their choices was emphasized, as these names could follow them forever. Flashbacks of past conversations about hero names filled Izuawa's mind as he distributed whiteboards for the students to write on. Aoyama quickly finished his name, filled with stars, and presented it to the class, which elicited a mix of reactions. Midnight suggested a simpler version, and Aoyama happily accepted the feedback. Mina then approached the front, confidently declaring her chosen name, which prompted a surprised reaction from Midnight. After a brief moment of reconsideration, Mina adjusted her choice, ready to share her new idea. The atmosphere in the classroom was lively, filled with anticipation for the names that would define them as heroes. Midnight smiled and gave a thumbs up, pleased with the progress. Shoji spoke in a low tone, introducing his hero name, 𝐼𝐼𝐬. Midnight beamed at him, clearly impressed. Tokoyami followed with a dark tone, declaring, 𝗟𝗏𝗚. Midnight's smile widened as she expressed her approval, saying she loved it. Jiro grinned and announced her name, 𝗏𝗧. Midnight responded ecstatically, affirming it was perfect. Kaminari added his own name, 𝗟𝗏𝗚, and Midnight screamed with delight, expressing her love for it. As the students continued to present their names, most of the class had finished, with only a few remaining. Bakugo suddenly shouted, "Lord Explosion Murder." Midnight frowned, reminding him that they were young heroes and their names shouldn't be so frightening. Undeterred, Bakugo shouted again, "King Explosion Killer." Midnight face-bombed, urging him to choose something less violent. Bakugo growled, scribbling furiously on the whiteboard before announcing, "Kamikaze." Midnight shakily gave him a thumbs up, declaring it perfect. Ochako then approached the front of the class, sharing her hero name, 𝗟𝗏𝗚, the zero-gravity rescue hero. Midnight beamed, stating it was much better than some other names. Ochako returned to her seat with a peaceful smile. Meanwhile, Ida was visibly shaking as he contemplated his hero name, 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐦𝐽. He stood up, walking to the front with a deep gulp. Midnight looked at him, confused, and asked what was wrong. Ida revealed his name, and the class gasped, except for Bakugo. Ochako expressed concern, questioning if he was sure about such a big responsibility. Ida confirmed that he wanted to honor his brother's legacy and hurried back to his seat. Midnight stared blankly for a moment before reminding the class that 2 more people still needed to choose their hero names. I felt a rush of urgency. I hadn't chosen my hero name yet. I had some ideas, but they didn't seem good enough. Just as I was about to stand up, Todoroki rose from his seat and walked to the front. He turned around his whiteboard, revealing his name, Shoto. The class stared in shock. Midnight questioned him, reminding him that hero names were significant and should be memorable. Todoroki, looking contemplative, explained that he wanted to keep it simple for now, as he had been preoccupied with his fight against Midoriya during the sports festival. Midnight sighed, acknowledging that it was a fine name, and told him to sit down. As Todoroki returned to his seat, Midnight turned her attention to me, asking if I had a hero name. I nodded and stood up, keeping my whiteboard close to my body. The class's eyes were on me, and I felt nervous. Unable to speak, I simply turned the whiteboard around to reveal my name, Deku. Bakugo gasped, the first to react. Midnight cautioned me about the permanence of the name, but I smiled and focused on Ochako, who looked surprised. I explained that someone had taught me that the name could mean something different, something positive. Deku, the hero who will always do his best, I declared. Ochako's smile brightened, reminding me of when she had turned that nickname into something good. As I recalled that memory, I remembered a conversation with Ochako. She had called me Deku, and when I explained that it had been used to bully me, she had frowned and asked for my real name. I told her it was Izuku Midoriya, and she had smiled, saying she liked Deku because it sounded like encouragement and was cute. Feeling nostalgic, I returned to my seat, glancing across the classroom to see Ochako's bright smile. I felt reassured that I had made the right choice. Her smile filled me with warmth, making my day better. Mr. Izuawa then emerged from his sleeping bag, reminding us about the sports festival and introducing the concept of internships. Kaminari interrupted, asking what an internship was. Mr. Izuawa shot him a glare, urging him to listen. He explained that we would participate in internships with hero agencies, where we would train for a full week. He began writing down the number of requests each student received from agencies on the chalkboard. As the students filtered to the front to collect their papers, Ochako's determination shone through. She exclaimed that the week would be great and that she was going to do well, her enthusiasm making some classmates uncomfortable. I scanned the list of agencies and noticed one that caught my attention, 𝗟𝗏𝗚 Agency. I wondered why they would want to sign me, but I realized I needed to improve my stamina, footwork, and agility, as my movements felt heavy and unrefined. I needed to learn how to use my quirks to enhance my movements and increase my speed. I circled the edge shot. Agency, flipping the paper around to keep it hidden from view. The bell rang, signaling the end of class. Mr. Izuawa announced in a low tone that it was time for lunch, urging students to enjoy their break without bothering him. I stood up and made my way to find 𝐻𝐿𝐬. From behind me, 𝐻𝐿𝐬 called out to me, and Ida followed a few steps behind her. I smiled and greeted them. They both returned my greeting enthusiastically, and Ida suggested we head to lunch together. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 was walking through the hallways of 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐬, in his muscular form, feeling the strain of maintaining it. Suddenly, his phone rang, and he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He quickly retreated to the bathroom to revert to his non-muscular form, knowing he wouldn't be able to handle the call in his current state. When he answered, a familiar voice greeted him, expressing excitement over Midoriya's success at the sports festival. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 felt a sense of foreboding as the conversation turned serious. In class, I found myself staring blankly at the chalkboard while Mr. Izuawa continued his lecture. The lunch bell snapped me back to reality, and I joined 𝐻𝐿𝐬 and Ida as we headed to the cafeteria, discussing our day so far. As we settled at our usual table, 𝐼𝐻𝐬 burst into the cafeteria, greeting the students with his signature enthusiasm. He approached our table, focusing his attention on me. He asked if I could join him for lunch, and after a moment of encouragement from 𝐻𝐿𝐬 and Ida, I agreed. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 squeezed into a small couch while I took a seat on a foldable chair. He transformed into his non-muscular form and sighed, revealing his struggle to maintain it. He explained that he wanted to discuss the origins of 𝗏𝗏 and the future of my quirk. I listened intently, taking a sip of the steaming tea in front of me. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 reminded me of his earlier warning about the dangers that came with the quirk. He spoke gravely about 𝐿, the villain who had once nearly defeated him. He recounted the history of 𝐿, detailing how he had gained immense power by taking and giving quirks, leading to chaos across Japan. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 shared the story of 𝐿's younger brother, who had received a quirk that allowed him to transfer abilities. This brother eventually passed down the quirk he had received, leading to the creation of 𝗏𝗏. I smiled, realizing that 𝗏𝗏 had emerged from darkness to become a force for good. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 returned my smile, explaining that each successor of 𝗏𝗏 had to confront 𝐿, most of whom had failed. He warned me that I would also face this challenge in the future, and despite the seriousness of the topic, I felt a surge of determination. Well, you will be there to fight him with me, Izuku said excitedly. 𝐼𝐻𝐬's expression turned somber as he replied that he wouldn't be there when Izuku faced 𝐿, as he would be in the stars with his 𝗟𝗏𝗏. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 chuckled and ruffled Izuku's hair, acknowledging the situation with a simple, yeah. The bell rang, signaling the end of their conversation. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 advised Izuku to head back to class, and with a smile, Izuku got out of the chair. See you, 𝐼𝐻𝐬, he said as he left. The next day, 𝐼𝐻𝐬 sat on a couch, staring at a small piece of paper. He pondered why Izuku had signed up for 𝐻𝐻𝐬's agency, finding it puzzling. With a sigh, he stood up and took out his phone to make a call. Hello. 𝐻𝐻𝐬. 𝐼𝐻𝐬. What is it? 𝐻𝐻𝐬 responded. I know you've heard that Izuku signed up to train with you. Would it be okay if my old trainer helped train him alongside you? I already have a training strategy for him. His agility needs improvement. If your old teacher can assist with that, I'm fine with it. Yes, his quirk is Jet, which allows him to move faster. He should be able to help. Alright, have him call me and we can discuss it. Thank you so much, 𝐻𝐻𝐬. I really appreciate it. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 hung up, letting out a loud sigh of relief. Thank you, 𝐻𝐻𝐬. A familiar voice interrupted his thoughts. So I'm the one that's persistent. 𝗟𝗏𝗟𝗏 teased, causing 𝐼𝐻𝐬 to shake with embarrassment. I'm sorry, sir, he stuttered while bowing. Don't worry, 𝗏𝗏𝗟𝗏. I'm looking forward to meeting your successor, 𝗟𝗏𝗟𝗏 said with a smile. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 managed a shaky smile in return. Why, I hope you see how strong he is. 𝗟𝗏𝗟𝗏 nodded, his smile reassuring. Yeah, I hope so. Izuku's perspective shifted as Mr. Izuawa led the class through the train station. They walked slowly through the hallways, searching for their designated train stations. Izuaurora finally stopped in front of a large double door, revealing a spacious area of the station. Alright, I know it's early, but we need to find your specified train stations. I have the list of where you need to go. I'll call out your names, and you head to the station I mention, he explained, his tone tired. The class groaned in frustration. Why do we have to get to our agency this early? Mineta complained. Kacchan growled in response, directing his anger at Mineta. When did you even sign up for an agency? Mr. Izuaurora sighed, holding up the paper. Just find your terminal and get out of here. I need to take a nap. Izuku sighed and moved forward to see where he needed to go. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐷. We have to go to different train stations, 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐷 said with a pout. Izuku smiled and patted her head. See you in a week, he replied. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐷 giggled and walked away, reminding him to call her. He noticed 𝐒𝐮𝐷 walking slowly, his posture sagging. Hey 𝐒𝐮𝐷. Wait up. Izuku called as he ran toward him. 𝐒𝐮𝐷 turned, looking serious. Midoriya. Aren't you supposed to go that way? Izuku smiled, trying to mask his concern. Yeah, but I wanted to check on you. You seem a bit... He avoided mentioning the hero killer. 𝐒𝐮𝐷 forced a smile. I'm fine, Midoriya. You should head out. He turned away, leaving Izuku feeling uneasy. 𝐒𝐮𝐷. You can tell me anything. We are friends, right? Izuku said, hoping to reassure him. 𝐒𝐮𝐷 turned back with a smile. Yeah, we are friends. Then he walked away, leaving Izuku frowning. Why was 𝐒𝐮𝐷 heading to the 𝐻OSU train? Izuku knew a few good agencies there, except for 𝐒𝐮𝐲, who technically wasn't in 𝐻OSU. He recalled that the hero killer had attacked 𝐒𝐮𝐷's brother in 𝐻OSU. 𝐒𝐮𝐷 was seeking revenge. Izuku turned to find 𝐒𝐮𝐷 again, but he was already gone. He shook his head in frustration, searching for him. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐷. Have you seen 𝐒𝐮𝐷? He called out. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐷, heading toward her train, stopped to look back. 𝐒𝐮𝐷. He went to his train, right? Izuku shrugged and walked away toward his own train. The train sped along the tracks, leaving the city behind. Izuku stared out the window, watching the scenery blur by. As the train slowed, the announcement came. Last stop before 𝐻OSU suburbs. He slouched in his seat, noticing just a few people boarding the train. Pulling his hoodie up, he tried to fall asleep. Is this seat taken? A shaky voice asked from beside him. Izuku pulled down his hood to see an elderly man in common clothes. Despite the many open seats, he didn't want to be rude, so he shook his head. No. He took out his phone to scroll through social media. What's your name, son? The old man inquired. Izuku looked at him in confusion. Izuku, he replied, unsure. The man tilted his head, seeming to question him further. Izuku repeated his name, feeling awkward. The man grinned and laughed. Ominously. Toshi really hasn't taught you well. You have so much more to learn. He stood up and walked away, leaving Izuku speechless and his mind racing with possibilities about who the man could be. As the train started moving again, Izuku tried to shake off the encounter and fall asleep. Suddenly, his phone vibrated in his pocket, startling him. He tensed up, growling at the noise as he pulled it out. The screen showed a FaceTime call from 𝐒𝐮𝐷. His body relaxed, and his frown turned into a smile as he accepted the call. 𝐒𝐮𝐷's bright face lit up his mood. Hey Dad, how's it going? She asked, her cheerful demeanor lifting his spirits. Could be better, he replied, feeling his heart flutter at the sight of her. 𝐒𝐮𝐷 smiled, rubbing the nape of her neck, and Izuku couldn't help but feel a sense of warmth at their connection. It seemed like I had woken 𝐒𝐮𝐷 from a nap, and I felt a bit guilty about it. I smiled as I adjusted my hood. Even if she had interrupted my rest, it was worth it because I loved her. 𝐒𝐮𝐷 giggled at my comment, expressing her affection in return. She mentioned how much she missed me and that she had made it to 𝐮𝐻𝐧𝐿's agency, excited to show me her room. As she stood up from her bed and walked around the spacious room, I couldn't help but admire it. The size of her room and the comfort of her bed made me wish I could be there with her. My playful pout made her laugh even more. She told me she needed to rest, and I reminded her that I had a long train ride ahead of me. She playfully insisted I should sleep on the train, and I teased her about being the one who interrupted my nap. Her playful sarcasm made me smile, and I affectionately called her by a nickname that made her blush. I promised to call her every day, and she smiled back, saying she would see me tomorrow before hanging up. As I pulled my hoodie over my head to get some rest, I reflected on how much I loved her. I felt a strong sense of duty to train harder for her sake, to protect her, especially during this challenging week apart. I arrived at the Hosu suburb station, dragging my heavy luggage off the train. The enticing aroma of food made my stomach growl, and I was both hungry and tired. I stopped at a burger joint and devoured my meal as if it were my last. The burgers were juicy, the cheese perfectly melted, and the fries were golden and crispy. I finished my feast in just 5 minutes. With little time to spare, I hurried to 𝐒𝐮𝐲𝐸's agency, eager to arrive on time and take in the view. The night enveloped the area, with only a distant street lamp illuminating my path. I secured my suitcase under my arm to keep my hands warm and jogged to warm up for the trek up the mountain. Reaching the base of the mountain, I faced a dense forest with a narrow path leading upward. The towering trees obscured the peak, and the path was shrouded in darkness. A sign caught my eye, warning newcomers about invisible traps along the way. It advised using agility and the trees to navigate safely. I felt a shiver at the thought of the traps inside as I activated one for all to 16%, pushing myself to improve. I left my heavy luggage at a designated spot and took my hero suit container from my bag, deciding to keep it close. With green sparks illuminating my surroundings, I leaped into the air, landing on the first tree. Balancing on the thin branches proved challenging, and as I pushed off to move to another tree, I lost my grip and fell hard to the ground. The impact jolted my back, and I quickly noticed a large boulder rolling down the mountain toward me. In a moment of panic, I activated one for all to 16% and summoned the Power Stone. My arm glowed with energy as I prepared to defend myself. With a powerful punch, I shattered the boulder into countless pebbles, the force of the impact resonating deep within me. However, I reminded myself that my goal was to improve my agility, not just rely on strength. Picking up my backpack, I reactivated one for all and jumped back into the trees. I needed a new strategy. Instead of always aiming for the top of the trees, I considered moving more fluidly, like a monkey. Perhaps I could adapt some of 𝐒𝐮𝐽's techniques to enhance my own. With determination, I activated the space stone to lighten my movements. As I pulled my hood tighter to blend into the night, I felt ready to tackle the challenges ahead. My black shorts and socks complemented my outfit, preparing me for the training that awaited. Even though the red shoes worn stood out, confidence surged within as the elusive nature took over. A smile spread across the face while bolting off the tree into the distance. Blue energy shimmered around as movement flowed across the open canvas of the forest. Swinging from branches and leaping from treetop to treetop, the goal was to emulate 𝐾𝐿's explosive movements. And that was the breaking point. Speed increased rapidly. No wonder 𝐾𝐿 could move so fast with his explosions. Just needed to be lighter and more agile. The old movements had been clunky and based on brute strength. With this new part of self, confidence in the moveset soared. Getting a bit cocky, daring moves were attempted on the trees. Spinning in the air and executing flips, the wind rushed past, and adrenaline pumped through the veins. This was exhilarating. The lack of sleep felt like a distant memory. In the moment, all that mattered was the next move. At great pace, the only thing visible from the city was a bright blue blur of light rushing through the darkness of night. Jumping over the last stretch of trees on the mountain, the vastness of 𝐒𝐿𝐴's estate came into view. The size of the house was awe-inspiring. Sweat dripped from the face, breathing from the 5 miles just traversed. "Hello, Midoriya." Turning around revealed 𝐒𝐿𝐴 and the familiar figure from the train, now clad in a yellow hero suit, holding luggage. Excitement bubbled up at the meeting. Who was that? The man in the yellow suit introduced himself. He was 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐿, a former teacher of 𝐵𝗛𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐿, known as All Might. He had called 𝐵𝗛𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻 to ask if he could mentor for the week. Unfortunately, the choice had already been made to go to 𝐒𝐿𝐴's agency. After a few calls, both 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐿 and 𝐒𝐿𝐴 would be teaching for the week. So, he was All Might's old teacher. The thought of All Might being mentored lingered. 𝐻𝐻 cleared his throat, bringing the focus back. They had been observing how the training would be approached and were pleasantly surprised. A thumb was held high in response. The effort to make it all the way had been put forth. 𝐻𝐻 smiled beneath the mask that covered his mouth. The performance had exceeded expectations, but improvement was still necessary. The smile faded as the conversation turned serious. 𝐻𝐻 walked toward the door of his house. They wanted to see if the drive to succeed could be maintained. The accomplishment was noted, but now it was time to make it a constant habit. Sliding open the historic Japanese shoji, 𝐻𝐻 revealed his expansive home. Before proceeding, rest was essential. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 handed over the luggage and followed 𝐻𝐻 inside. Slowly, the entrance into the grand house was made. The interior felt much smaller than expected. A whisper escaped about the size as stairs led to an upstairs area. 𝐻𝐻 opened a double shoji, revealing a spacious bedroom. This would be the living arrangement for the week. Taking in the room's details, the luggage was placed on the floor before heading into the small bathroom. Returning to the main room, the lights were turned off. Slowly approaching the bed, exhaustion set in. A phone and charger were retrieved from the backpack, plugged into an outlet to revive the nearly lifeless device. Notifications flooded in as the phone powered on, revealing 5 messages from Ochako. She had been worried. The heart stirred at the thought of Ochako's concern. "I'm sorry, Ochako. 𝐻𝐻 gave me a task before reaching his agency. I will video call you right away." The call was initiated, barely ringing once before Ochako answered. "You gave me a scare. What were you doing?" "Jumping across 5 miles of forest to reach the agency, using only the quirk. The ground was filled with traps, and falling would have meant getting caught." Ochako's gaze lingered on the face for a moment. "Oh my god, you look exhausted. I'm relieved you called. At least villains didn't get you." It was a challenging 5 miles, but beneficial for training. Happy not to have been captured. Those 40 minutes were nerve-wracking for me. I wish you were here to comfort me. The puppy dog face she made was irresistible. Wishing to be there too, a shower and sleep were on the agenda. She should also get some rest. "Well, I was going to, but you gave me a scare. That builds character." Laughter followed. "Well, I guess I should go. Good night." "Good night." The video call ended, and a smile lingered while sinking further into the bed. A shower was needed. "Time for bed, kid. Wake-up call is set for 4 o'clock tomorrow," 𝐻𝐻 said, peeking through the door. "I will do. Still need to shower. Do it quickly. There's a lot of training ahead this week. A schedule still needs to be made." "Understood." 𝐻𝐻 withdrew from the door, leaving the room in anticipation of what lay ahead. I stood up from the bed and hopped into the shower for a quick cleansing. Afterward, I got ready for bed, contemplating the training schedule ahead. With villains looming, I needed to grow stronger as quickly as possible. I couldn't rely solely on my strength. I had to protect my friends and uphold All Might's legacy. A slow knocking at my door startled me awake. I stared at the empty door, anticipating who would enter. 𝐻𝐻 greeted me, urging me to rise for training, his head peeking through the door crack thanks to his quirk. I glanced around the room and noticed the pitch blackness outside. Checking the clock, I saw it was 4 a.m. Confused, I looked back at 𝐻𝐻, who smiled beneath his mask, holding a packet of papers. He explained that we were starting early today. Hard and long training was essential for my readiness. I sighed, realizing he was right. I needed to train harder to improve. After a hot shower to energize myself, I quickly dressed and dashed out of my room, navigating the expansive mansion in search of the dining room. It seemed much smaller from the outside, leaving me in awe of how it all fit inside. Finally, I found the dining room, where 𝐻𝐻 and 𝐼𝐻𝐻 were enjoying a hearty breakfast. My mouth watered at the sight of the food. 𝐻𝐻 invited me to sit and discuss the upcoming week schedule. I nodded and settled into a comfortable chair, eagerly digging into the delicious meal. The food was a welcome change from the last burger I had eaten. 𝐻𝐻 shared his observations from reviewing my performance during the sports festival. He pointed out that I was overusing my arms and suggested I focus on my legs, which could become significantly stronger with training. He also noted that my movement on the field needed improvement, emphasizing the importance of agility and lightness on my feet. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 chimed in, announcing that my first training session would involve a 12-mile run. He instructed me to use only 3% of my quirk in my legs, aiming for a goal of 20% by the end of the week. He warned that if I didn't return by 6 o'clock, I'd face quadruple the work. I nodded, feeling the weight of the challenge as 𝐼𝐻𝐬 started the stopwatch. I raced out of my seat and through the mansion, waiting until I was outside to activate my quirk. The forest ahead was nearly 5 miles, so I needed to run an additional 2 miles to reach my target. As I increased my speed, purple sparks danced around me, illuminating the darkness. Suddenly, I triggered a trap from the previous night. My instinct was to destroy the web, but I reminded myself that this training was about evasion. I needed to navigate the traps with speed and agility. Activating the time stone, I slowed down time just enough to dodge the web trap at the last moment. I knew I had to stay alert. There could be more traps ahead. Deactivating the time stone, I used the space stone to lighten my steps, running on my tiptoes to maximize my energy efficiency. I aimed to avoid triggering traps while maintaining my speed. Just as I adjusted my strategy, a trap was activated, producing a series of clicking sounds. Arrows shot through the air toward me. I grinned, quickly planning my movements. I dodged the nearest arrow by veering to the right, but soon found myself cornered by a barrage of arrows blocking my exit. Glancing to my left, I spotted the dark forest and leaped toward the trees. As arrows whizzed past me, I used the momentum from the tree to propel myself upward, flipping over an arrow that soared higher than the rest. I landed gracefully and resumed my sprint. More arrows appeared ahead, low to the ground, as I approached a curve in the path. I leaped over them, swiftly adjusting my body for the turn. I continued my dash down the narrow road, focused and determined to conquer the challenges ahead. The arrows had disappeared behind him, and he pressed onward, determined to keep his focus ahead. It was impressive, even for him, to realize he had managed to evade them. He knew he had to stay alert. Relaxation was not an option. He continued forward for a few minutes, the steep decline in the path urging him to run faster. As he looked ahead, the vast expanse of forest stretched out for miles. He had to keep moving quickly. 𝐒𝐮 observed the scene, noting how the boy was performing better than expected. The first trap had merely been a test, and he had passed it. Although his dodging skills appeared a bit rusty, it was still an improvement. This was only the beginning of his journey. He shared his thoughts with the old man beside him, who nodded in agreement. The old man mentioned that Toshi had been surprised by the boy's quick learning and adaptability, suggesting that he would make a great sidekick for the week ahead. 𝐒𝐮 acknowledged the potential for training in the city sooner than anticipated but recognized that the boy's movements were still somewhat clumsy. He needed to refine his instincts to avoid destructive reactions. As he monitored Midoriya's progress, he noted that they were approaching mile 3, where he had set up a more challenging trap. The stretch between mile 3 and mile 5 would test the boy's reaction time and fluidity of movement. 𝐒𝐮 anticipated how he would respond to these new challenges, knowing that the real test was about to begin. Izuku ran through the forest, a confident smile on his face as he skillfully avoided various mini-traps. However, as he reached mile 3, an unsettling quiet enveloped him. Something felt amiss, and he knew he had to remain vigilant. Suddenly, loud clicking noises echoed through the dark forest, prompting him to keep running while scanning his surroundings. He dismissed the sounds as a mere distraction, but the clicks returned, accompanied by multiple strings of rope that appeared just a few feet in front of him. He had little time to react. Panic surged within him as he realized he was barreling toward the ropes. He had to think quickly. With a burst of energy, he kicked off the ground, propelling himself over the wires. As he soared through the air, he watched the ropes pass beneath him, but more wires emerged from the shadows as he began to descend. Time seemed to slow as he approached the ground. He landed with a thud, rolling beneath the first wire and maneuvering through a narrow gap between 2 others. He continued to hop, duck, and weave through the barrage of ropes, but fatigue began to set in. His movements grew sloppier as his energy waned. He reminded himself that he couldn't afford to be careless. He needed to tighten his movements and make them more fluid to navigate the obstacles ahead. This was training, and he had to take it seriously. As he focused on improving his technique, pain surged through his legs, causing them to cramp. He let out a frustrated scream, trying to alleviate the sharp agony. His body propelled forward, the wind rushing past him as he soared through the air once more. He landed hard, his legs bending awkwardly beneath him, and he felt as though his bones were protesting under the weight of his body. He needed water. The tightness in his calves was unbearable. He was in so much pain, but he couldn't give up. He had to prove himself strong and resilient. With great effort, he pulled himself off the ground, more pain radiating through his body. Sweat dripped from his brow, and he could feel blood trickling from his nose. He refused to quit. He would not fail. He had to show everyone, especially 𝐾𝐿, that he was capable. With determination, he began to limp through the trial, navigating each wire with painstaking care. He gritted his teeth against the pain, pushing forward despite the challenges. 𝐿𝐬 watched as Midoriya landed awkwardly, a sight that was difficult to witness. He had seen heroes suffer similar fates, and it often led to serious injuries. The boy was in distress, rolling on the ground and clutching his legs tightly, clearly in agony. 𝐿𝐻's mind raced with concerns about potential injuries, ACL tears, fractures, or worse. He hoped the boy would be alright. "I need you to get up and just stop. These injuries are serious and you could be in a lot of trouble. Just please come back. Recovery girl can heal you, but what good would that do? The scars are already there. You can't just recover from these injuries, it takes much more." Looking at the old 𝐼𝐻𝐬 beside me, who held his hand to his mouth, I heard him say that it didn't look good. He insisted that I needed to get to Midoriya right away. Toshi wouldn't be happy to hear about this. I nodded in agreement, recalling how I had seen promising careers end because of a fall like the one this kid had just endured. Determined, I stood up from my chair, my gaze fixed on the multiple screens showing the forest. One screen caught my attention. It showed Midoriya. Something seemed off. He was trying to stand up. Even through the pain, even with the possible injury, he was attempting to rise. Sweat poured down his face, and his teeth were gritted in determination. He was in agony, yet he was still pushing himself. I couldn't help but scream in disbelief at his tenacity. Midoriya continued to stand and move, despite the increasing pain. He declared that he couldn't quit now, that he would not fail, that he would win for 𝐾𝐿. A grin spread across my face. This kid was tough. Maybe he could do this. He just needed to push through the pain for the next 6 miles. It would be a challenge, but it would certainly test his endurance. Izuku's perspective shifted as he lay on the ground, breathless and feeling lightheaded. 𝐿𝐻 urged him to get up, emphasizing that there was no time to waste. They needed the rest of the day to train his mind, reflexes, and body, with no time for rest. 𝐿𝐻 led him to a small training area behind his house, where a training dummy awaited. 𝐿𝐻 instructed Izuku to go all out on the dummy, to treat it as if it were an enemy. As Izuku activated One for All, green lightning swirled around him, and he charged at the dummy with all his might. He swung his fists, pretending to dodge as if facing a real opponent. 𝐿𝐻 observed him closely and noted that based on his moves, Izuku would need little training. However, he realized they needed to focus on his agility and battlefield awareness. He noticed the scars on Izuku's arms and inquired about them. Izuku, feeling ashamed, explained that they were from overusing his quirk. The doctor had warned him that any more heavy damage could lead to losing feeling in his arms. 𝐿𝐻 nodded, emphasizing the importance of using his legs in battle. He reassured Izuku that they just needed more time. As the sun set, streetlights illuminated the area, and the moon shone brightly in the sky. Sweat dripped from Izuku's face, and dirt clung to his body. 𝐿𝐻 retrieved a medal from his pocket and placed it around his neck, challenging Izuku to pull it off within 3 minutes. As Izuku prepared to attack, the air felt thin. He focused on the medal, ready to make his move. When 𝐿𝐻 vanished, Izuku was taken aback, realizing he had disappeared. Suddenly he felt a sharp impact on his face, and confusion filled him as he searched for 𝐿𝐻, who was moving too fast for him to track. Determined to gain the upper hand, Izuku activated One for All and prepared for the next attack. He was aware that 𝐒𝐮 was above him, taunting him about his speed. Izuku knew he needed to strike 𝐒𝐮 and grab the medal, but he was caught off guard by another swift movement. Frustrated, he realized he couldn't rely solely on his arms. He relaxed his arm and focused, feeling the energy around him shift. The green and purple stones on his fist glowed, and the green lightning transformed into a mix of purple and green. In a moment of clarity, he shouted for time to react, slowing everything around him. A green clock-like aura surrounded his left hand. He marveled at this newfound ability, realizing he could control the speed of time. Experimenting with the clock, he discovered that moving it backward reversed time, while moving it forward accelerated it. As his control began to wane, he pushed the clock forward, watching as 𝐒𝐮 emerged from the trees, now within his reach. I grabbed the small medal from 𝐒𝐮's neck and deactivated the time stone. 𝐒𝐮 looked at me, puzzled, as I pointed out the absence of the gold piece around his neck. A moment later, he fell from the trees and landed in front of me, clapping slowly. He acknowledged my effort, noting that while it wasn't the best performance, it was a start. He advised me to avoid relying solely on brute strength and to work on my agility. 𝐒𝐮 and 𝐼𝐻 had come to a realization: my attachment to All Might could be my downfall. I needed to forge my own path and not merely imitate All Might. When I questioned what he meant by that attachment, 𝐒𝐮 sighed, explaining that I needed to discover the answers for myself and to follow my own heart. I bowed in acknowledgement, feeling a bit defeated. He pointed out my problem-solving skills, praising my creative approach to overcoming him without brute force. This was just a test, he said, and tomorrow would focus on legs, agility, and precision moves. He instructed me to get ready for bed as we had a long day ahead. Later, I checked in with Ochako through my phone. She greeted me with her usual enthusiasm, sharing how well her training was going and how much progress she had made since the sports festival. I felt a sense of pride for her achievements and agreed that it felt like forever since we had been apart, even though it had only been 2 days. Ochako mentioned how much she missed me, and I reflected on how fortunate I was to see her every day. As our conversation wrapped up, I plugged my phone into its charger and sat on my bed, contemplating 𝐒𝐮's words. What did he mean by my attachment to All Might? Was it about how I utilized One for All or my fighting style? I needed to think more about that later. For now, I decided to practice some of the techniques 𝐒𝐮 had mentioned. I wanted to be able to maneuver around the arena like 𝗶𝐾𝐽. Sneaking out for a late-night practice seemed like the perfect opportunity. I quietly navigated through the hallways of 𝐒𝐮's house, overhearing 𝐒𝐮 and 𝐼𝐻 discussing my potential. 𝐼𝐻 expressed confidence in my strength and heart, while 𝐒𝐮 emphasized the importance of agility and battlefield movements. He planned to teach me techniques he had observed from 𝗶𝐾𝐽, which could elevate me to the status of the symbol of peace after graduation. Their words fueled my determination. I needed to strengthen myself and improve. Finding the front door, I opened it slowly and stepped outside into the dark forest, illuminated only by the moonlight. I made my way to the expansive training area and approached the agility trainer with excitement. Pulling out my phone, I searched for Katsuki Bakugo Sports Festival highlights and began watching the video, focusing intently on his moves. I reminded myself that while I should know his style, a refresher would be beneficial. After memorizing his techniques, I walked to the agility trainer and stepped onto the wooden plank at the start. The course stretched for about 500 to 600 meters, with wooden poles varying in height and spacing. I activated One for All to 16% and leaped into the air, green sparks illuminating my surroundings. I hit the first pole and jumped off, recalling every move 𝗶𝐾𝐽 had executed. I navigated from pole to pole with increasing confidence, the wind rushing past me as I began to incorporate flips and spins into my movements. However, as I reached the end of the course, the challenge intensified, and I lost my footing. I stumbled, groaning in pain as I held my head. Despite the setback, I recognized the improvement I had made. Recording my practice and reviewing the video would certainly help me refine my skills further. Standing up, I resolved to keep pushing forward. Let's retry this, the protagonists thought, chuckling to themselves as they brushed the dirt off their body. They checked the clock on their phone. It was 3, they had lost track of time, realizing they had been out for longer than expected. Sleep had eluded them, and as they looked down, they noticed the cuts, bruises, dirt, and sweat covering their body. They contemplated the hour and 10 minutes left until 𝐿 would attempt to wake them up, considering a brief nap to recharge for the next day or perhaps relying on caffeine instead. With a light laugh, they stood up and wiped the dirt off their suit. As the week progressed, the training intensified. By the end of each day, they were drenched in sweat and dirt, their appearance transformed as their style was refined. Each day was filled with hard work and determination to become a great hero. They made it a point to call Ochako at the end of each day, pleased to hear about her progress at her hero agency. 𝐿𝐻 and 𝐼𝐻𝐻 had been instrumental in helping them identify their strengths and weaknesses throughout the training sessions. Despite their gratitude, they still grappled with their attachment to All Might, pondering whether it was a matter to discuss with him or something they needed to resolve independently. As the week came to a close, 𝐿𝐻 suggested they head into the heart of Hosu to confront some small-time thugs and assess the effectiveness of their training. He encouraged the protagonists to prepare, patting them on the back. Excitement sparked in their eyes as they quickly donned their hero suit. When they inquired about who would accompany them, 𝐿𝐻 replied it would just be the two of them, and they stepped out of the front door together. 𝐿𝐻 led them to his car, and they settled in, mentally gearing up for the night ahead. Initially confident, the protagonists soon realized that no amount of preparation could fully equip them for the challenges that lay ahead. As they drove through the bustling streets of Hosu, 𝐿𝐻 noticed a section of the city engulfed in flames. Concerned, he muttered to himself that this was unusual. The protagonist, shocked, wondered if a villain was responsible for the chaos. 𝐿𝐻 pressed the gas pedal, determined to reach Hosu quickly. He explained that as a pro-hero, it was his duty to respond to any signs of villain activity. He instructed the protagonist to assist any civilians in need and to avoid confrontations with villains. Handing over an earpiece, he reminded them to meet at the town center when called. Upon arriving in Hosu, 𝐿𝐻 parked the car and they both exited onto the chaotic streets. He emphasized the importance of respecting his authority and following his instructions, especially during such a serious situation. The protagonist nodded, feeling the weight of the moment. 𝐿𝐻 assured them that if necessary, they would have permission to use their quirk against a villain, prioritizing their safety above all. With a final command to meet back when instructed, 𝐿𝐻 dashed away using his quirk. The protagonist activated One for All at 16%, racing through the streets of Hosu, searching for anyone who might need help. Green electric sparks danced around them as they moved swiftly. They realized they needed a strategy to locate those in distress, focusing solely on aiding civilians instead of engaging with enemies. Turning a corner, they spotted the pro-hero Manuel, who was frantically searching for his sidekick, 𝐼𝐻. The protagonist approached him, eager to assist. Manuel, recognizing them as one of 𝐿𝐻's trainees, expressed his concern for 𝐼𝐻's safety. The protagonist's mind raced. They understood the potential danger 𝐼𝐻 could be in, especially with the notorious hero killer on the loose. Apologizing for their urgency, they rushed off to find 𝐼𝐻, feeling a sense of dread. They knew they had to act quickly, aware that time was of the essence. As they navigated the streets, the protagonist felt a growing sense of urgency. The hero killer had not yet been spotted, likely hiding while chaos reigned in the city. They contemplated using their quirk to locate 𝐼𝐻, weighing the risks involved. It was a gamble, but they were determined to find him and ensure his safety. Activating the Power Stone, they prepared to 𝐻𝐻 the strength needed for the task ahead. Mind React. Izuku shouted as he activated the Mind Stone. If he could 𝐻𝐻 the Time Stone for a special move, perhaps he could do the same with the Mind Stone. He used the Power Stone to amplify the Mind Stone's strength, aiming to locate 𝐼𝐻's mind and pinpoint his location. A large burst of yellow energy surged through the air, traveling far without causing harm. As Izuku focused on searching for 𝐼𝐻, countless thoughts flooded his mind. He continued to run forward, determined to find him. He felt his limits approaching. It had barely been 5 seconds and he was already struggling. He needed to use his quirk to send a message immediately. He called out for 𝐻𝐻𝐬, urging him to reveal his location, knowing they were in danger. After deactivating his quirk, he glanced into a dark alley and was met with a shocking sight. 𝐻𝐻𝐬 lay on the ground, injured, with a hero he had never heard of nearby. How could this have happened? Why hadn't he found 𝐻𝐻𝐬 sooner? 3 minutes earlier, 𝐻𝐻𝐬 had rushed into the alley where he had encountered the hero killer. This was his chance to confront him. He charged in, ready to take 𝐻𝐻𝐬 by surprise. However, before he could activate his quirk, 𝐻𝐻𝐬 struck him down with his katana, sending him crashing to the ground. 𝐻𝐻𝐬's helmet and glasses were knocked off, and he found himself staring up at 𝐻𝐻𝐬, who radiated a menacing aura. 𝐻𝐻𝐬 warned him to leave, sensing the longing for revenge in 𝐻𝐻𝐬's eyes. He dismissed 𝐻𝐻𝐬 as just a child in a hero costume, suggesting that if he left now, he wouldn't have to pursue him. But 𝐻𝐻𝐬 was resolute. He shouted that he was there for revenge, revving the engines in his legs as he stood up to face 𝐻𝐻𝐬. 𝐻𝐻𝐬 offered one last chance to back down, but 𝐻𝐻𝐬 refused, expressing his anguish over what 𝐻𝐻𝐬 had done to his brother. 𝐻𝐻𝐬 taunted him, comparing 𝐻𝐻𝐬 to 𝐮𝐻𝐽𝑒um, claiming he had left 𝐮𝐽𝑒um alive for a reason. 𝐻𝐻𝐬's emotions overwhelmed him as he declared that 𝐻𝐻𝐬 had taken everything from his brother, who had been his role model. He pushed 𝐻𝐻𝐬 away with his quirk, determined to fight back. 𝐻𝐻𝐬 grinned, ready to engage. 2 minutes later, 𝐻𝐻𝐬 loomed over 𝐻𝐻𝐬, who lay on the ground, bloodied and unable to move. 𝐻𝐻𝐬 had swiftly defeated him. He mocked 𝐻𝐻𝐬, questioning whether seeking revenge was truly what a hero would do. As he raised his sword, 𝐻𝐻𝐬 felt despair wash over him. He reflected on how consumed he had become by his anger and how he had let his classmates down. Just as the sword descended, a familiar voice called out from behind him. Izuku had arrived, flying through the air with immense power, crackling with purple electricity. He declared that 𝐻𝐻𝐬 wouldn't harm 𝐻𝐻𝐬. 𝐻𝐻𝐬 thought to himself that Izuku resembled All Might in that moment. Izuku moved his arm forward, unleashing a powerful burst of energy that sent 𝐻𝐻𝐬 crashing into a wall. The recoil knocked Izuku back, leaving 𝐻𝐻𝐬 in awe of his friend's strength. "What was that, Midoriya? I've never seen you do that," 𝐻𝐻𝐬 exclaimed, still in shock. Izuku explained that he had discovered each of his stones had a special move. Though he hadn't been able to locate 𝐻𝐻𝐬 with it, the outcome had been fortuitous. 𝐻𝐻𝐬, assessing Izuku's power, noted its resemblance to All Might, but something felt different. He pointed his katana at 𝐻𝐻𝐬, declaring that he didn't deserve to be saved and ordered Izuku to leave. Izuku stood firm, stating that he couldn't abandon his friend. His duty as a hero began here, and he wouldn't let 𝐻𝐻𝐬 harm them. 𝐻𝐻𝐬 growled, preparing for battle. Izuku realized that 𝐻𝐻𝐬 was likely very fast, and he needed to strategize to wear him down. He discreetly pulled out his phone, ready to call for help. Izuku used his hand and the reflection of a puddle to his left to type a message to the class group chat, indicating his location and asking for help. He put his phone back into his pocket, determined to hold his own until assistance arrived. He thought about the fight ahead as he faced 𝐻𝐻𝐬, the hero killer, who emerged from the crumbling building. 𝐻𝐻𝐬 acknowledged Izuku's power, wiping BLD from his face. With 16% of 1 for all coursing through him, Izuku charged at the hero killer. 𝐻𝐻𝐬 noted the speed of the 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐦𝐚 student, recognizing the foolishness of a direct attack. As 𝐻𝐻𝐬 swung his katana down, Izuku ducked under his legs and maneuvered behind him. 𝐻𝐻𝐬 attempted to counter with a swift swing of his weapon, but Izuku was already above him, ready to strike. With a powerful blow, Izuku unleashed a Detroit smash, sending 𝐻𝐻𝐬 crashing to the ground. Izuku took a defensive stance as 𝐻𝐻𝐬 coughed and began to rise. The hero killer acknowledged Izuku's skill but declared it insufficient. Izuku, feeling the surge of energy around him shift to a red hue, confidently remarked on 𝐻𝐻𝐬's quirk and the taste of his BLD 𝐻𝐻𝐬, impressed yet amused, recognized the challenge Izuku presented. As the battle continued, 𝐻𝐻𝐬 contemplated his strategy, realizing he needed to keep Izuku unharmed while he sought to achieve his own goals. He feigned an attack, prompting Izuku to leap into the air. 𝗧𝗱, however, was unable to keep up with Izuku's speed, and Izuku landed another punch, sending 𝗧𝗱 crashing against the alley wall. Taking a moment to catch his breath, Izuku strategized. He knew that a full-on attack could leave him vulnerable to a counterattack. He resolved to make short, calculated moves to maintain his stamina. With determination, he declared his intention to stop 𝗧𝗱 for his crimes against heroes, vowing to save those in need. Ida, witnessing the fight, pleaded with Izuku to leave and save himself, tears streaming down his face. Izuku, however, was resolute. He recalled All Might's words about the essence of being a hero and refused to abandon his friends. Just as he prepared to unleash his power again, a knife struck his arm, causing him to stagger. 𝗧𝗱 seized the opportunity, using his speed to gain the upper hand. As 𝗧𝗱 lunged with his katana, Izuku felt a moment of paralysis wash over him. 𝗧𝗱 taunted him, declaring that he would spare his life but demanded that Izuku leave him alone afterward. He expressed disdain for what he deemed fake heroes who only sought personal gain. Izuku struggled against the hold on his body, desperate to break free. 𝗧𝗱 approached Ida, who shouted at Izuku to leave. 𝗧𝗱 grinned, ready to strike, but something within Izuku snapped. A surge of energy coursed through him, igniting a powerful force. The lightning that enveloped him shifted colors, breaking 𝗧𝗱's hold on his quirk. With renewed determination, Izuku growled that he could still fight back. 𝗧𝗱, taken aback by Izuku's resilience, questioned what drove him to protect his friend. Just as he prepared to attack, a blast of fire shot through the air, forcing both combatants to dodge. Todoroki arrived, commenting on Izuku's cryptic message and expressing his surprise at the power he had displayed. Izuku nodded in acknowledgement and joined Todoroki, the black lightning around him dissipating. As they faced 𝗧𝗱 together, Izuku admitted he needed to reflect on what had happened but knew that now was not the time for distractions. He stood firm in front of Ida, ready to continue the fight. Close range was 𝗧𝗱's strength, so Izuku emphasized the need to exploit the long-range capabilities of their quirks. Todoroki nodded in agreement and ignited his right side with flames. They understood that maintaining distance was crucial. A burst of fire shot from Todoroki towards 𝗧𝗱, who swiftly dodged and closed in on the two young heroes. Izuku charged at 𝗧𝗱, drawing on One for All's power as he prepared to strike. His arms surged with energy, glowing with purple electricity. He thought about the importance of not overexerting himself in battle, especially since he needed to create space between 𝗧𝗱 and his friends, Todoroki and Ida. With determination, raised his arm and brought it down towards 𝗧𝗱, who anticipated the move and attempted to evade. Izuku's attack landed with a force that sent him crashing into a wall, leaving a crack in its surface. He winced in pain but reassured himself that nothing was broken. As he stood up, he noticed 𝗧𝗱 recovering quickly and dodging an ice attack from Todoroki. Izuku was puzzled by 𝗧𝗱's speed. 𝗧𝗱 produced a knife from behind him, revealing a dark liquid on its blade. Alarmed, Todoroki shouted about the BLD on the knife and launched another fire blast at 𝗧𝗱, who deftly avoided the flames. 𝗧𝗱 then liked the knife, an action that momentarily froze Izuku in place, clouding his mind with dread. He recalled a previous encounter and realized he had to focus. Turning to Todoroki, he urged him to stop 𝗧𝗱 from reaching the injured Ida. Todoroki, frustrated, acknowledged the urgency but expressed concern about 𝗧𝗱's speed. They both understood that their best option was to hold their ground until help arrived. Izuku questioned the whereabouts of 𝗟𝗏, and Todoroki explained that he had gone to deal with other villains. Meanwhile, 𝗧𝗱 relentlessly charged at Todoroki, using his speed to his advantage. Todoroki fired another blast of flames, but 𝗧𝗱 dodged again and leaped to gain the upper hand. In a moment of quick thinking, Todoroki created an ice wall for defense, but 𝗧𝗱 sliced through it, leaving him vulnerable. Ida, watching the battle unfold, urged his friends to retreat, insisting that this was his fight. Izuku, filled with passion, challenged Ida's mindset, emphasizing the true essence of being a hero, saving others. He encouraged Ida to rise and fight, reminding him of his brother's legacy. A loud thud echoed as Ida slammed his fist on the ground, tears streaming down his face. He realized the truth in Izuku's words and pushed himself to stand. 𝐮, taunting him, declared that 𝐻𝐬 would always be a fake hero. Determined, 𝐻𝐬 fought through the pain, using his abilities to rise and confront 𝐮. He focused on what he needed to do, recalling how he had escaped a similar situation before. As 𝐻𝐬 and Todoroki stood side by side, they faced 𝐮, who charged at them with renewed confidence. 𝐻𝐬 attempted to attack, but 𝐮 evaded, appearing behind Todoroki and throwing a knife. 𝐻𝐬 reacted just in time to block the knife, but it pierced deep into his hand. Despite the pain, 𝐻𝐬 managed to stand and pull the knife free, ready to continue the fight. However, 𝐮 took advantage of their weakened state and attacked. Just as they braced for the worst, a streak of magenta rushed into the fray, colliding with 𝐮 and sending him back down the alley. He hit the ground and rolled a couple of feet further. The two heroes on the ground realized they hadn't been hit yet, so they looked up from their positions. Todoroki asked about Midoriya as the dust settled. Izuku stood in the middle of the alley, surrounded by magenta lightning. 𝐻𝐬 expressed his shock and asked what had just happened. Izuku smiled, explaining that he had discovered he could combine powers into a new ability. Initially, he had used it to escape 𝐮's quirk lock without realizing it, but then he experimented to see what it could do. He noted that they had business to attend to as he glanced down the alley at 𝐮. 𝐮 slowly stood up and rubbed his head, acknowledging that while the hit hadn't been hard, it had given the heroes some distance. He grinned as he pulled out his katana, determined to finish his mission. He couldn't allow fake heroes to roam the city, tarnishing the reputation of true heroes like All Might. He felt a need to cleanse the city. Izuku instructed Todoroki to stay back and wait for an opportunity to attack. He and 𝐻𝐬 needed to engage 𝐮 up close, as Todoroki's quirk was more effective in less confined spaces. As Izuku's violet electricity illuminated the area, 𝐻𝐬 nodded in agreement. His engines ignited, shifting from red to blue as he prepared to move. With a shout, 𝐻𝐬 activated his engines and propelled himself forward. Izuku also called out as he launched himself at 𝐮, both heroes charging with determination. 𝐮 brandished a second katana, challenging them as he rushed forward, ready to confront the two young heroes. Izuku and 𝐻𝐬 flew through the air with all their might. 𝐮 leaped to meet them, fueled by his own energy. As they closed in, Izuku threw a punch at 𝐮, making contact, while 𝐻𝐬 aimed a kick at the villain, who raised his katana in defense. The two young heroes struck 𝐮 with all their strength, sending him crashing to the ground. Todoroki watched his classmates with pride, reflecting on how he used to be the one pushing himself to win. Now, he found it exhilarating to observe the culmination of their efforts. He decided it was time for him to join the fray, raising his arm to summon a massive flame. 𝐮 hit the ground hard, and before he could recover, a powerful gust of fire swept over him, singeing him slightly. The three heroes regrouped in a defensive stance, aware that 𝐮 could still rise. Izuku's violet sparks danced around them as he urged his friends to stay alert. After a moment of tense silence, they realized they had won. 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐼, along with several heroes, a few police officers, and paramedics, arrived at the scene. After catching up with 𝐿𝐴𝐷𝐼𝐼, 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐼 had received word that his son needed assistance. He brought the reinforcements to ensure the villain was restrained. Izuku and 𝐻𝐬 were being treated by paramedics, while Todoroki stood nearby. The hero killer was being secured by two heroes, and the police were investigating the area for clues. 3 officers approached 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐼, reporting that they found no evidence linking the hero killer to a larger organization, though they remained cautious. 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐼 nodded and moved to speak with Izuku. Before he could reach him, a loud noise echoed in the distance. 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐼 asked what it was. In the sky, a massive 𝗰𝐽 with wings and a beak appeared, causing everyone to gasp in surprise. Izuku exclaimed that he had never seen a winged 𝗰𝐽 before and noted that it looked different. The 𝗰𝐽 dove down, snatching Izuku and using him as a shield while ascending higher. 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐼 shouted that they couldn't attack without risking Izuku's safety. Suddenly, a swift blade sliced through the air, striking the 𝗰𝐽's wing. The creature let out a grunt as it began to descend slowly, and Izuku shouted in confusion. A mysterious figure leaped into the air, catching Izuku safely before landing. As the figure set him down, a familiar voice echoed ominously, declaring that the heroes were fakes thriving in society's eyes. 𝐼zuAurora revealed himself, and everyone gasped, taking defensive stances. 𝐼zuAurora expressed his disdain for those he deemed false heroes, claiming they spread poison to the public for personal gain. His mask fell away, and a dark aura enveloped him. He declared that he would only allow All Might and Izuku to defeat him, sending a chill through the crowd. Izuku felt a mix of emotions, realizing the weight of 𝐼zuAurora's words and the challenge that lay ahead. 𝐼zuAurora grabbed 2 katanas and held them in front of himself, declaring that he was not finished yet as he took 2 steps forward. He suddenly froze in place, his body succumbing to unconsciousness. He had lost before he even realized it. Izuku fell to the ground, letting out a sigh as he looked down the street and noticed a camera. Izuku woke up in a white bed. Dim lights scattered across the ceiling of the room. It felt familiar. As he started to sit up, he felt a weight on his left leg. Turning his head, he saw 𝐿𝐴HO sitting beside him in a chair, her head resting on his leg with her arms draped over it. A smile spread across his face as he surveyed the room. Todoroki was looking out the window, a bandage wrapped around his head. Izuku wondered if Todoroki had been injured. His gaze continued to wander until he spotted Iida peacefully resting in a bed next to Todoroki, also sporting a bandage. Izuku looked back at 𝐿𝐴HO, only to notice someone behind her. Peering past the sleeping brunette, he saw 𝐒𝐮𝐻𝐸 dozing in a chair. He wondered why they were all there instead of at 𝐒𝐮𝐻𝐸's agency. With a gentle touch, he began to rub 𝐿𝐴HO's hair. She stirred, sitting up and looking at him with a bright expression. Her face lit up as their eyes met, and she immediately wrapped her arms around him, expressing her relief that he was awake. She admitted that even though it had only been one night, it felt like an eternity without him. Izuku reciprocated her affection, nuzzling his nose against hers and confessing how much he had missed her. 𝐿𝐴HO giggled at his playful remark, and they shared a light moment. However, her expression turned serious as she mentioned the incident, acknowledging how frightening it must have been. He nodded in agreement. 𝐿𝐴HO smiled again, sharing that Endeavor had come to stop the hero killer, which eased her worries about Izuku getting hurt. He was about to respond when he noticed some movement from the bed next to Todoroki. Iida was slowly waking up, blinking rapidly as he looked in Izuku's direction. He recognized both Izuku and 𝐿𝐴HO, then turned to Todoroki, asking where they were. Todoroki simply stated that they were in the hospital. Iida turned to 𝐿𝐴HO, questioning her presence there. At that moment, 𝐒𝐮𝐻𝐸 woke up from the commotion and explained that he had brought 𝐿𝐴HO with him to check on the situation in Hosu. They had arrived just in time to see Izuku being taken into an ambulance, prompting them to follow. A few knocks sounded at the door, and everyone turned to await the visitor. 𝐿𝐴HO entered, followed by Gran Torino, Manuel, and a man resembling a dog. 𝐿𝐴HO whispered to Izuku, commenting on how cute the dog man was. The man introduced himself as Kenji Tsuragami, the chief of police, and explained that he was there to discuss a recent incident. Izuku, Todoroki, 𝐿𝐴HO, and Iida stood up from their beds, forming a united front despite the pain radiating through Izuku's leg. Tsuragami reassured them not to worry about being formal, understanding their current state. He then explained the rules surrounding quirk usage for pro heroes, emphasizing the importance of having a provisional license and the legal ramifications of using quirks without permission. He informed them that the hero killer had sustained severe injuries, requiring hospitalization. Todoroki, frustrated, stepped forward, but Izuku gently pushed him back, suggesting a calmer approach. Todoroki expressed his anger, admitting that he might have lost control if not for Izuku's presence. Izuku defended his actions, explaining that he had recognized Iida was in danger and felt compelled to intervene. He questioned whether he should have just let Iida be harmed. Tsuragami suggested that Izuku could have run away with Iida, but Izuku shook his head, insisting that escaping was not an option given the circumstances. He argued that as a hero, he had to stand his ground and attempt to save both Iida and the situation. He had called for help and sent out a distress signal, emphasizing that fleeing could have allowed the villain to escape as well. 𝐿𝐴HO interjected, reminding Izuku that the injuries inflicted on the villain were serious and that non-pros should not engage in such confrontations. Todoroki, unable to contain his frustration, demanded to know what Izuku was supposed to do instead of helping Ida. Izuku and Ida held Todoroki back, trying to calm the situation as tensions rose. "Come on," Ida said in a low tone. 𝗟𝗓𝐬𝐽 explained that he understood the situation but acknowledged that he had come on too strong. He pointed out that the public might not react well to 3 young heroes in training who had taken down the hero killer, a notorious villain who had been harming multiple heroes. The media would likely swarm them, especially given that they attended a high school. The implications for Todoroki, being 𝗟𝗏𝗟's son, would be particularly severe, as any negative attention would only amplify the scrutiny. It became clear to them that if the story of their involvement in defeating the hero killer got out, it could attract the League of Villains. The 3 of them nodded in agreement, and Ochako, standing beside them, pulled at the cast on my arm. She expressed confusion, recalling that she thought 𝗟𝗏𝗟 had finished off the hero killer. 𝗟𝗓𝐬𝐽 interjected, admitting that he had initially misled her about the details. He proposed a cover story that would credit 𝗟𝗏𝗟 with the victory, suggesting that the burn marks could support this narrative, especially since there were no cameras at the scene to contradict it. 𝗟𝗓𝐬𝐽 laid out the options. They could let the real story leak, which would bring them recognition but also serious repercussions, or they could go with the 𝗟𝗏𝗟 story, which would protect them but leave them without public acknowledgement. After a moment of consideration, I made the decision to cover up the story, and the others nodded in agreement. 𝗟𝗓𝐬𝐽 praised their choice, stating that he would have made the same decision. He took a moment to commend them for their bravery, particularly me for my quick thinking that had saved 2 innocent lives. Ida expressed his gratitude, acknowledging that without my help, he could have faced dire consequences. I felt a sense of pride as I reflected on my longing to become someone who could save everyone. Manuel approached Ida, expressing concern over the danger he had put himself in, while Edge Shot came to me, acknowledging my bravery in the face of danger. He noted that my actions had shown real courage and that I had grown since he first met me. The 2 heroes then returned to the chief of police, who reminded us that we needed to rest. Gunhead asked Ochako if she wanted to go home with him or stay with me. She decided to return home to her parents, cheerfully bidding me farewell and suggesting we celebrate the end of our training together. I waved goodbye, feeling a sense of camaraderie. Turning back to Ida and Todoroki, I noted the unusual nature of the day. Ida examined his bandaged hand, revealing that he had suffered severe ligament damage and might not regain full movement. He expressed a sense of acceptance about his injury, viewing the scar as a reminder of the events that had transpired. I raised my own arm, showing my scarred hand, and shared my own experience of overcoming injury. I suggested that we train together to grow stronger, encouraging both Ida and Todoroki to join me in this commitment. Ida agreed, recognizing that this experience had shaped their futures, and he expressed eagerness to train alongside me. Todoroki, reflecting on our evolving friendship, also took my hand, acknowledging the bond we had formed through our shared challenges. It would be an honor to train hard and become strong alongside the 2 of them. All 3 smiled and returned their hands to their sides. The narrator walked back to the bed where they had been resting and lay down, needing to give their injured bodies some much-needed rest. They needed to relax and not overwork themselves. Grabbing their phone, they attempted to use it but ultimately set it aside, gazing up at the ceiling and letting their thoughts wander. They wondered how the others were faring in their respective agencies. A week earlier, 𝗏𝗏𝐽 sat in a confusing denim chair, patiently staring at the pro hero in front of him. The hero's assistants stood behind him, observing. While 𝗏𝗏𝐽 didn't completely like the hero, he respected him. He was the only top 10 hero who had requested 𝗏𝗏𝐽, which earned him some admiration. 𝗏𝗏𝐽 wanted to learn how to become a top 10 hero. Impatiently, he asked what was next. Best Jeanist held a piece of fabric and regarded 𝗏𝗏𝐽. He acknowledged 𝗏𝗏𝐽's talent, stating that he believed 𝗏𝗏𝐽 could surpass many current pros. 𝗏𝗏𝐽 grinned widely, curious about why Best Jeanist wanted him. Best Jeanist pointed out that 𝗏𝗏𝐽 had come to his agency because of his ranking on the hero scale, seeking to learn what it takes to be great. He explained how he had transformed his own quirk into something useful. Bakugo froze, realizing that Best Jeanist had accurately dissected his motivations. He defiantly questioned what it mattered if he wanted to be the greatest. Best Jeanist played with the gene strings, explaining that great heroes couldn't be as aggressive as Bakugo was. He emphasized the need for Bakugo to learn to calm down and adopt proper etiquette, skills he could teach. As sweat began to bead on Bakugo's forehead, he attempted to stand, but Best Jeanist used his quirk to keep him in place, insisting that they would train later once Bakugo learned to be a proper hero. Bakugo struggled against the bindings of fabric, knowing he couldn't use his quirk without causing destruction. He sensed the impending situation as Best Jeanist instructed his assistants to fetch equipment. A man approached with a large comb, and Bakugo's anxiety grew. Moments later, Bakugo found himself with his hair meticulously styled, looking like a spoiled rich kid. He muttered in disbelief at the transformation. Best Jeanist, holding a mirror, told Bakugo that he needed to look professional, otherwise, people would perceive him as a villain rather than a hero. Bakugo growled, feeling humiliated at the thought of being seen in public like this. Best Jeanist announced it was time for training, instructing Bakugo to follow him as they would walk around the streets to practice being nicer to people. Bakugo internally lamented his situation, wishing for an escape. Best Jeanist assessed Bakugo, noting that despite his rough demeanor, he had made progress. He mentioned that Bakugo needed to work on being more approachable. Bakugo, frustrated, released small explosions in his palm, feeling the urge to express his irritation. As they walked through town, Bakugo hoped no one he knew would see him. He overheard a group of kids laughing about a past incident where he had been saved from a villain. Angered, he turned to confront them, shouting that he had been in control the whole time and that they weren't heroes. The kids ran away in tears, and Best Jeanist placed a hand on Bakugo's shoulder, reminding him that a true hero must be caring and considerate, not loud and explosive. Then Best Jeanist calmly stated that perhaps I shouldn't even consider becoming a hero. I brushed his hand off my shoulder and walked ahead of him, telling him to be quiet. He sighed and continued walking, cautioning me to be careful around corners. While it might not be common to encounter ridiculous villains, he warned that thugs and drag dealers were likely to be found. I growled and nodded, insisting that I didn't need him to tell me how to be a hero. Best Jeanist rolled his eyes and told me to lighten up. As I peered down a dark alley, I noticed a tall man in a trench coat handing something small to a shorter man. The tall man expressed gratitude and offered a tip regarding the item. A grin spread across my face as I prepared to charge into the alley and confront him. However, Best Jeanist intervened, pushing me behind the corner of the alley. I hit the ground and slid behind the wall, feeling frustrated. We needed to act quickly before things escalated. I stood up, ready to turn the corner, but Best Jeanist growled at me not to. He reminded me that although I was a top hero prospect at 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐷, rushing into the situation like a rookie was unwise. He emphasized the importance of considering every possible outcome, noting that I couldn't see the entirety of the dark alley. He urged me to wait, warning that there could be someone protecting the tall man. I felt the urge to rush in, convinced I could handle the situation. I argued that waiting while they had protection was just as risky as rushing in. I was the stronger one, and I was determined to go in. As I stepped past the edge of the alley, the tall man delivered a chilling remark and revealed a weapon, pointing it at the smaller man, who raised his hands in fear while holding a mysterious substance. Best Jeanist, focused on me, shouted for me to stay down, insisting that he was the professional and I needed to listen to him to avoid getting hurt. His sudden movement into the open alley caught the attention of both men inside, who turned to look at us, momentarily forgetting their previous exchange. The tall man, confused, put his weapon away and asked Best Jeanist if he needed assistance. This was precisely why we should have acted sooner. Best Jeanist held up a piece of fabric from his jeans and inquired about what had been happening. I stood up and moved behind the corner of the alley, watching the scene unfold. The tall man grinned and pushed his trench coat aside, his face still obscured by the darkness. He taunted us, suggesting we thought we could disrupt his business and that we would face consequences. I stepped out from behind the wall and stood beside Best Jeanist, questioning the tall man's actions. I wondered what he thought he could accomplish by holding up his hand like a gun. The man laughed and pretended to pee his hand, telling us to have fun. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind surged through the alley, sending both me and Best Jeanist flying back into the street. Cars screeched to a halt to avoid us as we soared through the air. We landed HRD on the street, skidding across the pavement as the trees behind us shook violently from the force of the wind. I rubbed my head and stood up, bewildered by the warmth I had felt. Best Jeanist speculated that it was likely the tall man's quirk. The man emerged from the alley, revealing himself to be tall and slender with spiked blonde hair. He wore a plain white shirt and black breathes, and he confidently explained his abilities. He introduced his quirk as Wind Force, explaining that he could manipulate the speed of air particles around him. He demonstrated his power by showcasing how he could release pressurized air, which was responsible for our earlier flight. A crowd had gathered around us, and police officers began to surround the area. With a grin, I charged at the wind manipulator, using explosions to propel myself forward. As I closed in on him, he remained calm, seemingly accepting defeat. I shouted my excitement, ready to unleash my quirk, but he placed his hand on mine, causing me to deactivate my power in confusion. He encouraged me to use my quirk at full force, inviting me to end the fight like a true professional. I laughed and concentrated, preparing a significant amount of energy in my palm, my veins pulsing with the intensity of my quirk. The explosion echoed as a massive surge of energy erupted from the protagonist, who was determined to defeat the villain before him. The man's hand recoiled slightly, but he remained unharmed, grinning at the swirling mass of energy hovering above his palm. The protagonist was taken aback, questioning the reality of the situation. Best Jeanist, standing behind him, shouted a warning about the dangers of rushing into battle. The villain observed the condensed energy, a vibrant red orb surrounded by a swirling current of air, resembling a miniature sun. He taunted the protagonist, explaining his ability to manipulate air pressure and temperature, rendering the protagonist's quirk ineffective. With a flick of his wrist, he sent the energy soaring into the sky, resulting in a thunderous explosion that shook the ground. With a sinister smile, the villain prepared to strike, placing his hand on the protagonist's chest. In a moment of panic, the protagonist grasped the villain's arm, contemplating a counterattack but realizing the potential consequences of such an action. He called out for Best Jeanist's assistance. Best Jeanist, unfazed, prepared to intervene but reminded the protagonist of the importance of strategy and caution in battle. The protagonist focused on the villain, who continued to smirk, bidding farewell as he unleashed a powerful attack. The protagonist felt a sharp pain in his chest as he was propelled backward, crashing into a sturdy tree with a resounding crack. The tree splintered upon impact, tumbling into a nearby building and shattering a window. Dazed, the protagonist struggled to regain his senses. The villain, reveling in his power, boasted about his ability to generate heated, pressurized air that could easily overwhelm opponents. Best Jeanist, observing the situation, recognized the need to act. He prepared to counter the villain's next move, but the villain maintained a defensive stance, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Best Jeanist felt the pressure mounting, wishing for a way to turn the tide of the battle. Suddenly, a loud explosion shattered the tension, and a red blur shot past Best Jeanist, heading straight for the villain. The villain attempted to react, but before he could, the blur unleashed a powerful blast, engulfing the area in a blinding light and a deafening boom. The crowd erupted in chaos, voices rising in fear and confusion. Best Jeanist, striving to maintain order, urged the crowd to remain calm, assuring them that a hero was responsible for the commotion. He shielded his eyes with his fabric, recognizing the signature attack of 𝐾𝐞𝐭𝐚𝐢𝐥𝐬. As the smoke cleared, Best Jeanist spotted 𝐾𝐞𝐭𝐚𝐢𝐥𝐬 on the ground, exhausted but triumphant, the area around him scorched. Concerned, Best Jeanist rushed to 𝐾𝐞𝐭𝐚𝐢𝐥𝐬's side, lifting him gently. 𝐾𝐞𝐭𝐚𝐢𝐥𝐬, with a grin, remarked that the footage of the battle would be all over the internet the next day before drifting into unconsciousness. Later, the protagonist awoke slowly in a hospital room, surveying his surroundings. He noticed Todoroki in the adjacent bed, while Ida was absent, likely attending to family matters. A series of knocks interrupted his thoughts, and he called for the visitor to enter. The chief of police, accompanied by 𝐒𝐮 and 𝗟𝐿, entered the room. The chief, looking serious, picked up the remote control from the bedside table and turned on the television. The news anchor announced the recent arrest of the notorious hero killer, 𝗟𝗓, by 𝗟𝗑, signaling a new chapter in their ongoing battle against villainy. The chief of police had released a statement that the hero killer attacked the pro-hero native, prompting 𝗟𝗑 to step in and help stop 𝗟𝗓. But was that the whole story? An unknown source had submitted a video of 3 high school students from U fighting the hero killer. 2 clips of the hero killer taken during the action had been trending online. A green-haired student charged forward at full speed, leaving a trail of violet electricity in his wake. Another student, equipped with engines protruding from his calves, also surged into battle, flames erupting from his legs. The 2 young heroes soared through the air toward the villain, who leaped up to meet their energy. The green-haired student shifted the violet sparks to a deeper purple and moved his arm forward, striking the villain in the face. The student with the flaming engines kicked at 𝗟𝗓, who had raised his katana toward 𝗟𝗑, attempting to harm him. Both young heroes struck 𝗟𝗓 with all their might, sending him crashing to the ground. A student with multicolored hair observed his classmates with pride, reflecting on how he had once fought alongside them. He felt a surge of happiness. He thought about how he used to be the one pushing himself to win fights, but now he was witnessing their victory. He raised his arm and summoned a massive flame, eager to join the action. 𝗟𝗓 hit the ground hard. Before he could react, a powerful gust of fire enveloped him, singeing him slightly. This was the first clip from the fight, clearly showing the 3 young heroes battling for their lives against the villain. Their confidence and strength instilled hope for the future, reminding everyone to take pride in the youth and their training. These 3 students could rival a pro-hero. Now, the second clip, longer than the first, captured the end of the fight. The 𝗏𝗚 dove down, seizing the defenseless one for all user. Shocked, the onlookers prepared to attack, but they quickly realized the creature was using the student as a shield, ascending higher into the air. An elderly hero with a jet Quirk shouted that he couldn't use his abilities because of the height. Suddenly, a swift blade sliced through the air. A female hero questioned 𝗟𝗓's whereabouts. A small blade struck the 𝗏𝗚's wing, causing it to grunt as it began to descend. The green-haired student shouted in confusion. A mysterious figure leaped into the air, catching the student safely before landing. 𝗟𝗓, now visible, expressed his disdain for the heroes. The green-haired student looked up in alarm, realizing the gravity of the situation. 𝗟𝗓 raged against the heroes, accusing them of spreading false ideals and poisoning society. He declared that they needed to be purged. As 𝗟𝗓's mask fell away, a dark aura enveloped him, sending chills through the onlookers. They froze in fear, unable to react. 𝗟𝗓 proclaimed that only All Might and Deku were real heroes in his eyes, brandishing 2 katanas and asserting that he was far from finished. In a sudden turn, 𝗟𝗓 froze in place, unconscious and defeated. This clip showcased the hero killer's twisted perspective, highlighting his belief that only a select few were true heroes. While recognition might be gratifying, the implications were troubling. The footage served as a reminder of the potential within the youth, especially with All Might's eventual retirement on the horizon. The name, Deku, was destined to become synonymous with the next symbol of peace. As the broadcast concluded, 𝗟𝗓 turned off the TV and looked at the 2 students. He expressed disappointment in the police force, causing the students to flinch at his words. The implications of the video recording weighed heavily on them. However, 𝗟𝗓 noted that the public had taken a liking to the 3 students, calling them the future of pro-heroes, especially Midoriya. He smiled broadly, and Midoriya blushed, feeling grateful for the compliment. 𝗟𝗓 then mentioned that someone had come to check on them, leaving Midoriya curious about who it could be. 𝗟𝗓 smiled and knocked on the double doors behind him. When the doors opened, a familiar figure stepped through. All Might entered in his muscular form, greeting the students with enthusiasm. He instructed them to sit down, wanting to have a conversation. As they complied, All Might sat next to Midoriya and spoke in a low tone, acknowledging that he had seen the news video. Midoriya flinched at the reminder, looking away as the weight of the moment settled in. And All Might expressed his pride, patting the protagonist's head. He praised the impressive way the first-year student fought, blending their stone quirk with Todoroki's power enhancement quirk. All Might marveled at the unexpected combination and how the protagonist had saved Iida, called for help calmly in their class group chat, and taught the villain a lesson. Hearing their hero name mentioned alongside All Might's filled the protagonist with joy. They smiled and looked at their fist, downplaying the achievement by stating that training to be a hero meant facing challenges regularly. All Might then moved to Todoroki's bedside, sitting next to him. He commended Todoroki for his calmness in battle, especially when he had been invited into the fray by the protagonist. All Might admired Todoroki's effortless control over his quirk and expressed happiness at seeing the two of them work so well together. Todoroki nodded, acknowledging the difficulty of the battle but appreciating the protagonist's support. As All Might prepared to leave, he thanked them for their bravery in taking down a dangerous villain, expressing his gratitude on behalf of the entire hero force. He reminded them to return to you safely and healthily before exiting the room. The protagonist smiled, reflecting on All Might's compliments and feeling proud of their hard work. Returning to you. After a week and a half, the protagonist approached the massive gates. A familiar voice called out, and Ochako hugged them tightly. The protagonist smiled and pulled away, greeting her warmly. Ochako expressed her relief at seeing the protagonist safe and healthy after their recent ordeal. The protagonist reassured her, explaining that they had fully recovered and suggested making plans for the weekend to make up for their cancelled date. Ochako beamed at the idea. As they walked towards the building, someone bumped into the protagonist aggressively. Recognizing Bakugo, the protagonist apologized, but Bakugo growled in response and walked away. Ochako, angry on the protagonist's behalf, was about to confront Bakugo, but the protagonist stopped her. They mentioned hearing about a recent villain attack that had affected Bakugo, suggesting that his aggressive behavior might stem from that incident. Ochako nodded, still frustrated, but the protagonist reassured her with a light-hearted gesture. The entire class gathered outside in their hero costumes, eager for a day of hero training after a lengthy lecture from Izuaurora. All Might stood before them, announcing that the day would be more relaxed, featuring one-on-one battles against opponents of his choice. He wanted to observe their improvements as individuals, and the class was excited about the opportunity. Bakugo, with a low and intense tone, made a request to fight the protagonist. The class gasped, murmuring among themselves about the protagonist's recent victory over a villain and how Bakugo's challenge seemed risky. Bakugo, undeterred, declared his confidence in defeating the protagonist, demanding All Might to allow the match. All Might considered the situation, recognizing the potential for valuable training. He agreed, announcing that Bakugo and the protagonist would face off first. The class stepped back, forming a circle around the small arena, eager to witness the battle. As Bakugo took his position on the sandy ground, the protagonist felt a wave of uncertainty. They didn't want to fight Bakugo, who seemed to be fueled by anger from his recent battle. The protagonist pondered the situation, realizing that winning might not change Bakugo's feelings and that the confrontation could lead to more conflict. Bakugo, now radiating a fierce energy, prepared for the fight, urging the protagonist to give their all. Bakugo expressed his determination to prove he was superior to Izuku, feeling frustrated by the admiration others showed for Izuku simply because he had fought a villain. Without warning, Bakugo propelled himself forward at incredible speed, creating a cloud of dust and sand from his explosions. He shouted fiercely, aiming directly at Izuku, who braced himself for the encounter. Izuku activated One for All at 10%, along with the Power Stone and the Space Stone, causing the green sparks around him to shift to violet as he powered up. The murmurs from the crowd indicated that only Todoroki and Iida understood the extent of Izuku's abilities. As Bakugo closed the distance, he charged a massive explosion in his palm, just inches from Izuku's face, demanding if he accepted defeat. Izuku calmly stated that he did not wish to fight, but Bakugo was resolute in his aggression. He pressed forward, eager for victory. Izuku remained steady, waiting for the right moment to evade 𝗏𝐻𝐽's attack. Suddenly he vanished, leaving only a trail of violet sparks in his wake. 𝗏𝐻𝐽, bewildered, shouted in frustration as his explosion obliterated the sandy terrain. Reappearing a few feet behind 𝗏𝐻𝐽, Izuku took a defensive stance. 𝗏𝐻𝐽, still furious, demanded Izuku to confront him directly. This time, Izuku chose not to flee, allowing 𝗏𝐻𝐽 to charge at him. As 𝗏𝐻𝐽 swung a powerful punch, Izuku effortlessly dodged. In a fit of rage, 𝗏𝐻𝐽 unleashed a flurry of explosions, but Izuku dodged each one with such agility that it appeared as if he was phasing through them. The spectators were in awe, realizing the vast difference in their abilities. Ochako, watching from the stands, noted Izuku's selective use of the stones on his hand, wondering why he didn't utilize all of them to their full potential. She resolved to ask him later. 𝗏𝐻𝐽, frustrated and still unscathed, used his explosions to create distance. He shouted in anger, announcing his next move with a loud clap of his hands, creating a blinding flash that momentarily obscured everyone's vision. Seizing the opportunity, he charged forward, but to his surprise, Izuku had vanished again, leaving only violet sparks behind. 𝗏𝐻𝐽 stood still, breathing heavily, unsure of what to expect next. Izuku, now surrounded by black lightning, explained that he had discovered a new power that allowed him to combine the abilities of the stones. He invited 𝗏𝐻𝐽 to attack, but 𝗏𝐻𝐽 found himself unable to unleash his explosions. Confused and frustrated, 𝗏𝐻𝐽 questioned what had happened to his quirk. Izuku, smiling, indicated the black lightning surrounding him and charged at 𝗏𝐻𝐽, showcasing his speed without relying on his quirk. Ochako noticed a new stone on Izuku's hand, curious about its potential. As Izuku advanced, he landed a solid hit on 𝗏𝐻𝐽, sending him dangerously close to the edge of the battlefield. In a flash, Izuku disappeared again, reappearing right in front of 𝗏𝐻𝐽, warning him not to be overly confident, as it could lead to downfall. With his power increasing to 13%, Izuku prepared for a decisive move. He launched his arm forward, sending 𝗏𝐻𝐽 out of the battlefield. The announcement of Izuku's victory echoed through the arena, and he smiled, feeling accomplished. 𝗏𝐻𝐽, still seething with anger, insisted that he had not truly lost and that the battle was far from over. He charged up another attack, refusing to accept defeat. All Might intervened, grabbing 𝗏𝐻𝐽 by his shirt, insisting it was time to leave the battlefield. Izuku observed 𝗏𝐻𝐽's behavior, thinking to himself about how he was acting like a child. All Might, despite the situation, managed to smile, ready to address the next steps. Now that the battle had concluded, the instructor prompted the class to reflect on their performance, asking if anyone wanted to share something they did well and something they could improve on. Silence filled the room, as no one raised their hand. The atmosphere was tense following the one-sided battle, and everyone hesitated to speak, fearing it would only make things more awkward. 𝗏𝐻𝐽 stood at the back of the group, deep in thought about the events that had just unfolded. He couldn't shake the questions swirling in his mind about Deku's unexpected strength and speed. He felt frustrated that he hadn't even managed to land a hit and wondered if Deku had been looking down on him, only attacking when it mattered. He resolved to confront him after school. All Might, sensing the need to shift the focus, pointed to Izuku and began to speak. He praised Midoriya for his impressive ability to anticipate 𝗏𝐻𝐽's moves without relying on his quirk, encouraging the class to learn from his example. Izuku smiled and nodded, receiving the acknowledgement from his classmates, while 𝗏𝐻𝐽 turned away, visibly annoyed. All Might attempted to address 𝗏𝐻𝐽 next, but 𝗏𝐻𝐽 interrupted, expressing his disinterest in hearing any comments. All Might sighed, urging 𝗏𝐻𝐽 to accept his loss and move on. With that, he declared they would proceed to the next battle, trying to lift the mood. Shortly after, Aizawa entered the room, announcing that final exams would begin in 2 days. The class erupted into hushed conversations filled with anxiety. Kirishima slammed his hands on his desk, incredulous about the impending exams. Aizawa confirmed that they would have the following day off to study, explaining that those who failed the written exam would have to take remedial courses instead of attending summer camp. He then settled down in his sleeping bag, signaling the end of his announcement. Mina and Kaminari expressed their worries about the exams, lamenting their previous midterm placements. Others joined in, sharing their concerns about needing to study more. Kirishima, feeling particularly down about his midterm grade, sought help. Bakugo, despite his usual demeanor, offered to assist him, insisting he didn't want to see his friend struggle. Kirishima, grateful, embraced Bakugo, who begrudgingly accepted the gesture. Jiro chimed in, recalling that Yaoyorozu had topped the midterm rankings. Yaoyorozu blushed at the mention and confirmed it, noting that Midoriya had come close to surpassing her. Ochako, eager for help, rushed to Izuku, pleading for assistance with her studies. Izuku, slightly flustered, agreed to help. Kaminari and Mina quickly approached Yaoyorozu, asking for her guidance as well. Jiro and Siro joined the group, expressing their longing to study with the top student. Yaoyorozu, excited by the attention, invited everyone to her house for a study session over the weekend, promising to provide their favorite teas. The group exchanged bewildered looks at the mention of her dining hall, with Kaminari questioning how wealthy she must be. Yaoyorozu, brimming with enthusiasm, declared her excitement for the weekend, while the others sweat-dropped at her enthusiasm, wondering how often she entertained guests. As the day came to an end, the final exams loomed closer. Ochako rested her head on the table, feeling defeated by the complexity of math. She jokingly wished for Izuku's quirk to grant her knowledge effortlessly. Izuku smiled, explaining that he had his reasons for not using certain aspects of his quirk. He suggested taking a break and offered to prepare a drink and snack for her. Ochako's eyes lit up at the mention of strawberry mochi and raspberry tea, eagerly jumping from her seat. Izuku laughed as he rummaged through the pantry, relieved to avoid the earlier question. He found the raspberry tea and placed it on the counter, while Ochako examined the box with interest. As he searched for the mochi in the fridge, he asked where she usually kept it, causing her to blush and look down shyly. Izuku checked his mochi hiding spot in the 𝐒𝐮𝐬 box and tried to stifle his laughter by covering his face. He had never even touched the box before and realized that Ochako must have bought the 𝐒𝐮𝐬 to hide something from him. As he lifted the box, he noticed how light it felt. When he declared that there was nothing inside, he was about to tear the box apart to dispose of it when Ochako shouted for him not to throw it away. Izuku questioned why he would keep the box if he knew its purpose, suggesting that if she didn't want him to eat the contents, she should just ask. He proceeded to destroy the gray and yellow box, causing Ochako to pout and lament that it meant no mochi. With a laugh, Izuku began gathering what looked like random ingredients from the kitchen, revealing that he had learned how to make mochi because he knew her so well. Ochako's face lit up with excitement, and she cheered for him. Izuku grinned and raised a finger, offering her raspberry tea but proposing a deal. If she answered questions correctly, he would progress in making the mochi. Ochako, initially confused, quickly became determined to succeed. She asked how many steps there were, and Izuku informed her it would be about 12, with the questions starting easy and becoming more challenging. He reassured her that there would be time to tackle other problems while waiting for the mochi to heat up. Ochako laughed and prepared her notebook, eager to begin. As Izuku asked her questions, she struggled at first but gradually improved, eventually answering 6 in a row. With newfound focus, she managed to answer all 12 questions correctly and was finally rewarded with the delicious mochi Izuku had prepared. He handed her the plate filled with mochi, each piece filled with Nutella and strawberry. As he poured raspberry tea into her pink cup, she expressed her gratitude. Holding a piece of mochi to her eye, she declared herself a connoisseur and promised to rate the mochi honestly, regardless of its source. Izuku laughed, confident that she would love it. As Ochako took a bite, a bit of Nutella dripped from the mochi onto her plate. She savored the taste and rated it a perfect 10, excitedly announcing that she would buy it again. With a calm demeanor, she prepared to enjoy the rest of her treat. Izuku sipped his tea, chuckling to himself as he contemplated the need to stretch his legs. He thought about training with Ochako, knowing she would likely want to practice her quirk. He suggested they train together at the beach before their final exams, wanting to ensure he was at his best. Ochako, still enjoying her mochi, nodded in agreement, asking to finish her treat first. Meanwhile, Siro, Jiro, Mina, and Kaminari approached a large mansion. 𝐼ZO leaned against a stone wall, commenting that it felt like a subtle show-off. Kaminari, gazing at the impressive structure through the steel gates, believed 𝐼ZO simply wanted to help them, despite the mansion's grandeur. Jiro, annoyed, warned Kaminari to stop talking about it. Mina, confused about how to enter, watched as Jiro approached a pager with a tablet-sized screen. After pressing a button, a loud buzzing echoed in the quiet atmosphere. Jiro remarked that she shouldn't have worried about 𝐼ZO hearing them. Soon, a cheerful voice came through the intercom, and 𝐼ZO appeared on the screen, inviting them to the main entrance. The gates unlocked, allowing the 4 classmates to enter the expansive property. Kaminari led the way up the long gravel driveway, marveling at the appealing scenery and the mountains that came into view. Reaching the double doors of the 𝐼ZO home, Mina wondered if they should knock. Before they could decide, 𝐼ZO opened the doors with excitement, expressing her happiness that they had come and urging them to follow her to the dining hall for studying. The 4 students followed the excited girl. 𝐼ZO sighed and looked around the house, feeling overwhelmed by its size. He wondered aloud what a dining hall even was. Mina, glancing down the expansive hallway, admitted she didn't know either. They entered the vast dining hall and spotted 𝐼ZO setting out various teas on the table. She had asked them about their favorite teas, and she and her mother had gone out to buy them for their study session. The 4 students chuckled softly and approached the table. Jiro took a seat at the end, with Mina across from her. Kaminari sat next to Jiro, and 𝐼ZO settled next to Mina. 𝐼ZO fetched her backpack to gather study materials and then took a seat at the edge of the table. She was eager to begin and asked what they needed help with. In unison, the 4 students called out for assistance with math. 𝐼ZO retrieved her math textbook and placed it on the table, inquiring about the specific type of math they needed help with. Once again, all 4 students responded simultaneously, mentioning trigonometry. 𝐼ZO laughed and began jotting notes in her notebook, assuring them that trigonometry wasn't as daunting as it seemed. With her guidance, she promised they could ace any trigonometry question. Jiro sighed, sensing that the study session might be shorter than expected. Kaminari, curious, asked Jiro why he felt that way. Jiro explained that he was grasping the concepts faster than anticipated, feeling confident that with 𝐼ZO's help, he could learn everything he needed in about an hour. 𝐼ZO blushed at the compliment, modestly waving her hand and downplaying her intelligence, noting that others had scored close to her on the midterm. 𝐼ZO, Mina, and Kaminari expressed their gratitude to 𝐼ZO for her assistance. Flustered yet beaming, she thanked them for coming and encouraged everyone to continue studying. With renewed energy, she grabbed her notebook and presented a question she had thought up on the spot. As the scene shifted, the narrator described Izuku and Ochako walking through the quiet streets of a suburban area in Japan. The sun was setting earlier than usual, casting an orange hue over everything. Ochako acknowledged the emptiness of the streets, and Izuku, clearing his throat, turned to address the audience. He reminded viewers about the importance of hygiene and social distancing, demonstrating with a small bottle of hand sanitizer. He reassured them that, despite the circumstances, they should relax and enjoy the story, hinting that exciting developments were on the horizon. Izuku and Ochako continued their walk and eventually reached the beach, where the sun shone brightly in the sky. Izuku remarked on the brightness, while Ochako shielded her face, humorously comparing the sun's glare to being attacked by lamps. Izuku adjusted his position to avoid the harsh light and asked what she wanted to work on. Ochako expressed her longing to improve her fighting skills, wanting to support others without solely relying on her quirk. Izuku smiled and rummaged through a small bag, pulling out MMA punching mitts. He explained that he would teach her MMA techniques, emphasizing the importance of agility for her quirk. He reassured her that while today might not be enough, they could continue their training after his study session the next day. Ochako felt a rush of warmth as Izuku wrapped her hands with care, ensuring she would be protected during practice. She blushed at the sensation of his touch, feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness as she prepared to demonstrate her skills. Izuku chuckled, noting her readiness and recalling their previous training before the sports festival. He held up the mitts, getting into a defensive stance, and encouraged her to throw a normal punch. If they needed to go over it again, they could. There was no need for 𝐻𝐻𝐽 to worry about Izuku, he just had to keep up with her. Izuku laughed, and 𝐻𝐻𝐽 smiled as she returned to her stance. He held his hands up, ready for her to attack. The sound of fists hitting padding echoed through the empty beach as 𝐻𝐻𝐽 launched a slow attack on Izuku. It was mesmerizing to watch, especially for those unfamiliar with MMA. In her mind, she repeated a mantra, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, right, and so on. Izuku observed her rhythm and noted that while she had a good flow, she seemed to be holding back. He walked behind her and gently placed his hands on her upper arms, encouraging her to be more confident in her punches. The padding offered no resistance, and he wanted to feel the impact of her strength. He explained that she needed to put everything into her punches, making him feel as though he was losing energy just trying to defend. After demonstrating a technique he called bobbing and weaving, he encouraged her to dodge his pretend punches and counterattack when she ducked under his strikes. With a determined fire, 𝐻𝐻𝐽 began to strike the mitts with renewed vigor, imagining Izuku as her rival from the sports festival to keep her attacks unpredictable. As she landed a solid punch to his side, Izuku lost his balance and fell onto the sand with a soft thud. 𝐻𝐻𝐽 gasped and rushed to his side, concerned for him. He looked up, amazed by her strength, and suggested they end the session on that high note. He praised her performance and expressed his eagerness to introduce new elements in their training the following day. 𝐻𝐻𝐽 felt a blush creep onto her cheeks, worried that her attacks might not be effective against their classmates or foes. Izuku reassured her, pointing out that if she could make him sweat and lose stamina just by defending, she was stronger than she realized. 𝐻𝐻𝐽 smiled at his words, feeling encouraged by his support. As Izuku slung his bag over his shoulder, he suggested they head home, noting how quickly the sun had set. The sky transitioned from orange to a mix of purple and orange hues as they walked together. He shared insights about fighting, emphasizing the importance of stamina and the need to adapt their movements in the arena. 𝐻𝐻𝐽 nodded, feeling optimistic about their training. She decided it was the right moment to ask him about his quirk. Gathering her courage, she inquired why he didn't use the 3 stones on his hand to their full potential, particularly the green one. Izuku smiled thoughtfully, explaining that he felt it wouldn't be right to use them recklessly. He didn't want to invade anyone's mind or alter events for his own benefit. He believed that doing so would be an abuse of power. 𝐻𝐻𝐽 listened, understanding his perspective, and acknowledged that it was good he recognized the importance of restraint. He added that if anything were to happen to her or anyone he cared about, he might feel compelled to use them. 𝐻𝐻𝐽 leaned her head on his shoulder, grateful for his protection. Izuku smiled and assured her that he would always be there for her. She closed her eyes, trusting him completely as they walked home together, feeling safe and content. As they strolled through the quiet suburbs, the second day of training flew by, filled with anticipation for what lay ahead. The 4 students who visited Yaoyorozu's house returned once more to study. Izuku and 𝐻𝐻𝐽 focused on their studies, enhancing 𝐻𝐻𝐽's skills in MMA fighting. Before they realized it, the day of the final exams arrived. He only knows 10 moves and he was determined to use them. Each movement was precise, a blend of discipline and instinct. As he practiced, he felt the rhythm of his body, the energy flowing through him, pushing him to improve. He envisioned the battles ahead, where every move would count, and he would need to rely on his training to overcome any challenge. The determination in his heart burned brightly, fueling his longing to become stronger and face whatever lay ahead. The scene unfolded with a powerful uppercut, sending the opponent reeling back, their eyes wide with surprise. The atmosphere crackled with tension as the fighters exchanged blows, each movement filled with determination and skill. The crowd watched in awe, captivated by the display of strength and agility.